on a night of the full moon, atop the pinnacle of the Hokage rock, in the open space behind the fourth Hokage statue. Four Umbu ninjas collectively erected a square barrier, known as the Four Purple Flames Formation. Within this barrier, the metallic shackles on Shimura Danzo's right hand clattered to the ground. As he unwrapped the bandages from his hands, he exclaimed, "Hiruzen, hesitate no longer. The Land of Fire cannot afford to lose the Nine-Tails. Naruto is on the brink of death, and if we do not act swiftly, the Nine-Tails will perish alongside him." Dressed in black battle attire and carrying the Book of Seals, the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, gazed at the unconscious Naruto lying within the fish of the Taiji formation. A hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. "Minato, I have failed to protect Naruto. Such indecisiveness proves you are unfit to be Hokage," Danzo retorted, closing his right eye in dissatisfaction, revealing 10 Sharingan on his pale right arm. "Release Naruto's seal. I can activate Izanagi 10 times 11 chances in total. We can certainly transfer the Nine-Tails into a new host." Inside the fish of the Taiji formation, Uchiha Sasuke lay quietly, oblivious to the 11 Sharingan adorning Danzo. The third Hokage's expression gradually hardened as he knelt beside the bare-chested Naruto. "Yamato, be prepared if the Nine-Tails goes berserk. You must restrain it with wood release." Having said that, the third began to quickly form hand seals according to the sealing methods recorded in the Book of Seals. Yamato, standing not far behind the third Hokage, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, inwardly lamenting, "I don't know if I can withstand this. This is the Nine-Tails. There's no time to fetch Jiraiya for the key to the seal." The so-called 8-trigram seal is merely a combination of 2 4-symbol seals. The third's hands moved like shadows, completing the hand seals in a breath. He pressed his right hand firmly on Naruto's abdomen and shouted, "8-trigram seal. Release." At the moment the third's palm made contact with Naruto's belly, swirling black patterns emerged. The third exerted force, twisting the seal counterclockwise twice. With a thunderous boom, Naruto instantaneously transformed into a small fox demon with 4 swaying tails. The third swiftly leaped back. Yamato quickly formed hand seals and, without hesitation, unleashed wood release, causing dozens of wooden pillars to erupt from the ground, trapping the now-tailed beast Naruto. A series of furious roars reverberated within the barrier, striking painfully at the eardrums of those present. The black and red chakra enveloping Naruto began to flow along the densely inscribed runes of the Taiji formation towards the fish, flooding Sasuke with a torrent of 9 tails. Chakra, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground, his body covered in a bubbling red chakra cloak. Danzo, observing this scene, tensed his nerves, ready to invoke Izanagi should the tailed beast sealing technique fail. Yamato, witnessing the emergence of Naruto's 5th tail and the breaking of his wood release, urgently called out, "Lord Hokage, I can barely hold on." The third nodded, then began forming hand seals. With a clap, he brought his palms together. "Reaper Death Seal. Danzo, I will seal half of the Nine-Tails chakra. The future of Konoha is in your hands." A colossal spectral figure clad in a white robe rapidly formed behind the third, who glanced back to see a figure with red horns and fangs holding a short blade. This? The Shinigami? At that moment, a crimson light, accompanied by lightning, descended from the heavens, piercing through the barrier and striking Naruto. Yamato's wood release fell apart entirely, and Naruto began to grow a white exoskeleton, his form expanding as the Nine-Tails fox was on the verge of re-emerging into the world. "Hiruzen, go forth without worry. I will inherit your will of fire," Danzo shouted. Just as the third Hokage was about to unleash the Reaper Death Seal, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Countless golden chains with arrowheads shot from the fox's belly, binding the transforming Naruto. All present were momentarily stunned. "This is the Vortex Clan's Diamond Lock." The third halted the Reaper Death Seal. Simultaneously, within the sealing space of the Nine-Tails, the lingering spirit of Minato Namikaze spoke to the suddenly appearing Wen Mingren. "My son is on the brink of death, and the chakra I left within him alongside Kushina is nearly depleted. It was a grave mistake to seal the Nine-Tails within Naruto. I know not how you arrived here, but once you occupy Naruto's body, Take it and truly behold this vast world. The nine-tails fox, hidden behind the ceiling bars, mocked. Ha! You two fought to seal me, yet your son was ultimately harmed by them. Humanity is such a foolish and wicked species. Ha ha! Wen Mingren gazed at the gradually fading spirits of the family of three and began reciting the death mantra. Supreme decree, transcend this solitary soul, all spirits, for lives receiving grace. Kushina, holding Naruto's fading spirit, softly reassured, don't be afraid. Naruto, mommy is here. Minato sighed, embracing his wife and child, alas. Most of my spirit has already been sealed away in using the Reaper Death Seal, and now our family must part once more. Before Wen Mingren could complete the death mantra, the souls of the family dissolved into particles of light, vanishing completely in the realm of reality. The immense figure of the nine-tails fox suddenly disappeared, and Naruto, bathed in a crimson glow, collapsed to the ground. The 8-trigram seal on his abdomen reappeared before gradually fading away, amidst the dust raised by the nine-tails. The third Hokage seemed to catch a glimpse of Minato, his expression one of deep disappointment as he looked at him. Minato? The third rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the figure of Minato was nowhere to be found within the barrier. Those chains just now. Could they have been a contingency left by Kushina? Danzo moved to investigate, but abruptly halted. Naruto staggered to his feet, his skin burned by the nine-tails chakra, visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Is this spiritual energy? As he sensed the natural energy surrounding him, he began to channel it into his body. The upper eyelids of Naruto glimmered with 2 shades of orange, and he unexpectedly entered sage mode. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his beautiful blue irises, the pupils split into 2, transforming into mesmerizing purple eyes. Who dares to disturb me? Under the gaze of those heavy pupils, the spectral figure of the Shinigami behind the third Hokage instantly dissipated. The third was taken aback. What is happening? Why is the chakra within me in disarray? How could the Reaper Death Seal be broken? Only the caster should be able to see the Shinigami. What has happened to this child? Is it the power of those strange eyes? Naruto slightly turned his head towards Danzo, and upon seeing the multitude of red eyes in Danzo's hand, a look of disgust crossed his face. Evil and wicked. Naruto, what is happening to your eyes? Such ocular techniques have never appeared in the ninja world. Danzo asked, eyeing Naruto's eerie eyes with caution. Naruto stood still for a moment before slowly responding. If you wish to know, go ask the fourth Hokage yourself. The third was once again taken aback, uncertainly asking, Naruto, do you know everything about your parents? In an instant, Naruto moved before the third Hokage, silently gazing into his eyes with those mesmerizing pupils. How could Naruto, the underachiever of the Ninja Academy, possess such remarkable speed? Could it be that he has already learned to harness the power of the Nine-Tails? What a pity. Tobirama felt a sudden pang of disappointment in his heart. Although he yearned to become Hokage, he had not yet descended into madness to the extent of forcibly unsealing the Nine-Tails. Moments later, Naruto withdrew his gaze and turned towards the barrier. I'm going back to sleep now. The third Hokage and Tobirama exchanged knowing glances, both relieved. Tobirama raised his right hand, and immediately, 4 Umbu ninjas dismantled the barrier. Naruto slowly approached the head of the fourth Hokage statue. Gazing up at the luminous moon above, his heart brimming with emotions. Vortex Naruto, I thank you for granting me this vessel. I shall borrow your name, and when the day comes that I, Wen Mingren, ascend to immortality, I will surely come to guide your family. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto spotted Tobirama not far behind him, a striking red character for hell floating above his head. A subtle smile curved at the corners of his lips as he murmured softly, the first to guide me through tribulation has been found. Chapter 2. The newly transformed Naruto having undergone a profound transformation, the reincarnated Naruto Uzumaki returned to the abode he could hardly call home. Guided by the memories etched in his mind, he gently pushed the door open, only to be greeted by an overwhelming stench that was both nauseating and pungent. Unlike his usual exuberance, Naruto did not announce his return to the empty room, but instead strode directly into the narrow hallway, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. effectively cutting off the gaze of the hidden Umbu ninjas lurking on the rooftops nearby. Naruto had long since been aware of these watchers. His unique eyes not only possessed remarkable distance vision, but also granted him insight into the supernatural, greatly aiding his training and combat. With a click, the room's light flickered on, revealing the modest space in its entirety. He approached the small wooden table beside his bed and bent down to examine a box of milk that had long since expired. A grimace crossed his face. How could one so powerful be felled by mere food poisoning? Surely, foul play was afoot. After a brief contemplation, he formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding pop, a towering clone, significantly taller than Naruto himself, materialized in the room. Naruto regarded this clone, stroking his chin thoughtfully. My first attempt at ninjutsu, and still a bit clumsy. It seems I must practice diligently from now on. Dismissing the clone, he began to clear away the foul-smelling instant noodle containers and various pieces of litter cluttering the room. Once the space was tidied, Naruto seated himself on the single bed and closed his eyes to meditate. The natural energy around him flowed incessantly into his 12-year-old body, enhancing his physical condition, while the vibrant orange hues in his eyes remained undiminished. As he practiced his techniques, he plotted his future course. In my previous life, my innate potential was abysmal, and I had only barely discovered the means to harness divine power through fervent prayers. Alas, my sect was branded as a cult, with followers scattered or perishing, resulting in my ultimate failure. Though I now inhabit a new vessel and possess extraordinary eyes, my connection to the divine remains tenuous. This body has just endured a grave illness. It seems fate intends for me to pursue the path of transcendence through death. Next, I must enhance my abilities, utilizing my unique vision for training, and seek out the 5 spirits to undergo trials of the underworld, followed by the guidance of a savior to facilitate my ascension, ultimately allowing my spirit to soar into immortality. The elder with eyes upon his hands shall be the first spirit. However, with my current strength, I am ill-equipped to defeat him. I should first concoct a medium to connect with the underworld, perhaps after cultivating the true fungus of life, before devising further plans. As the night flowed quietly by, outside the house, the Umbu ninjas watched Naruto through the window, diligently noting his every action in their notebooks. Come dawn, Naruto, having meditated through the night, rose from his bed, invigorated and renewed. He removed the orange jacket hanging on the wall and draped it over his shoulders before retrieving a somewhat deflated frog wallet from the nightstand drawer, then set out in search of sustenance. Mortals are troublesome. One must consume grains and vegetables. Ignoring the Umbu's surveillance and the disdainful glances from passers-by, Naruto strode confidently through the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon passing a glasses shop, he paused, feeling somewhat fatigued from concealing his unique vision. Perhaps a pair of sunglasses would suffice. Just as he was about to enter the shop, a man clad in a black robe and round spectacles suddenly blocked his path. What bad luck! Of all mornings, may the demon fox not interfere with my fortune today. Just look at the color of your eyes. They resemble the very fur of a demon fox. Are you the proprietor? Naruto asked with a hint of amusement as he stroked his chin. I wish to purchase a pair of sunglasses. Do you have any trendy styles to recommend? Get lost. I refuse to serve a demon fox. The shopkeeper's face contorted with distaste. In a flash, Naruto vanished from sight. Where did he go? The shopkeeper exclaimed as he scanned the surroundings. This one will do, came Naruto's voice from within the store. 321 yen, take it. The shopkeeper turned back to find Naruto sporting a pair of oversized black sunglasses, cheerfully offering 3 banknotes and a handful of coins. The shopkeeper, however, made no move to accept the payment and instead attempted to extort Naruto, declaring, this pair costs 1,000 yen. The price just increased. All right, I see how it is. Naruto tilted his hand, letting the banknotes and coins scatter across the floor with a clattering sound. Now I understand why I used to pay exorbitant prices only to receive expired goods. You loathe the demon fox, so naturally, you extend that hatred towards me. How reasonable. However, I have lived for over a decade without realizing the demon fox dwelled within me. How did you come to know? Who informed you? Naruto coldly inquired, locking eyes with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper felt as though 2 massive whirlpools were forming beneath the lenses of Naruto's sunglasses, threatening to draw him in, causing him to tremble. Everyone in the village says so. You are the embodiment of the demon fox. Naruto ceased his questioning and rummaged through his wallet, shortly extracting a single 10-yen coin, which he flicked with his finger. What do you intend to do? The shopkeeper glared at the coin that had landed on him, then at the coin scattered on the floor, his expression darkening with anger. I've activated your laughter point. If you wish to reverse it, you must place incense, candles, and offerings facing the direction of the shadow rock, and bow 98 times. Otherwise, you may truly laugh yourself to death. With that, Naruto shoved past the shopkeeper and sauntered out of the glasses shop. The notion of enlightenment transcends the bitterness of lingering grievances. Moreover, I, Naruto Uzumaki, owe nothing to the Hidden Leaf Village. Rather, you insects, in my eyes, you hold no value even for salvation. Laughter point. The shopkeeper pondered as he watched Naruto's retreating figure, only to suddenly clutch his stomach, his body curling up like a shrimp. Ha! Why can't I stop laughing? Ha! In less than half a minute, the shopkeeper found it increasingly difficult to breathe, collapsing to the floor while laughter continued to erupt from his lips. Just then, his wife rushed out from the back of the shop, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you, old man? Don't scare me." The shopkeeper gasped for breath. Ha! Dear. Ha! Hurry and bring offerings. I've been cursed by a demon fox. I'm about to laugh myself to death. Ha! Following the memories in his mind, Naruto arrived at the sole establishment that would not treat him with discrimination, Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, Naruto, long time no see. I heard you were ill. You look quite spirited, though. What would you like to eat? The usual? The proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen greeted Naruto while preparing noodles in the broth. Hee. Uncle Tucci, I was indeed unwell and nearly missed out on your ramen. But now I'm well. Please bring me a bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen. Naruto smiled as he settled onto a high stool in the shop. Naruto-kun. A nearby customer called out. Turning his head, Naruto recognized a young man clad in a high-neck gray coat and sunglasses, watching him intently. Shino. I see. Naruto and Appo's eyes brightened, and he eagerly approached, asking curiously, by the way, Shino-kun, how large are the smallest bugs you raise? Can you even keep those that require a microscope to see? Shino Aburame and Appo's eyebrows twitched slightly as he replied, somewhat exasperated, Naruto-kun. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the upcoming graduation exam at the Ninja Academy? As far as I know, Naruto, you have been held back for several years, yet you have not mastered a single jutsu. If this continues, you may indeed fail to graduate. If you cannot even become a ninja, how will you ever aspire to be Hokage? Naruto and Appo's smile abruptly froze. He patted Shino on the shoulder and awkwardly said, Shino, you really are quite straightforward. At that moment, the daughter of the Ichiraku ramen owner brought over a steaming bowl of ramen and placed it before Naruto. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad either. If you don't mind, Naruto, you could learn the art of ramen making from my father. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, I am. But becoming a ramen chef doesn't seem to suit me. It and Appo's just a mere graduation certificate, after all. That should be within my grasp. As for becoming Hokage, that would only hinder my training, so I think I'll pass. Naruto, you're just boasting again. The instructor of the ninja school entered, lifting the curtain. I will cover the cost of the students and Appo's ramen. As Mizuki took his seat, he slapped several bills onto the table. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. Shino quickly expressed his gratitude. Naruto raised an eyebrow. No free lunch, sensei. Is there something you need us to do? Mizuki looked at Naruto in surprise. So, you took a sick leave to study at home? Sighing, he added, it seems you have no intention of becoming a ninja. I was hoping to lend you a hand. Naruto feigned interest, lowering his voice to inquire, oh, does Mizuki-sensei have some secret techniques? Chapter 3. A clash of acting skills after finishing his ramen. Naruto followed Mizuki into a secluded grove devoid of people. Mizuki-sensei, speak your mind. Do not feign mystery. Naruto leaned against a large tree, his impatience evident. Mizuki, observing Naruto's sunglasses-clad visage, detected a hint of peculiarity. Naruto, do you not wish to graduate from the Ninja Academy? Is it not your lifelong dream to become a ninja and ultimately the Hokage? Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded thoughtfully, realizing that his aspiration to become Hokage was likely rooted in his desire for recognition from others. A glint of mischief flickered in Mizuki's eyes as he lowered his voice. Naruto, do you know why the villagers despise you? Feigning interest, Naruto responded, you know the reason? Mizuki glanced around furtively before continuing. Because you are the embodiment of the Nine Tails. 12 years ago, you appeared in Konoha and caused the deaths of many, including Ichiraku-sensei's parents. Overwhelmed by Mizuki's words, Naruto collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with despair. I am the demon fox. I even caused the death of Ichiraku-sensei and Appos as parents. Oh, woe is me. Mizuki-sensei, do you have a watermelon knife? I wish to take my own life. Seeing the opportunity, Mizuki quickly yanked Naruto up from the ground. Naruto, it was the Ninetales' fault. You cannot bear the burden of that hatred. You have always been a warm-hearted child. I know this. Mizuki's sincerity nearly convinced even himself. Grasping Mizuki's hand, Naruto spoke with a quiver in his voice. Mizuki-sensei, you truly understand me. Mizuki immediately replied, thus, I cannot bear to watch such an understanding child's dreams shatter. The third Hokage possesses a scroll of sealing techniques, which contains many powerful ninjutsu. If you master just one, you will graduate from the Ninja Academy. Naruto bent down to dust off his pants and retorted coldly, so you expect a failure like me, who cannot even obtain a graduation certificate, to sneak into the old Hokage's house and steal something so formidable sounding. Mizuki struggled to suppress his urge to strike Naruto, his voice hoarse as he said, the third Hokage is quite lenient. He will not easily punish you. Therefore, even if you fail to obtain the scroll, there would be no great loss. A small risk for a smooth graduation is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Naruto nodded, seeing the logic in it. Then you should go and steal the scroll for me. What? Mizuki exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his ears. Do you not yearn for more than just being a mere teacher? Naruto coaxed. When you grow old and reflect upon a life of mediocrity, will you not feel regret? Awaken, young man. If not now, when? If the scroll is as powerful as you say, learning a few techniques from it would allow you to stride confidently through Konoha. Mizuki gazed at Naruto with incredulity, finally unable to contain his rage. Damn fox, you must steal the scroll from me. Otherwise, I shall kill you. With a swift kick, Mizuki aimed at Naruto, who merely stepped back a half step, catching a whiff of foot odor but not being struck. Mizuki, astonished, stared at Naruto in disbelief. Did I miss? How could I possibly fail to hit a failure like you? This is impossible. Mizuki immediately leapt back, while Naruto created distance. He drew 2 shuriken from his waist and threw them at Naruto without hesitation. You think mere shuriken can kill me? Naruto did not flinch, confidently forming hand seals. The incoming shuriken twirled around him like fluttering butterflies, continuously revolving. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Shuriken can be used like this? Who taught you? Not only Mizuki and the hidden Umbu ninjas were astonished, but also the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the confrontation through a crystal ball in his office, gaped in surprise. There are no strings attached to the shuriken. Is this the power of a tailed beast? Naruto is truly a worthy Jinchuriki. He must be guided well to become a cornerstone of the village's protection. Mizuki swiftly formed hand seals and charged at Naruto with the shadow clone technique. With such feeble skills, you dare to teach? You mislead the youth. No matter how many clones you create, only one possesses a soul. Naruto pointed forward with his hand seals, sending the 2 spinning shuriken hurtling toward Mizuki's original form. Mizuki, witnessing the shuriken racing toward him, was overwhelmed with despair and resentment. Alas, the demon fox has seen through my true form. Why do I work so hard yet remain so weak? I refuse to accept this. Mizuki dodged left and right, weaving through the grove, yet the shuriken relentlessly pursued him like a shadow. The faster he ran, the faster the shuriken followed. As Naruto toyed with him mercilessly, I will steal the scroll, he shouted in despair. With a thud, the shuriken embedded into a tree. Excellent. Mizuki-sensei, should you dare deceive me, you shall experience a fate worse than death. With that, Naruto turned and departed the grove, leaving Mizuki gasping with humiliation. Ha ha ha. I am being chased by my own shuriken. Peering from behind a tree trunk, he glared at Naruto's retreating figure with venomous eyes. Cursed demon fox. Using the power of the tailed beast to humiliate me so, I will obtain the scroll and master powerful forbidden techniques to eliminate you. Back in the Hokage and Appos' office, the third Hokage ceased his observation of the crystal ball. He slowly turned to gaze at the scroll of sealing techniques on his bookshelf, lost in deep contemplation. Chapter 4. The heist at the Konoha Ninja Academy. After a lapse of over half a month, Naruto once again stepped through the gates of the academy. As it was still before class time, he instinctively made his way towards the great tree in the playground. This spot is truly my exclusive seat. Naruto gazed at the fallen leaves on the swing seat, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a soft breeze arose, sweeping the swing clean. He seated himself cross-legged on the swing, squinting as he observed the parents accompanying the younger students to school, momentarily lost in thought. Reflecting on his memories, he realized that loneliness had been his constant companion, like a shadow, ever since he could remember. Had it not been for the chakra left in him by his parents, he might have never had a chance to meet them even once. With a soft sigh, Naruto lamented, "Alas, a child without a mother is like a blade of grass." However, when the time came for them to leave, it could be said that we were reunited. He reassured himself, "Fear not. The name Uzumaki Naruto shall resonate throughout the entire ninja world." Suddenly, a faint call interrupted Naruto's reverie. "Naruto." Naruto-kun turning around. He spotted a girl in a grayish-white coat, nervously standing nearby. "Ah, it and Appo's. Hinata from the Hyuga clan. Why do you look like a quail? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Naruto teased. "Quail?" Hinata was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath and, with her head bowed, replied, Naruto-kun, I heard you were unwell. I, Kuden and Appo's, find you at the hospital. It and Appo's. It's truly wonderful to see you well now. Also, do your best in the graduation exam. I believe you will pass smoothly." Before Naruto could respond, Hinata turned to leave. "Don and Appo's, go." Naruto swiftly sidestepped and grasped Hinata and Appo's hand. "I am curious about the special abilities of your Byakugan." Naruto leaned closer to Hinata and Appo's round face, scrutinizing her unique white eyes. Hinata froze, feeling the warmth of Naruto's breath brush against her cheek, causing her heart to race and a blush to bloom from her pale neck to her entire face. So close, she thought, before her legs gave way and she fainted. "Hey, are you faking it?" Naruto caught Hinata and Appo's small frame, hastily pinching her nose, wondering if she had suffered from heat stroke, though it wasn't even hot that day. "What are you doing, Naruto?" "Hinata-sama." Neji Hyuga suddenly charged over, forcefully taking Hinata from Naruto's grasp and laying her beneath the great tree. Naruto raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. The girl just had a moment of unsteadiness. She just needs to rest. Neji's temples throbbed as he observed the chakra flow around Hinata, visible to his Byakugan. "Fortunately, she is fine." Neji sighed in relief. Naruto squatted beside them and teased, "Neji, you truly care for your sister, don't you?" Neji's expression turned icy. "This is merely my duty." "Well, since Hinata is all right, I shall take my leave." Naruto began to stand up. "Wait." Neji stood, his tone cold. "You, the unimportant outcast without a clan, should refrain from getting close to Hinata-sama in the future. Or else, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Naruto turned back, regarding Neji's serious demeanor with a slight frown. "I've heard that the Uzumaki clan was once formidable, but nearly all its members have perished. Are you saying that I lack a family? Isn't that striking at the very core of Uzumaki Naruto?" Neji, taken aback by the mention of the Uzumaki clan, had never heard of such a family within Konoha. "Right now, your words have inflicted serious harm upon me. You owe me for emotional damages," Naruto said with a smirk. Neji burst into laughter. "Haraha, emotional damages? You, who are inept in ninjutsu and taijutsu, appear to possess a talent for comedy. If you can't become a ninja, you might as well pursue a career as an actor. You needn't worry about starving." Neji chuckled as he pulled a bulging gray pouch from his pocket. "Emotional damages. If you have the ability, come and take it." Before he could finish, he felt the weight in his hand diminish. Looking down in disbelief, he found no trace of the pouch. How could this happen? My Byakugan was wide open. The pouch couldn't have vanished into thin air. Naruto grinned, weighing the pouch in his hand before vanishing like a shadow. By the time Neji regained his senses, the pouch had inexplicably returned to his grasp. He stared at Naruto in astonishment. "Didn't he see that coming?" Naruto remarked, his figure disappearing once more. Realizing what was happening, Neji hastily stuffed the pouch into his pocket, but it was too late. His hands grasped only air. How could this be? Not even my Byakugan could catch up to him. Is this really that outcast? Naruto reappeared where he had previously stood, still holding Neji's pouch. "You had your chance, but you were useless. I'll write you an invoice later, so you can claim it back from your clan." With a beaming smile, Naruto tucked the pouch into his pocket and turned to leave. "Naruto." An infuriated Neji rushed forward, activating his gentle fist technique. The 8 trigrams. Why do you all run with such peculiar stances?" Naruto turned back, intrigued by Neji's approach. "Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Neji shouted, his palms enveloped in blue chakra, targeting the chakra points on Naruto's body. Naruto, hands behind his back, moved leisurely as if strolling, navigating Neji's 8 trigrams with astonishing ease, evading each attack as if in a dance. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms, 26 palms. Neji's veins pulsed as he unleashed 26 strikes, all of which missed, leading him to question his own existence. Breathing heavily, he paused and asked, Naruto, what trick are you using to evade my 8 trigrams? Naruto shook his head with a grin. I'm not taking your money for free. Today, I shall impart some wisdom. In the blink of an eye, Naruto pushed Neji back. Neji leapt back, realizing that the 8 trigrams he had set up was no longer centered on him, but shifted along with Naruto. Continue to attack me. Naruto continued to move slowly, speaking nonchalantly. Neji, noticing this, summoned his chakra once more, ready to charge forward, but stumbled over a rock, nearly twisting his ankle. What is going on? My taijutsu shouldn't be this poor. Doubts crept into Neji's mind, so instead of engaging in a close-quarters battle, he opted to throw a shuriken at Naruto. This time, Naruto did not dodge. Just as the shuriken was about to strike him, a bird swooped in, intercepting the blow. Their skirmish had drawn the attention of other students, who gathered to witness the spectacle. It and Appos. That troublemaker Naruto again. Neji Hyuga? Is he going to teach Naruto a lesson? Let us go see the commotion. I hope Naruto doesn't end up crying. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Naruto remarked calmly, the 8 trigrams contain both life and death, as well as the interplay of the 5 elements and fortune. Standing in the position of great fortune, how could you possibly hit me? Positioned in misfortune, how could you avoid calamity? Neji struggled to comprehend, yet he was profoundly shocked. The 8 trigrams could be utilized in this manner? Where did Naruto learn such things? As the two ceased their conflict, the onlookers began to stir. Neji, teach Naruto a lesson. Naruto, how could you, the underachiever, possibly stand a chance against a member of the Hyuga clan? Hurry up and fight. If Naruto stays behind another level, he will lose the opportunity to challenge Neji. Amidst the crowd, Sasuke Uchiha observed Naruto and Appos' calm demeanor in the face of his classmates and Appos' taunts, and a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. Naruto, glancing at the familiar and unfamiliar faces around him, smiled as he pulled out all the money he had. Children, would you like to earn some pocket money? Chapter 5. A small windfall come all. Place your bets. 1-to-1 odds on Hyuga Neji winning, and 5-to-1 on Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, etching the 2 names into the ground with a stick, beckoning the crowd to wager. Among the throng, Haruno Sakura observed Naruto clutching 2 wallets, one bulging and the other flat, and remarked disdainfully, Naruto, do you really have that much money to gamble? Without looking up, Naruto replied, if I run short, I'll just borrow from the Hokage. This month had seen excessive expenditure on snacks, and he was feeling the pinch. Sakura pondered for a moment before retrieving a bill from her pink wallet and placing it under Neji's name. I bet 500 on Neji to win. Sharp choice. Naruto quickly placed a stone atop the bill. Others began to join in, betting on Neji. 10-10 with 1,000, Yamanaka Ino with 800, Akimichi Choji with 100, Yamanaka Shino with 300, and Inazuka Kiba with 150. As the pile of cash under Neji's name grew into a small mountain, Naruto's name remained barren, devoid of even a single coin. Have all your bets been placed? Once you've wagered, there's no turning back. Naruto called out, I'm betting 1,000 on Neji, and another 1,000 on Naruto. Hinata, who had been roused from slumber, dashed to Naruto and laid down 2 large bills. Naruto's cheerful demeanor instantly faltered. He thought, this girl is too astute. She's guaranteed a return. Isn't the god of wealth knocking at your door? Aren't you going to seize the opportunity? Naruto shouted to the younger students, who were now visibly tempted. I heard that Uzumaki Naruto didn't even graduate after 3 tries. He's bound to lose. I bet on Hyuga Neji. There be a Kugen is formidable. I'll wager 2,000 on Neji. I'll put down 3,000. Naruto's smile returned as he remarked, you young folks have a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, Neji, observing the scene from a distance, wore a thunderous expression. I'll bet 50 on Naruto, exclaimed Rock Lee, clad in a white training outfit, tossing a few coins towards Naruto. A discerning choice. Naruto accepted the coins, placing them beneath his name. I'll wager 500 on Naruto. Nara Shikamaru lazily declared. Shikamaru, how could Naruto possibly best Neji? Ino exclaimed. With a yawn, Shikamaru replied, I trust my judgment. Once the betting frenzy subsided, Naruto approached Neji. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll stay right here. If you can touch me, I'll concede defeat, alright? He stood still, awaiting Neji's move. Uzumaki Naruto, you've brought this upon yourself. Neji, seething with anger, charged forward. Gentle fist. His hand, enveloped in blue chakra, shot toward Naruto's face. Is shouting the name of your technique impressive? Let me try? Tai Chi, cloud hands. Naruto casually deflected Neji's attack with a simple motion, not only negating the strike, but also ensnaring Neji's right hand. What kind of jutsu is this? Though Neji did not make contact, an invisible force held him captive, rendering him unable to escape. Reluctantly, he was swept along by Naruto's hands. Naruto's gestures appeared gentle, yet concealed hidden strength as he chanted, with a mind unperturbed, like water's flow, transforming endlessly, both swift and slow. Be like water, my friend. With a subtle twist of his hands, Neji felt a tremendous force emanating from his right hand, causing his entire body to spin uncontrollably. After several rotations in the air, he fell to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Silence enveloped the scene as onlookers gaped at the motionless figure of Neji on the ground. Whispers soon breaking out. No way. That's the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. What did Naruto do? They never even touched. Could it be they conspired to swindle us? He lost. How could the underdog win? There must be some trickery involved. Thank you for your kindness, Naruto said, swiftly gathering the bets. Hinata, here is your 5,000. To you, Rock Lee, your 250, Shikamaru, your 2,500. He hastily distributed the winnings, preparing to make his escape. Lee seized Naruto's hand, inquiring, what does it mean to be like water? Naruto assessed the young man with bushy eyebrows and replied with a grin, you'll understand when you reach my age. In the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke, with his single Tomo Sharingan activated, fixed his gaze intently on Naruto. How has he become so strong? Excellent. Finally, I have a worthy opponent. Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. Congratulations, Naruto, Hinata exclaimed, accepting her winnings before hurriedly checking on Neji. Sakura, feeling dazed, lamented, my allowance, it's all gone. Suddenly, she shouted, Ichiraku-sensei, Naruto is gambling. 10-10, and Ino wore despondent expressions. My 1,000. That was for my ninja gear. All my new cosmetics vanished. Seeing this, Shikamaru waved his hand generously, giving 500 to both Ino and Choji. Shikamaru, can you spare a little more? Ino asked. Yay, now I can buy snacks. Choji exclaimed. The younger students, disheartened, contemplated confronting Naruto for their money, but lacked the courage. Let us just forget it. It's not worth the trouble at that moment. The school bell rang. Naruto stuffed the money into his pockets and dashed toward the classroom. Good morning, Ichiraku-sensei. He hurriedly entered, finding a seat while holding onto his bulging pockets. Ichiraku, organizing his papers, glanced at Naruto with a complex expression. Sasuke entered next, taking a seat beside Naruto. He leaned in, whispering, don't leave after class. Naruto, confused, thought, we don't have any issues between us, do we? Sasuke rested his arms on the desk, concealing his mouth, and remarked coolly, I see your strength has improved significantly. You should make for a worthy opponent. Oh, Naruto echoed, resting his hands before his mouth. His voice gravelly, do you have money? Give me some, and I'll fight you. Sasuke replied, you just want a fortune. Money isn't a concern for a ninja. Naruto pouted. If I become a sage, I one team needs such trivialities. But for now, I'm just immortal. In this world, without money, I can't get by. I can't keep robbing people. Sasuke chuckled. Heh, after that illness, did you lose your mind? You're starting to sound delusional. The Sage of Six Paths is merely a legend. I think your dream of becoming Hokage is far more realistic. All right. Let us make it 1,000 for a match. Sasuke placed a bill on the table. Naruto quickly grabbed the cash, proclaiming deal. As the classroom filled with students, Ichiraku cleared his throat and spoke sternly. Today is the written portion of the graduation exam. Do not think about copying others' papers, for each one has different questions. Having completed the written examination today, tomorrow morning will bring the test of the three-body technique, followed by the afternoon assessments of taijutsu and shuriken throwing technique. After Ichiraku finished speaking, he began distributing the test papers. Upon receiving his paper, Naruto was utterly taken aback. Who was the first love of the Sage of Six Paths? What ninjutsu was he proficient in? Whose idea were these questions? Chapter 6. The Copy Ninja. Naruto swiftly scanned the examination paper from beginning to end, only to be struck by a sudden itch of despair. What was the very first ninjutsu in existence? How is a summoning beast artificially cultivated? How many hand seals did the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, complete per second? Faced with these increasingly absurd questions, Naruto felt akin to a hopeless illiterate. There wasn't even a single multiple-choice question. No, he could not remain idle. Concealing his hands beneath the desk, Naruto formed a hand sign. Suddenly, Sasuke heard Naruto's voice resonating in his mind. I need help. Help me with the questions. And I'll accompany you for a few more matches. Sasuke paused, surprised, and glanced at Naruto, who appeared to be in deep meditation. Telepathy ninjutsu? They never taught that at school. How did Naruto learn it? Despite his confusion, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and meticulously examined every question on Naruto's paper. However, he shook his head slightly. He couldn't answer these questions either. An hour swiftly passed. Naruto, with his paper filled to the brim with neat handwriting, submitted it to Ichiraku. Teacher, look at how beautifully I've written. Could I receive some points for presentation? Ichiraku stared at Naruto through his sunglasses and replied, This is an exam, not calligraphy. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Even if you write the wrong answers neatly, it won't earn you extra points. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Then I must score full marks on all my other exams to graduate smoothly. Ichiraku remained silent, merely observing Naruto with a complex expression. As a fellow orphan, Ichiraku could empathize with Naruto, yet he could never fully reconcile the hatred he harbored for the Nine Tails, which had taken his parents' lives. He struggled to suppress his animosity towards the Nine Tails from being projected onto Naruto. While organizing the exam papers, Ichiraku said, Naruto, you don't necessarily have to become a ninja. Naruto smiled, but Uzumaki Naruto is determined to be a ninja. Ichiraku sighed. Well then, good luck. Yes, 98 is full. Naruto exclaimed before exiting the classroom, eager to treat himself to a feast. Just as he was about to leave the school grounds, he was suddenly halted. Come with me to the lake, Sasuke said coldly. Sakura shot Naruto a disdainful glance before cheerfully addressing Sasuke. Sasuke, would you like to walk home with me? Don't get too close to that orphan Naruto. Get lost. Sasuke glared fiercely at Sakura. Don't get in my way. Naruto sighed helplessly. Sigh. People often say that those with large chests lack brains, but you. He glanced at Sakura's well-known lineage before continuing. In this trio, you are the only one with both parents alive. Sakura finally realized her faux pas and hurriedly grabbed Sasuke's arm, explaining, I didn't mean it like that. I was just talking about Naruto. Not you. Sasuke pushed Sakura away and turned to leave. As Naruto prepared to follow suit, he was blocked by a tearful Sakura. What's wrong? Naruto asked in confusion. It's all your fault that Sasuke was so rough with me. Sakura's face bore a hint of resentment as she raised her fist towards Naruto's head, delivering a punch. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Naruto retaliated with a headbutt, colliding with Sakura's powerful punch. With a loud thud, Sakura was sent flying, though she managed to regain her balance just before hitting the ground. Fighting me requires payment. Don't bother me if you can't pay. With that, Naruto followed Sasuke, leaving Sakura fuming behind. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Sakura felt a mix of irritation, recalling how she could easily knock him out before. How did he suddenly become so powerful after that illness? Even Neji couldn't match him now. Naruto followed Sasuke to the edge of a modest lake. Let us begin, Sasuke declared, channeling chakra into his feet as he walked across the water's surface towards the center of the lake. It can be done like this? With a quick glance, Naruto understood Sasuke and Appo's chakra technique and soon stood firmly on the water, heading towards the center as well. I want to hold back. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the single tomo spinning ominously. Naruto nodded, ready to engage fully. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. Sasuke instantly completed the necessary hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball towards Naruto. I'll replicate your jutsu. Naruto mirrored Sasuke's hand seals and, with a rapid inhalation, expelled a burst of compressed air from his mouth. The fireball was detonated by the air, scattering like fireworks across the lake's surface. Why can't I use fire style? Is it due to my different physique? As Naruto pondered, a barrage of shurikens came hurtling towards him from various angles. Water style. Ocean of love. Just as the shurikens were about to strike, Naruto plunged his hands into the lake and forcefully thrust them upward, creating a swirling torrent of water that enveloped him, forming a massive water sphere. The shurikens vanished upon entering the sphere. Sasuke utilized the shadow clone technique, darting around the water sphere in search of Naruto's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a hexagram pattern unfolded beneath the water sphere. Standing atop the hexagram, Naruto began forming hand seals again. Fire style. burning dreams of Paris. A jet of flame erupted from the water. Sasuke gasped. How does he know the grand fireball technique? With a thunderous boom, Sasuke was caught off guard, and both his clone and real self were struck by the colossal fireball. Is that it? Naruto dispelled the surrounding water curtain, peering through the mist rising from the lake. You're quite strong. Stronger than I imagined. Sasuke exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. As the mist gradually dissipated, a crimson aura emerged on the lake's surface. Sasuke was enveloped in a red chakra, a tail swaying behind him. Seeing this familiar chakra, Naruto recalled that night on the cliff and realized, oh, so those two old men intended to transfer the nine tails into you. Sasuke felt an unprecedented surge of power, the overwhelming chakra causing his body to tremble with exhilaration. With a swift motion, Sasuke became a blur, charging directly towards Naruto. Chapter 7. The joyful moments after school. As Sasuke charged forward, he unleashed the great fireball technique once more, its potency magnified several times compared to before. Here it comes. Feeling the searing wave of heat approaching, Naruto swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the colossal fireball. Sasuke's Sharingan had reached its current limit, successfully capturing every subtle movement of Naruto and beginning to anticipate his next attack patterns and trajectories. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted as the massive fireball detonated like fireworks. Naruto evaded continuously, but despite his efforts, the barrage of flames was overwhelming, leaving a small hole burned in his clothing. Glancing at the tear, he lamented, "This is my only outfit. I found your weakness." Sasuke observed as Naruto paused on the surface of the lake. He propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, creating a massive splash, his body launching like a cannonball. The red chakra enveloping Sasuke's right hand morphed into the shape of claws. Upon witnessing Sasuke's aggressive advance, Naruto ceased his evasions, standing firmly with feet together, inhaling the scorching air and slowly raising his right hand. Ninja art. Serious punch. Naruto struck forward with a decisive fist. Haha, I have already deciphered your movements. Sasuke tilted his head slightly, deftly dodging Naruto and Appo's punch. Just as his chakra claws were about to make contact with Naruto and Appo's body, the left side of Sasuke's face suddenly caved in. He then ricocheted across the lake's surface like a flat stone. Splash, 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 bang. After bouncing off the water multiple times, Sasuke plunged into the bushes by the shore, startling a flock of birds into flight. The Umbu ninjas covertly monitoring Naruto's battle were overwhelmed with sweat, their minds racing with various thoughts. Was the last scion of the Uchiha clan defeated in such a manner? To possess such strength without even becoming a ninja. The youth of today are so ruthless. One wonders if the Umbu can ever retire. These two young ones are formidable, yet at their age, Kakashi-senpai was already a jonin. A rustling sound emerged from the bushes as Sasuke emerged, clutching his nearly broken right arm and limping. The red chakra surrounding him had dissipated, and his clothes were smeared with dirt and burrs, giving him a disheveled appearance. Naruto approached the lake's edge, creating ripples with each step. I hope nothing's broken. I controlled my strength. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in frustration. Why? Why am I still so weak? I can't even defeat the infamous underachiever. Naruto, witnessing this, scratched his head in exasperation. It's just a fight you lost. Is it really necessary to be this worked up? Sasuke raised his head, jealousy flickering in his gaze as he looked at Naruto. You don't understand. I must become stronger. I must kill that person. All right. I'm not interested in your personal vendettas. Naruto replied, turning to leave with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke hurriedly followed suit. Naruto Uzumaki, how did you train to become so strong all of a sudden? You must have some special method. And how can you use the great fireball technique? Who taught you? Naruto, feeling overwhelmed, hastily formed a hand sign and murmured, calmness and tranquility, true serenity. Suddenly, Sasuke felt as though his mouth were glued shut, unable to part his lips even with his hands. MMM. Sasuke gestured frantically at his mouth. Don't worry, it'll loosen up on its own soon. Naruto reassured him, patting Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke wanted to say more, but just then, Naruto vanished with a whoosh. Looking around, he could not find Naruto anywhere. At that moment, Sasuke discovered he could move his mouth again. Naruto Uzumaki, next time, I will definitely defeat you. His voice, filled with defiance, was carried away by the gentle breeze by the lake. Meanwhile, Naruto strolled leisurely down the bustling streets of Konoha, akin to a stone submerged in water, with the crowd parting before him. The villagers and returning ninjas sidestepped to avoid him. Naruto remained unfazed, ignoring the indifferent or hostile gazes, his mind solely preoccupied with thoughts of food. Having already indulged in several bowls of ramen, he felt somewhat satiated, although a true cultivator should not pursue such earthly pleasures. Yet, savoring delicious food remains one of the rare joys of being human. Suddenly, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted into Naruto's nostrils, leading him to instinctively enter a nearby barbecue restaurant. The server, who had initially greeted him with a smile, instantly soured upon seeing Naruto and Appo's entrance. "Get out, you troublemaking brat. It's peak dining time. Don't disrupt our business." Naruto chuckled in disbelief. "If I were truly the Nine Tails, I would use you all for my drinking companions." "Naruto," Shikamaru's voice called out from a booth. "Come over and join us for barbecue." Naruto pushed past the server, indifferent. "Consider yourself lucky that Naruto Uzumaki holds no malice, otherwise." The server suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, hesitating to speak up. Naruto strode directly to Shikamaru's booth. "Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, what a coincidence. Mind if I join you?" Without waiting for a response, Naruto seated himself beside Shikamaru. "You rascal, you've taken all my pocket money. You have to treat us." Ino huffed, crossing her arms and puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Choji, engrossed in his barbecue, mumbled, "Yeah, treat us." Naruto smiled. "All right, since Shikamaru bet on my victory, I'll cover this meal." Choji beamed with joy and immediately called for the server, ordering a plethora of dishes. "You're quite generous." Ino squinted at Naruto. "Why are you wearing sunglasses like Shizune? And, are you wearing makeup? Why do you have eyeshadow?" At Ino's words, Naruto paused momentarily before concealing his transformed eyes and ceasing to absorb natural energy. He pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead, his eyes returning to normal. "This is called being cool. What would a girl like you know about it?" Shikamaru observed the exchange with interest. "Naruto, I feel like you've changed." "Oh?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "In what way?" Shikamaru pondered for a moment. You seem much more mature, and your strength has noticeably increased. It's as if you've transformed into a different person." "Hiss, this kid has keen observation skills. However, I haven't intentionally concealed myself. It's no surprise if he can see through it." Naruto thought to himself, then lowered his voice, asking, "Do you want to know my secret to becoming stronger?" Ino's curiosity piqued, while Shikamaru hastily waved his hands. "I don't want to know anyone's secrets. That sounds too troublesome." Choji suddenly chimed in. "Naruto, how did you perform on the exam today?" Naruto shook his head. "I filled the paper, but I might not even score a point." Shikamaru chuckled. "Haha, you brought this upon yourself by sleeping through theory class. But there's still tomorrow. If you do well in the other subjects, you can still graduate." Naruto confidently picked up a sizzling piece of grilled meat and proclaimed, "That little graduation certificate is merely a trifling matter." The following day, the playground of the Konoha Ninja Academy was teeming with parents eager to witness the graduation examination. Seated upon a makeshift wooden platform were the proctors, the third Hokage, Ichiraku, and Ebisu. Ichiraku exchanged a knowing glance with the third Hokage before rising to address the microphone. "We shall now commence the exam for the body flicker technique. All candidates, please proceed in order of your assigned numbers." Among the eager candidates, Naruto affixed the number 78 onto his attire. "Hey, Naruto Uzumaki, if you fail this time, you won't even have a chance to repeat the year. It seems you may never become a ninja." Upon hearing this, Naruto turned to see a stranger, whom he chose to ignore. Another voice chimed in sarcastically. "He has already taken the exam twice. Perhaps this time fortune will favor him?" Just then, Sasuke squeezed his way to Naruto's side, glaring fiercely at the one who had spoken ill. "You must pass. I have already regarded you as my rival." Naruto shook his head slightly, thinking, "Be careful with that sharpening stone. You might just ruin the blade." Candidate number 1. Rock Lee, Ichiraku announced into the microphone. Clad in a pristine white training uniform, Lee took a deep breath before striding confidently toward the center of the playground. Chapter 8. Graduation examination. With only a little over 100 fresh graduates, the number of students in this session was quite sparse. Is the ninja profession truly in such a downer? Or perhaps we are in an era of peace, resulting in a low casualty rate among ninjas? As Naruto's mind wandered through these thoughts, Lee had already stepped into the center of the arena, drawing the gaze of the entire audience upon him. Taking a deep breath, Lee shouted loudly, "I forfeit." The three examiners were momentarily taken aback. Murmurs began to ripple through the other candidates and spectators. Is this fellow out of his mind? Doesn't he want to graduate smoothly? Why waste everyone's time if he has no desire to take the exam? I heard he doesn't even know a single jutsu. What? He still wishes to become a ninja? The third Hokage, reviewing the candidates' information, slowly inquired. Rock Lee, why have you chosen to forfeit? Because all I know is taijutsu and shuriken manipulation. Lee bowed deeply and voluntarily exited the examination area. Ichiraku called out. Candidate number 2. Uchiha Sasuke. All the female candidates, except for Hinata, turned their attention to Sasuke. Go for it, Sasuke. Sasuke-kun is as handsome as ever today. I look forward to Sasuke-kun's performance. Sasuke, ignoring their encouraging words, cast a challenging glance at Naruto before striding confidently toward the center of the arena. Seeing the space beside Naruto finally vacant, Hinata hurriedly squeezed over. Naruto-kun, good luck. This is my lucky charm that I made for you. If you don't mind. Hinata lowered her flushed face and extended a beautifully crafted little pouch. Naruto was taken aback. Realizing that this shy girl had feelings for him, he instinctively wanted to decline but hesitated. Would this connection bring me any negative repercussions on my path to becoming a sage? Furrowing his brows, Naruto began to calculate. And Naruto-kun, Hinata, noticing Naruto's delay in accepting her lucky charm, grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that Naruto-kun dislikes me? After a moment, Naruto's furrowed brows relaxed. It seems we are fated after all. So be it. With a warm smile, he took the lucky charm from Hinata's hands. I accept it, Hinata. You must do your best too. Upon hearing Naruto call her name and accept her lucky charm, Hinata and Appo's heart skipped a beat, nearly overwhelming her with joy. Ningxi suddenly approached and shot a glare at Naruto before leading the dazed Hinata away. Youth is truly wonderful. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head and turned his attention to Sasuke, who was forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, 2 identical Sasukes appeared in the center of the arena. The surrounding parents began to whisper among themselves. As expected of an Uchiha, he masters the shadow clone technique with such finesse. What a pity. The Uchiha clan has but this one child left. It is precisely because the Uchiha clan is so formidable that Sasuke dispelled the clones and began forming seals again. Substitution technique. This time, 2 identical Sasukes appeared once more, but in the next moment, one of them transformed into a wooden stump, clattering to the ground. Naruto stroked his chin, mumbling. The shadow clone technique disperses upon being attacked, while the substitution technique can withstand a blow. They are quite similar in function, Arin and Appo's. They? The third Hokage observed Sasuke, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. If Sasuke were to grow and uncover the truth about that matter in the future, would it pose a risk to the village? Sasuke commenced the final technique of the 3-body technique. Transformation technique. After a puff of smoke, Sasuke transformed into Ichiraku, mimicking his every movement and expression flawlessly. Next came the grading by the examiners. The third Hokage raised his scoring card, 10 points. Ichiraku, 10 points. Ebisu, 10 points. The first perfect score emerged. Most male candidates cast envious glances at Sasuke. Damn it, he is stealing all the spotlight. The pressure is mounting. It will be my turn soon. Should I practice a bit more? If only I could be like Sasuke, with so many girls liking me. Why should I feel envious? I'll also aim for a perfect score. The examination continued. Naruto glanced at his number. It would be a while before it was his turn. So he settled cross-legged on the ground, beginning to channel natural energy to expand and fortify his internal chakra pathways. In the future, I might need to utilize powerful ninjutsu and techniques. The more spiritual energy and chakra I possess, the better. As candidates gradually finished their exams, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The scores varied, but thus far, no one had achieved a second perfect score. Number 78. Uzumaki Naruto. Ichiraku called out hoarsely. The surrounding parents regarded the cross-legged Naruto with mixed expressions. If that mischievous foxboy truly becomes a ninja, it could spell trouble for everyone. Don't worry. He 1T graduate. This troublemaker has caused the village no end of headaches. My son tells me he is notoriously at the bottom of the class. Hinata silently watched Naruto, softly murmuring, Naruto-kun, good luck. Naruto slowly stood up, facing the multitude of scrutinizing gazes as he walked toward the center of the arena. He planted his feet firmly, and the arena fell silent. Naruto formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique in succession. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, two identical Narutos appeared in the center of the arena. The spectators and examiners widened their eyes, attempting to discern any flaw, but regrettably, the two Narutos were indistinguishable. They could not determine which was the original and which was the clone. As the onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded, Naruto produced a kunai from his waist and swiftly slashed at the neck of his clone. The clone's head flew off, landing with a thud on the ground. Yet, astonishingly, the clone did not dissipate but stood rigidly in place. Many candidates screamed in fright, as they were still inexperienced students who had never witnessed the brutality of combat. Save for Sasuke, most had never encountered such a bloody scene. The parents were left dumbfounded. How could his clone technique maintain its form even after being attacked? How is this possible? This is truly bizarre. Look, the wound and blood appears so lifelike. The third Hokage, well versed in such matters, abruptly stood up, pointing at the decapitated clone on the ground, exclaiming, "Is this what you call a shadow clone technique?" Naruto replied nonchalantly, "I believe the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique have overlapping functions, so I modified it a bit." The third Hokage composed himself and sat back down. Continue the examination. Just then, the headless clone began to move. It slowly walked toward its head and, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, picked it up and reattached it. Naruto, you. Ichiraku's mouth hung agape. Ebisu could scarcely believe his eyes. Is it possible for a ninja school to produce such a student? Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Naruto and Appo's clone began forming the hand seals for the transformation technique. Chapter 9. The harsh reality amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Naruto's shadow clone swiftly formed hand signs. Transformation technique. In a swirl of smoke, an elderly man with a bare torso and numerous red eyes adorning his right arm gradually emerged. Among the onlookers, Sasuke widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the Sharingan eyes on the old man's arm. What on earth is happening? Who is this old man? Why does he have so many Sharingan on his arm? The figure transformed by Naruto's clone was none other than the leader of Konoha Zanbu, Shimura Danzo. Stay put in the position of Hokage. Don't you dare relinquish it to me, Naruto's clone said, a grim expression etched on his face and his voice hoarse. The Umbu ninja, covertly observing Naruto, were taken aback, nearly dropping their jaws. How did Naruto manage to voice Lord Danzo's innermost thoughts? It is astonishingly accurate. Could Naruto be a genius? How is it possible for his clone to utilize ninjutsu? This is utterly outrageous. Do you not find this strange? Could it be an illusion? I want to laugh, but as a ninja, I must suppress it. The third Hokage's beard bristled with indignation as he tossed aside the scoring board and shouted, "Naruto, are you trying to forfeit your living expenses?" Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly dispelled the ninjutsu, and Danzo disappeared. "No, Hokage-sama as your student. If you cut off my living expenses, won't you be forcing me onto the path of crime?" The third Hokage snorted coldly. "You've already learned to run a gambling den. That is hardly far from criminality." Naruto spread his hands. "I'm just at that age where I need to earn a bit of nourishment." Ichiraku cleared his throat. "Hokage-sama, it's time to score." The third Hokage took the scoring board from Ichiraku. Moments later, he raised the board, announcing 5 points. Ichiraku, 6 points. Ebisu had intended to score a perfect 10, but was halted by a glance from the third Hokage, ultimately scoring a mere 3 points. Naruto Uzumaki totaled 14 points, failing the exam. "Next candidate, number 79, prepare," Ichiraku called out. This left Naruto dumbfounded. "Are you all serious? Is there no sense of aesthetics left? From practicality, innovation, and artistry, I deserve full marks." The third Hokage replied nonchalantly, "Naruto, you strayed from the topic. It's commendable that you didn't receive a 0. Parents and candidates around them sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. My child nearly fell behind the demon fox. Now that demon fox truly won't graduate. If he becomes a ninja, Konoha would be in grave danger. How terrifying. He can actually innovate ninjutsu. I do not wish to be his companion." The afternoon held examinations for taijutsu and shuriken manipulation. Even if Naruto excels in both, he still cannot pass the graduation exam. Naruto walked out of the examination area, a sullen expression on his face. "The Hokage is clearly making things difficult for me. What is the point of this mockery? I shouldn't be the subject of his jokes. Sigh, I don't necessarily have to become a ninja. Perhaps I could establish a new sect in the ninja world, gathering tens of thousands of followers for some fun. We could all transcend to the heavenly realm together. Wouldn't that be splendid? Haha, just kidding. The notion that joining a sect could lead to immortality is merely a deceptive tale. As Naruto sat in contemplation on a swing, Hinata suddenly approached him. Naruto-kun, your ninjutsu, though somewhat intimidating, was truly magnificent. This was the first time Hinata had spoken such a complete sentence to Naruto. Ah, you have a discerning eye. Those guys simply lack appreciation, Naruto remarked, finding Hinata increasingly endearing, unable to resist ruffling her soft hair. Hinata, clutching the hem of her clothing, breathed quickly, her face turning as red as an apple. Nearby, Neji witnessed this scene, striking a nearby tree with a gentle fist, causing leaves to fall in a flurry. Sigh. Is Naruto casting some forbidden technique on Hinata-sama? Yes. It must be so. The morning examinations finally concluded. Many students gathered with their parents, enjoying bento in the schoolyard. Naruto, Sasuke, and Lee, the three orphans, purchased soldier pills from the school store, planning to make do with them. Hey, bushy brows, since you've already skipped one exam, is there any point in taking the afternoon tests? Naruto asked while chewing on the tasteless soldier pills. Lee swallowed his pill and began doing push-ups. I should do well on the written test. As long as I score high in taijutsu and shuriken manipulation, I should be able to pass the graduation exam. Naruto felt a surge of frustration. Was it truly so difficult to change his luck as the bottom of the barrel? Suddenly, Sasuke inquired, Naruto, who was that person you transformed into earlier? Naruto stuffed the remaining soldier pills into his mouth. What was his name again? Shimura Danzo. I found out after asking many elders. Why do you ask? Shimura Danzo. Sasuke silently repeated the name, then replied, it's nothing, just a bit curious. As for the afternoon tests, I no longer need to participate. Even if I score full marks, I still want to graduate. Becoming a wandering practitioner doesn't seem too bad. Just as Naruto stood up, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Outside the ninja school, under a large tree, Mizuki was gently waving at Naruto. Chapter 10. The Sealed Book After the Lunch Break. The afternoon examination commenced as scheduled. Ichiraku stood on the platform, scanning the candidates in the playground, but he did not spot Naruto among them. Has that rascal chosen to forgo the exam? Suddenly, a ninja clad in a green vest appeared behind the third Hokage and whispered a few words to him. What? The third Hokage abruptly rose to his feet. Beside him, Ebisu hurriedly inquired, Lord Hokage, what has transpired? The candidates participating in the examination simultaneously turned their gazes towards the Hokage. Given the expression on the Hokage's face, could it be an enemy attack? Something must have gone awry. Would the exam be interrupted? The third Hokage turned and made his way off the platform, instructing, Ebisu, you continue to oversee the examination. Ichiraku, come with me. Ebisu quickly addressed the microphone, declaring, the Hokage has urgent matters to attend to. The examination will proceed. Following the Hokage, Ichiraku arrived at the school's backyard, where dozens of vigilant chunin awaited them. Ichiraku instinctively joined the formation. The third Hokage surveyed his subordinates before fixing his serious gaze upon Ichiraku, stating, the important treasure of Konoha, the sealed book, has been stolen by Naruto Uzumaki. How could this be? Ichiraku's mouth fell agape. He never expected Naruto to possess such audacity. The third Hokage continued. If the sealed book falls into the hands of a foreign nation, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, you must retrieve the sealed book. As for Naruto Uzumaki, this child has merely strayed from the path. If he shows any intent to repent, spare his life. Yes, Lord Hokage, the ninjas replied in unison. After a flurry of movement, only the third Hokage remained. He lowered his Hokage hat, shrouding his face in shadow, pondering Naruto. What will you do now? With a heavy heart, Ichiraku leaped between the trees, muttering, Naruto, why do you always indulge in foolishness? You truly are a source of worry. In a dense forest, Mizuki, with the sealed book slung over his back, regarded Naruto with a smirk. You didn't trick me with a fake, did you? Such an important item should be under strict guard. How could a mere novice like you steal it? Naruto's face was etched with suspicion, his words sharp. Novice. Upon hearing this, Mizuki's forehead bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth in reply. I originally intended to take the sealed book and trade it for benefits in another country, but seeing you could not even pass the graduation exam is just pitiful. No one here appreciates you. Why not leave with me? Out there, they will not see you as the embodiment of the Nine Tails. As Mizuki grew increasingly animated, it was as though an entirely new and beautiful life awaited him beyond Konoha. Sighing, Naruto expressed, you have the sealed book, yet you do not practice. Instead, you wish to give it away. It seems the only possibility is that your aptitude is insufficient to master the techniques within. Furthermore, you intend to abduct me and sell me to other countries, correct? The nine tails within me should fetch a pretty penny. Seeing that Naruto did not engage him, Mizuki's composure shattered. What do you know, brat? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for an ordinary ninja like me, without a background or bloodline limit, to stand out in Konoha? My aptitude is lacking? You wretched fox. I have already mastered a high-level technique from the sealed book. Since you refuse to join me, I shall have to force you. Mizuki's fingers interlocked as he began to form seals. Shadow clone jutsu, with a series of explosive sounds. Naruto found himself encircled by dozens of shadow clones. This jutsu is quite intriguing. It can create so many clones at once. Naruto, with his double-pupiled eyes concealed behind sunglasses, scrutinized Mizuki's seal formation and the flow of chakra within him. So, come with me. It will spare you from much suffering. Dozens of voices resonated like surround sound. How can one improve without enduring hardship? Let's see the power of this technique. Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Mizuki's clones twisted their expressions in disdain. One by one, you all look down upon me. Perish. In unison, all clones drew forth small scrolls from their waists. The next moment, they brandished enormous shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several large shurikens hurtled towards Naruto from all directions. Faced with this onslaught, Naruto smiled slightly, preparing to summon his chakra for a counterattack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Naruto, shielding him and embracing him. Ichiraku-sensei, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Isn't this adding to the chaos? Just as dozens of shurikens were about to pierce Ichiraku's body, Naruto swiftly broke free from Ichiraku's embrace. Thud, thud, thud. A series of painful sounds echoed through the air, and the surroundings fell silent. Lying on the ground, Ichiraku gazed incredulously at Naruto, who had protected him. Why? Naruto, with his body riddled with shurikens, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, offered a faint smile to Ichiraku below him. It must be lonely, right? We are alike, both without family. Chapter 11. Ichiraku's redemption each night. Returning to an empty room must be a profound torment, is it not? The laughter, the anger, none care, how sorrowful that must be. Yearning to achieve something significant, solely to gain the acknowledgement and attention of others, such a life feels dreadfully mundane. Does it not? Naruto's words pierced through Ichiraku's heart like a blade, shattering the sorrow and pain he had long concealed. Naruto, you rascal. So you understood everything. Ichiraku, you are an exceptional teacher, but do not trust others too easily, and remember to treat me to ramen. Exhausted, Naruto uttered these words before collapsing onto Ichiraku, losing consciousness. TSK, 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 such a profound bond between teacher and student. How touching. A mocking voice, belonging to Mizuki, suddenly echoed. Ichiraku wiped away the blood that had dripped from Naruto's mouth onto his face, then carefully laid Naruto down on the ground. Mizuki, why are you doing this? We have been friends since childhood. I thought I knew you well enough. Is someone forcing you? Ichiraku questioned, brandishing several shuriken from his waist pocket, unwilling to believe that his companion, with whom he had shared countless moments, would betray their village. Friends? Mizuki seemed to find something amusing, clutching his stomach as he laughed. Haraha. Ninja are merely tools for killing. How could there be such a thing as friendship? Ichiraku, a fool like you. Why should you earn the favor of the Hokage? I am 1,000 times stronger than you. Why does he not even glance my way? In a sudden flash, Ichiraku hurled several shuriken, piercing through numerous shadow clones of Mizuki. Mizuki, you cannot escape. With your chakra level, creating so many clones is nothing but a path to self-destruction. Of course, I know that. Mizuki replied, dispelling the multiple shadow clones. I am fed up. In this ninja world, aside from someone as eccentric as Might Guy, have you seen any ordinary ninja rise to prominence? Thus, when I employed the multiple shadow clone technique, I never intended to retreat. With a whoosh, the already weakened Mizuki summoned a dozen kunai inscribed with explosive tags from a scroll. Die. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The kunai, ablaze with explosive tags, flew toward the prone Naruto. Ichiraku, having braced himself for defense, realized the target was not him, and rushed toward Naruto. With a deafening explosion, a powerful shockwave surged through the forest. Ha! He is dead. Ichiraku is dead. The Nine Tails is dead. Mizuki slumped to the ground, laughing heartily. However, as the smoke from the explosion began to clear, his laughter abruptly ceased. A towering earthen wall, over 2 meters high, stood where the explosion had occurred. Did I arrive too late? Kakashi? Ichiraku immediately recognized the silver-haired man before him. Kakashi dispelled the earthen wall and swiftly began forming hand seals, stealing the sealing scroll and killing comrades. Raikiri. Mizuki heard the crackling of electricity, and suddenly, a figure surged toward him, trailing lightning. Wasn't I supposed to be captured for interrogation? Mizuki's words trailed off as Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through his chest. With a sickening sound, Kakashi withdrew his bloodied hand, straightening up to cast a cold glance at Mizuki, who lay lifeless on the ground. You do not comprehend the significance of the Jinchuriki to the land of fire. Ichiraku had no time to regard the deceased Mizuki. He quickly removed the shuriken embedded in Naruto and hoisted him onto his back, racing toward the Konoha hospital. You must be all right. Naruto, you have always wanted to become a ninja, haven't you? This time, I will ensure you graduate from the Ninja Academy with my endorsement. On Ichiraku's back, Naruto, feigning unconsciousness, managed a slight smile. This act of self-sacrifice was worth it. I initially aimed to dispel the Hokage and Appo's suspicions, but unexpectedly, I also secured my graduation certificate. Minutes later, Ichiraku finally delivered Naruto to the operating room of Konoha Hospital. As he anxiously waited outside, the third Hokage hurriedly arrived. How is Naruto's condition? Ichiraku stood, his heart still racing. The doctor said thankfully there were no critical injuries. He simply lost a lot of blood and fainted. Once they stitch up his wounds and give him some blood, he should be out of danger. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage sighed in relief and slowly sat in a chair outside the operating room. This child Naruto, sigh? It was my oversight. I failed to take care of him. Seeing the Hokage's remorseful expression, Ichiraku quickly reassured him. Lord Hokage, you have so many duties to attend to each day. How could you possibly have the energy to look after Naruto? Rather, it is I, as his teacher, who, knowing Naruto's circumstances, failed to guide him correctly. I transferred my resentment toward the Nine Tails onto him. I am unworthy of being his teacher. No need for self-reproach. The third Hokage said wearily. Naruto is not the Nine Tails. He is a kind-hearted child, albeit a bit mischievous. He is willing to risk his safety for you, and in the future, he will undoubtedly protect everyone in Konoha during times of crisis. Ichiraku wiped his tears and nodded earnestly. I believe Naruto will undoubtedly become an outstanding ninja. If he hears your acknowledgement, he will be overjoyed. All right, I have matters to attend to, but for the next few days, I must trouble you to look after Naruto. The third Hokage hurriedly departed after ensuring Naruto was out of danger. An hour later, Ichiraku cautiously entered a hospital room. Naruto, bandaged from head to toe, lay quietly on the bed. Ichiraku approached the bedside, his heart aching for the boy. He then removed the forehead protector inscribed with the Konoha symbol and placed it beside Naruto and Appo's hand. Naruto, from this moment forth, you are qualified to become a genin of Konoha. Chapter 12. A visit in the hospital. A gentle breeze stirred the white curtains in the hospital room. Naruto lay on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Thanks to the power of the Nine Tails and the infusion of natural energy, all his wounds had healed. Yet he lingered in the hospital for an additional 2 days. He had heard that after graduation, he would need to submit his ninja registration form, followed by organizing the new recruits into small teams. It was crucial to be placed with Shino Aburame, finding a way for him to assist in cultivating the insect-based fungus. Without that connection to the underworld, even slaying Danzo 100 times would be futile. As Naruto plotted silently in his mind, a pair of pure white eyes suddenly appeared at the door. He had long sensed Hinata and Appo's timid presence lurking outside. Come in. I see you, he beckoned. Hesitant, Hinata stepped into the room, her head bowed. Noticing the watermelon she held, Naruto teased, as expected of the Hyuga heiress. Your pocket money is quite generous. Setting the watermelon on the small table beside the bed, Hinata nervously stammered, Naruto-kun. I asked Ichiraku-sensei and found out you were injured. How is your recovery? Seeing the shy girl, Naruto felt a twinge of helplessness. He propped himself up and gestured to the chair beside him. Have a seat. Thank you for visiting. And please, don't keep your head down while speaking. It doesn't suit a lady of your stature. Hinata obediently sat down, tilting her head in curiosity. Then what do I resemble? Like the maid of a noble lady, Naruto replied with utmost seriousness. Maid? Hinata paused, then realized the implication, her cheeks puffing up in a pout as she turned away. Refusing to meet his gaze, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable reaction. I'm not mocking you. I simply mean that a beautiful girl like you should be more poised and confident. Hinata suddenly turned back. What did you say? I meant I'm not mocking you. Hinata interjected. It's not that. Naruto, grasping what Hinata wished to hear, replied clearly. Hinata, you are very beautiful. These simple words detonated within Hinata's heart like a bomb. In an instant, all the bittersweet feelings of her secret admiration surged forth, the concealed affection bubbling to the surface. A light breeze lifted the strands of her hair, and a radiant smile graced her face. In the corridor outside, Neji leaned against the wall, eavesdropping on their conversation. His eyes widened in irritation, his teeth grinding in frustration. When did Naruto become so despicable? My foolish sister. Is she really going to be duped by this guy? How infuriating. Sensing the atmosphere had turned overly intimate, Naruto quickly shifted the topic. Hinata, do you know where to submit the ninja registration form? Suppressing her rising smile, Hinata promptly replied, It's in the office on the first floor of the Hokage building. Today is the last day for registration. What? Naruto sprang up from his bed in alarm. Ichiraku is utterly unreliable. How could he not inform me about this? Hinata, I heard from Ichiraku-sensei that you passed the graduation exam. Did you not submit your ninja registration form? Would you like me to accompany you? And no. Naruto began to refuse, but suddenly realized he could not recall the exact location of the Hokage building. Glancing at the wall clock, he saw it was already 5:18. The office staff would leave by 5:30. Without hesitation, Naruto quickly got out of bed, slipped on his sandals, and crouched down. I must have hit my head. I can't remember where the Hokage building is. Hinata, guide me. Hinata nervously fidgeted with her clothes, feeling at a loss. Hurry, otherwise they'll leave. Naruto urged. Oh, okay. With a fluttering heart, Hinata climbed onto Naruto's back. Hinata, Neji burst into the room, intending to intervene. Just then, with a whoosh, Naruto leaped out of the window, carrying Hinata with him. That despicable Naruto. He whisked Hinata away. Neji, both her cousin and protector, felt as though his prized cabbage had been snatched by a pig. He quickly dashed to the window, but Naruto and Hinata had already vanished without a trace. On the rooftops beside the road, Naruto sprinted at incredible speed, carrying Hinata. She clung tightly to his neck, her veins popping as she activated her Byakugan. Turn right in 500 meters. Naruto, momentarily dazed, chuckled, haha, I've got a GPS on my back. Hinata, using her Byakugan to keep pace with Naruto, directed him while inhaling the scent of antiseptic that lingered on him, her heart racing. Meanwhile, Lee, burdened with weights, spotted Naruto racing across the rooftops. Naruto, is this a new training method? Fantastic. I'll challenge you to a long-distance run. Without a moment and Appo's pause, Lee leapt onto the roof to pursue. However, the added weights proved too much. As he jumped, the roof collapsed beneath him, and he fell directly into the women's bathhouse below. Pervert. There's a lewd man here. Capture him and take him to the Konoha Guard Division. Ignoring the chaos behind him, Naruto remained focused on his path. At 5:28, he finally arrived at the first floor of the Hokage building. Hinata pointed ahead, exclaiming, That's the office. At the office entrance, a small boy was peeking through the door crack. Hey kid, get out of the way. Naruto kicked the sneaky boy aside and pushed the door open. The staff inside, busy sorting forms, along with the third Hokage who was smoking a cigarette, turned sharply to face the two at the doorway. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Hinata shyly covered her flushed cheeks. Naruto strode directly into the office, declaring loudly, Forms. Quickly, hand me the ninja registration form. I need to fill it out. Chapter 13. The home tutor, the third Hokage, wore a perplexed expression. Naruto gently placed Hinata down from his back and exclaimed, Wait. ISN and Appo's. Today the last day for registration? The third Hokage nodded. Indeed. However, Naruto, Ichiraku has already submitted your ninja registration form. What? Naruto responded, awkwardly scraping his toe against his tattered sandals. At that moment, the little brat whom Naruto had just kicked flew in, clutching his nose. Who the hell are you? How dare you ambush me? Are you trying to steal my position as Hokage? Sarutobi Konohamaru shouted at Naruto. Whose child is this? Naruto inquired, glancing at the third Hokage. The third Hokage, rubbing his temples in mild irritation, replied, This is my grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru. Naruto nodded, recognizing that at that age, children can be quite troublesome. At that moment, Ebisu walked in from outside and immediately noticed the blood dripping onto the floor. Konohamaru, what happened? Konohamaru stuffed paper into his nose nonchalantly, saying, I was careless and didn't dodge. This blonde idiot ambushed me. Ebisu cast a glance at Naruto, who stood protectively in front of Hinata. Konohamaru, I advise you not to associate with that. Uzumaki Naruto. It will lead you astray. Naruto chuckled. Oh, come on. If I had a servant to look after me, maybe I wouldn't have faced food poisoning at home and almost died. Servant? I am Konohamaru and Appo's tutor. Ebisu adjusted his round sunglasses, asserting his role. Naruto dismissed him. Hinata, let us go. Okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied softly, obediently following him. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and called out, Remember to go to school for class placement tomorrow. Got it. Naruto waved his hand as he exited the office. Lord Hokage, do you truly intend to allow Naruto to become a ninja? Although he possesses some talent in ninjutsu, I believe his character leaves much to be desired. Ebisu expressed his concerns. The third Hokage gestured to the wall clock. All right, you may leave for the day. Seizing the opportunity, Konohamaru dashed out when no one was watching. Hey, fight me. Whoever wins gets to be Hokage. As Naruto and Hinata strolled down the street, he turned to see Konohamaru, missing 2 teeth, brandishing a kunai in an aggressive stance. I concede. You can have the Hokage position. Go home and tell your grandfather to abdicate and prepare for your coronation. Naruto declared, attempting to walk away. Ebisu and Appo's voice rang out, Konohamaru. Do not associate with such a morally dubious individual. It will only lead you further from the Hokage position. Naruto halted in his tracks. Hinata turned, anger evident on her face. Naruto is not a morally dubious person. Naruto chuckled. I used to doodle on the Hokage rock, you know? Should I bear the blame for the Ninetales' destruction of the village for the rest of my life? If I ever feel unhappy, I might just unleash the fox. You can sort it out with it. Upholding virtue. Don't be naive. If all ninjas were paragons of virtue, who would handle the dirty work? Before Ebisu could respond, Naruto turned to leave. Wait. Ebisu executed a body flicker technique, appearing in front of Naruto. Do you have any objections to my teaching philosophy as a special jonin? Oh, you wish to challenge me, a newly minted genin of Konoha? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Konohamaru, excitedly watching the confrontation, urged, Ebisu-sensei, teach this jerk a lesson for me. I'll pass the Hokage position to you in the future. Ebisu, unwilling to let his authority be challenged before his student, knew he had to teach Naruto a lesson right then and there. Hinata, step back. Naruto-kun. Hinata, though worried, obediently distanced herself. Fire style. Naruto shouted, though the hand seals he formed were not for fire style. Ebisu instantly appeared behind Naruto, aiming a knife hand strike at his neck. Naruto unleashed a surge of chakra, creating a circular chakra shield that deflected Ebisu and Appo's attack. With a series of loud bangs, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones suddenly appeared on the street. Shadow clone jutsu. Ebisu gasped, shocked. Wasn't it said that the incident involving the stolen sealing book was framed on Naruto, and he had never even come into contact with it? Naruto's original form vanished, blending in with the multitude of shadow clones. Ebisu reacted swiftly, drawing a scroll and summoning hundreds of shuriken, launching them at all the surrounding clones. Initially, he intended just to give Naruto a light reprimand, but now he had to take things seriously. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of shuriken struck their targets with precision, embedding into the clones. However, the clones did not dissipate immediately. They staggered forward, injured, charging toward Ebisu. Ebisu quickly utilized substitution and shadow clone techniques to evade. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, Naruto's clones relentlessly pursued his original form. My shadow clone technique is flawless. How did you discern my true form? Ebisu shouted in frustration. Konohamaru, watching the spectacle, exclaimed in excitement. This guy is incredible. He can create so many clones. Hinata stood anxiously at the sidewalk, her heart racing as she watched the shuriken embedded in Naruto's clones, fearing for his safety. Ebisu kicked at a charging shadow clone, but in a sudden twist, Konohamaru appeared behind it. Ebisu instinctively attempted to retract his leg, but that moment of hesitation allowed Naruto to exploit the opening. Hundreds of clones surged forward, swiftly immobilizing Ebisu and Appo's arms and legs. As Naruto captured him, Ebisu spat curses, "You despicable brat." Naruto approached him with a smile. "I haven't and Appo's even played dirty yet. On the battlefield, the enemy will always be more underhanded than I am." Surviving is more important than anything else. With that, Naruto released the multiple shadow clones, and the sensations of pain they endured instantly transferred back to his original form. Ouch! Naruto gasped as he felt the sharp pang of pain, realizing he would need to gradually adapt to various sensations. In the future, when the human and demon were to experience suffering together, the pain would be shared with him as well. Seeing his teacher defeated, Konohamaru did not express disappointment. Instead, he seemed exhilarated. He slid to his knees in front of Naruto, proclaiming loudly, "I pay my respects to you, oh brother." Chapter 14. Naruto's teaching time. Ebisu gazed at his student, who surprisingly wished to acknowledge Naruto as an elder brother. A flicker of irritation stirred within him, yet having just been bested by Naruto, he could only endure. Observing the admiration gleaming in Konohamaru's eyes, Naruto sighed and said, "You aspire to be my little brother? I must first assess your abilities." Ebisu muttered under his breath, "Young Master Konohamaru is quite intelligent. If you accept me as your little brother, I shall allow you to become Hokage first." Konohamaru and Appo's face radiated sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto addressed the kneeling Konohamaru, "Youngster, if you master this technique, I shall accept you as my little brother." "What ninjutsu is it? I will surely learn it," Konohamaru exclaimed. Naruto formed a hand seal and declared, "Chakra sword technique." One of the shurikens that had previously fallen to the ground quivered and soared directly towards Naruto. "What is this?" Ebisu was secretly astonished. It bore resemblance to the puppet manipulation techniques of Tsunagakure. Hinata, her blood vessels prominent, activated her Byakugan to scrutinize Naruto, observing a thread of chakra surrounding him. To her amazement, Naruto could control chakra with such precision, truly remarkable. Suddenly, Konohamaru sprang to his feet, his eyes wide as he beheld the shuriken swirling around Naruto like a butterfly. The principle lay in condensing chakra into threads and manipulating the shuriken through those threads. As Naruto gently guided the shuriken to a halt before Konohamaru, he said, "Practice with this." Konohamaru eagerly grasped the shuriken, declaring, "I will definitely master this technique. You must not take any other little brothers." He dashed towards the training grounds of the Sarutobi family with fervor. Naruto indeed possesses exceptional control over chakra. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses and followed Konohamaru's lead. Watching the two sprint beneath the setting sun, Naruto murmured, "Let us head home." "Naruto-kun," Hinata called softly. Naruto turned, puzzled, as he noticed the rosy glow on Hinata and Appo's cheeks illuminated by the sunset. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly requested, "Could you teach me how to control chakra? I wish to keep pace with you." Naruto nodded. "Then, let us see your Hyuga gentle fist." "All right." Hinata assumed her stance, her palms instantly enveloped in blue chakra. Naruto's keen eyes detected the flow of chakra within her. Having previously encountered Neji, he understood the techniques of the Hyuga clan, which involved channeling chakra into an opponent's chakra points, a method fraught with limitations. If the enemy refrained from close combat and one lacked ranged attacks, one could only resort to throwing shurikens, could one not? As he spoke, Naruto circled behind Hinata and gently held her wrist. "And Naruto?" Hinata's heart raced, causing the flow of chakra within her to falter. "Steady your mind," Naruto whispered. "Yes." Hinata immediately focused. Naruto then softly released his chakra through his hands, instructing, "Remember this sensation." Hinata felt a surge of formidable chakra coursing into her from her inner point, flowing through her wrist and fingertips. "Condense the chakra. Compress it further." Under Naruto's guidance, the chakra enveloping Hinata's palms began to shift shape. Deeply engrossed in refining her chakra, Hinata inadvertently broke into a sweat. Her comprehension and determination were exceptional, allowing her to grasp the technique swiftly. Just then, a drenched Rock Lee approached them, exclaiming, "Naruto, I finally found you. Let us race." A mischievous smile crept across Naruto's lips. An opportunity had presented itself. "Beware, bushy brows," he shouted, shaking Hinata's right hand. The chakra from Hinata's right hand shot towards Lee, who, having anticipated danger, executed a 360-degree flip in midair and landed gracefully. "Humph. If you wish to ambush me, Naruto, you must try harder." Before he could finish, Naruto covered Hinata's eyes, declaring, "What you cannot see cannot harm you." In the next moment, Lee's black training belt snapped, causing his pants to fall down with a clatter. Oh, if only there were a camera. As Naruto observed the scene under the twilight, the hidden Umbu shinobi, secretly monitoring, Recorded this moment for future reference in Konoha's archives. Naruto-kun? What just happened? Hinata inquired, perplexed. Suppressing his laughter, Naruto replied, nothing of consequence occurred. Lee hastily pulled up his pants, tears streaming down his face as he scolded, Naruto, you scoundrel. How despicable. You resort to such underhanded tactics instead of facing me openly. I shall teach you a lesson next time. As Lee fled in embarrassment, Naruto released Hinata's eyes, advising, return and practice diligently. This will greatly enhance your attack range. Thank you. Hinata expressed her gratitude before reluctantly departing. It was only then that Naruto remembered he had yet to eat the watermelon Hinata gifted him, and he turned towards the hospital. The following day, all newly graduated genin who had passed the exams and submitted their applications returned to the ninja school for class assignments. Now adorned with headbands, Naruto entered the classroom and took a seat beside Shino. Hey Shino, shall we form a team? Shino turned to Naruto, replying, your sunglasses are not as stylish as mine. Furthermore, class assignments are carefully determined by the village SJ. We cannot form teams at will. This is disappointing. Could you teach me how to raise insects? You like insects? Shino's interest piqued at Naruto's enthusiasm. He extended his fingertip to reveal a tiny black insect the size of a grain of rice. Not that kind of insect. I wish to cultivate mites. Mites? Shino's interest waned. To him, mites clearly did not belong within the realm of insects. I have a relative who enjoys raising very small creatures. Oh, could you introduce me? Naruto leaned closer, inquiring. Shino shook his head, firmly declining. I cannot. Come now, we're comrades. Why be so stingy? At that moment, Ichiraku entered the classroom, carrying a stack of registration forms. He surveyed the whispering genin and cleared his throat. Attention, we shall now commence class assignments. Chapter 15, Class Division. First and foremost, congratulations on becoming genin. This journey has just begun, and your teacher eagerly anticipates your future performances. I sincerely hope that you will surpass your predecessors and venture further along the path of a ninja. Ichiraku presented a chart and continued, stating that the class division is based on a reasonable pairing of your individual characteristics. The genin below were filled with impatience, eager to discover who their teammates would be. For in the world of ninjas, missions are a matter of life and death, and the reliability of one's companions significantly enhances the odds of survival. Ichiraku announced the members of Class 3, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, and Tintin, under the guidance of Jonin Gai. Hey, from now on, we are both comrades and rivals, exclaimed Rock Lee, giving Neji a thumbs up and flashing his dazzling white teeth. Tintin muttered, Neji seems all right, quiet and composed, while that Rock Lee is rather peculiar. Neji paid no heed to Lee's attempts at camaraderie, occasionally glancing at Hinata and Naruto. Ichiraku continued, announcing the members of Class 8, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka, under the mentorship of Jonin Kurenai Yuhi. Upon hearing her name, Hinata's face fell slightly. She had hoped to be in the same class as Naruto. Naruto, too, felt a twinge of disappointment. How could he forge a bond with Shino now? Kiba and his partner Akamaru shivered as the scent of Shino's insects wafted by. After announcing several more classes, Ichiraku revealed the members of Class 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi, under Jonin Asuma Sarutobi. Ino's face immediately darkened. She had not been placed in the same class as Sasuke. Shikamaru sighed. Honestly, how could they possibly separate the Ino Shikicho trio? Choji remained silent, munching on chips. Finally, Ichiraku announced Class 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, guided by Jonin Kakashi Hitaki. Hooray! Sakura exclaimed, leaping from her seat in joy. Sasuke, with his hands cupped before his mouth, remarked coldly, this makes it much easier to provoke Naruto into a fight. After completing the class assignments for all the genin, Ichiraku instructed them to head to their designated classrooms and meet their Jonin instructors. Naruto stood up and made his way toward the classroom door, with Sakura shyly trailing behind Sasuke. The trio arrived at an empty classroom. Before our instructor arrives, let us have a spar, Sasuke proposed, cracking his knuckles as he eyed Naruto. Aren't you annoying? Naruto retorted, slumping in his chair, clearly uninterested. What kind of attitude is that? Sakura shot a glare at Naruto, then smiled at Sasuke. Don't mind this irritating guy. Sasuke ignored Sakura, pulling out a 1,000-yen bill and slamming it onto the desk with an air of authority. Fight with me. The money suddenly fluttered into Naruto's hands. He retrieved his bulging frog wallet and stuffed the freshly acquired cash inside. Putting away his wallet, Naruto feigned weakness, saying, I'm still recovering from my injuries. Let us try something different today. Sasuke nodded. You lead. Naruto tossed aside his issued safety sandals and declared, Dodge my throne sandals. Even if you win, it counts. Sakura shouted, Naruto, you're insulting Sasuke. Naruto smirked, you better dodge too, or I'll smack you with the soul. In the next moment, Naruto's sandals soared through the air, heading straight for Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, deftly maneuvering around the not-so-spacious classroom, narrowly avoiding the relentless footwear. Just as Sakura assumed it was all in good fun, the sandal made a sudden sharp turn, aiming directly for her backside. With a loud slap, Sakura yelped, but I'm a girl. Naruto chuckled, Sakura Haruno out. The sandal continued its pursuit, once again targeting Sasuke. He dodged continuously, but ultimately found himself cornered against the door. How infuriating, I can't evade it, Sasuke thought, pressed against the door with no escape. A mischievous grin crept onto Naruto's face as he whispered, Naruto Uzumaki wins. The sandal hurtled towards Sasuke's face, but just then, the door creaked open. Sasuke ducked, shielding his face with his arm. Kakashi Hitachi's face peeked through the door. Oh, am I late? A loud slap echoed as Naruto's sandal smacked Kakashi squarely in the face. Chapter 16. Hitachi Kakashi. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. Suddenly, Naruto's shoe clattered to the floor with a resounding thud, leaving a shoe print on Kakashi's face. With a chuckle, Kakashi straightened his posture, his once lethargic eyes now sharp and alert. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Let us forego the self-introductions. You are all already acquainted, and I have reviewed your profiles. Thus, we shall proceed directly to the assessment. Those who fail will have their status as ninjas revoked. Follow me. With that, Kakashi turned and departed. Sasuke stood and followed suit. Sakura shot a glare at Naruto, blaming him for offending their instructor. Sasuke, wait for me. Nonchalantly, Naruto shrugged and put on his shoes before stepping out. The four soon arrived at a grassy area beside a forest. Kakashi produced a clock and set it down on the grass. There are still 2 hours until noon, he announced while waving the object in his hand. I possess 2 bells. Your task is to seize them from me within the next 2 hours. Failure to do so will result in either repeating ninja school or abandoning your aspirations of becoming a ninja altogether. Sakura raised her hand and asked, Kakashi-sensei, is it only necessary to acquire the bells? Are there no other requirements? Kakashi replied coolly, there are only 2 bells, and consequently, only 2 of you may pass the assessment. How harsh! Sakura exclaimed. Complaining counts as time wasted, Kakashi retorted. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sasuke and Sakura vanished into the woods, stealthily observing Kakashi's every move. Kakashi-sensei, are you overestimating yourself? Naruto remarked, eyeing Kakashi's lethargic gaze. Kakashi secured the 2 bells to his waist and replied, I hold grudges, Naruto. You'd best be cautious. In an instant, Kakashi vanished and reappeared behind Naruto. Crouching low. Leaf Village's ultimate technique. 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi's hands formed a crude gesture as he aimed directly at Naruto. A loud pop echoed through the forest as Sasuke and Sakura instinctively covered their backsides upon witnessing the scene. Naruto tightened his glutes and smiled, turning to face Kakashi. Gotcha. Kakashi sensed something amiss and attempted to retract his hand, only to find it firmly grasped. At that moment, a stone behind Kakashi morphed into Naruto and Appo's likeness. This was the real Naruto. He had set a trap prior to Kakashi's explanation of the assessment. Bells. Sakura shouted, launching a shuriken at Naruto. Get lost. Don't interfere with my plan to catch Kakashi. Sasuke, not to be outdone, utilized the body flicker technique to close in on Kakashi. Just as Naruto's fingers were about to touch the bells, Kakashi sprang into action, executing a forward somersault to evade both Naruto and Sasuke's grasp, simultaneously shaking off Naruto's shadow clone. With a swift motion, Kakashi vanished into thin air, reappearing atop a nearby stump. That was close. Today and Appo's youth all seemed to channel Obito and Appo's spirit. Kakashi mused, pulling out a book titled Intimate Paradise and casually flipping through its pages. Naruto tilted his head to dodge a shuriken aimed by Sakura, then began forming hand seals. You still have time to read? Shadow Clone Technique. Hundreds of Naruto clones surrounded Kakashi in an instant. All the clones began gathering chakra in their mouths. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of chakra spheres erupted forth, hurtling towards Kakashi perched atop the stump. Such an unexpected maneuver. Kakashi exclaimed, momentarily distracted by a provocative passage in his book. He leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the barrage of chakra spheres. Sasuke seized the opportunity, swiftly completing hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's chest, soaring towards Kakashi in midair. Sakura swiftly positioned herself beneath Kakashi, awaiting his descent. As the flames approached, Kakashi tucked the book under his arm, lifted his eye patch, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan, and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball, nearly double the size of Sasuke's, descended from the heavens. Is the Great Fireball Jutsu so common now? Who can't perform it? Sasuke realized his disadvantage and hastily retreated. Sakura stood frozen, mesmerized by the rain of fire. Run. Seeing this, the real Naruto, initially charging towards the bells amidst the flames, redirected a chakra thread to ensnare Sakura's ankle, yanking her away just in time. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck the ground. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura took refuge in the woods. As the flames gradually extinguished, Kakashi emerged from the smoke, his left eye glowing red. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Why does he possess a Sharingan? And it's activated to 3-tomo. Sakura trembled slightly as she sat on the ground. Is this the power of a Nin? Naruto felt exhilarated. A Nin truly is on another level, far beyond the likes of that fishy character Mizuki. Kakashi turned a page of his book, commenting, "For Genin, forcing me to this extent is quite commendable. However, your goal is not to defeat me, but to seize the bells from my waist. I'm going to teach this guy a lesson. Don't hold me back," Naruto declared to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto as if he were a fool, thinking, is he out of his mind? Chapter 17, Coercion Weight. Sakura exclaimed, grasping Naruto and Appo's arm. There are only 2 bells, which means one of us will lose the chance to become a ninja. Sasuke and Appo's expression turned grave. Haruno Sakura, you are the weakest here. You should forfeit voluntarily. Sasuke, do you really hate me that much? Tears glimmered in Sakura's eyes. Naruto sighed. How poignant it is that one has feelings while the other remains indifferent. Could you please use your brains? Both Sasuke and Sakura turned to face Naruto. The village invested a great deal in nurturing us as ninja. Are we really going to give up because of Kakashi's words? The bells are merely a test to incite discord among us. I'll snatch the bells and distribute them to you. With that, Naruto broke free from Sakura's grip and dashed into the woods. Kakashi, holding a book in one hand, surveyed the charred ground scattered with Naruto's shadow clones. Hey Naruto, your shadow clones are quite unique. They've all been defeated, yet still maintain their form. Seeing this, Naruto dispelled the jutsu, and the clones vanished. Is it really appropriate for a jonin like you to bully newcomers? How about we practice some taijutsu? Naruto flexed his wrists and stepped forward. Kakashi lowered his eye mask, concealing his chakra-draining Sharingan. While my taijutsu may not match Guy and Appo's, it should suffice to entertain you novices. With a swish, the two transformed into mere afterimages. Moving swiftly across the scorched earth, they've vanished. Sakura stared bewildered at the empty space, unable to catch sight of Kakashi and Naruto. Sasuke's eyes darted rapidly, and with the aid of his Sharingan, he could barely discern their movements. Naruto is actually able to hold his own against a jonin. How infuriating. How can he be so much stronger than I am? Kakashi blocked one of Naruto and Appo's fierce kicks with his arm. Naruto, how is it that after such a serious illness, you transformed from the last in class to someone so formidable? In midair, Naruto twisted his body and executed another kick, exclaiming, "Destiny." With a resounding thud, Kakashi was sent flying. Naruto landed and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, soaring just above the ground. I'll take the bells, he declared, reaching for the bells hanging from Kakashi's waist. Huh, you even told me. Kakashi swiftly swatted Naruto's hand aside. You're still too inexperienced. Before he could finish, his normally languid eyes widened in shock. Although Naruto's hand did not touch the bells, an invisible force severed the rope, sending the bells flying toward the woods. Now's my chance. Sasuke dashed from the trees, sprinting toward the bells. Kakashi landed and steadied himself, intent on retrieving the bells. Just then, Naruto called out, "What book are you reading?" Oh no, Kakashi thought. But it was too late. Naruto had snatched the book titled Make Out Paradise from his right hand. Seizing the moment of distraction, Sasuke successfully caught one of the bells and tossed it to Sakura while twisting in midair. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly distanced himself from Kakashi, standing beneath a large tree as he flipped through the yellow-covered book. Make Out Paradise? A signed edition? By Jiraiya. He began reading aloud, his fingers tracing over the text. His fingertips traversed 2 towering peaks, arriving at a secluded spring where he bent down to savor the sweet water. Kakashi's face flushed instantly, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Naruto, you brat. Experience my lightning cutter. Seeing the enraged Kakashi charging at him with electricity crackling, Naruto hastily shielded himself with Make Out Paradise. Do you believe I will destroy this little book? Kakashi skidded to a halt, plunging his lightning cutter into the ground, creating a massive crater. You all passed the test, Kakashi declared, raising his hands and shouting without hesitation. A smirk crept onto Naruto's face as he closed Make Out Paradise and tossed it toward Kakashi. Ah, it seems being a ninja makes finding a partner quite difficult. A jonin like you relying on such a book to alleviate your loneliness. Kakashi caught Make Out Paradise, inspecting it with a pained expression. Thank goodness. This edition is signed by Master Jiraiya. If it were damaged, I could never replace it. What do you know, Naruto? This is called art. Without certain life experiences, one cannot truly appreciate the depth within Jiraiya's works. Naruto rolled his eyes. Human. Art. I don't understand. Sakura approached Sasuke, holding a bell, feeling anxious. I feel like I didn't contribute much to this test. Sasuke remained silent, sharing her sentiment of having won effortlessly. What did Naruto just read? Sakura asked, curiosity piqued. A hint of crimson appeared on Sasuke's normally stoic face as he turned away, replying. How would I know about such things? Kakashi carefully tucked away his treasured Make Out Paradise and approached the now-melted clock, glancing at the halted hands. Since you've all passed, return to the village and take on missions. Seriously? We're starting so soon? Sakura was still adjusting to her new identity as a ninja. Naruto leaned closer to the disgruntled Kakashi and asked, do we get paid for missions? Kakashi narrowed his fish-like eyes. Of course, but as your captain, I will require 10% of your earnings from each mission. Naruto nodded. Well, that seems reasonable. Who would willingly mentor newcomers without a little incentive? Since Ren and Appo's death, it had been years since Kakashi had been this angry. He kicked Naruto and Appo's backside. You, Naruto, will owe 30%. Naruto yelped and ran away. Half an hour later, the 4 arrived at the mission office in Konoha. The clerk behind the counter glanced at Kakashi before flipping through the task listings. Another batch of newcomers. Let us see. Ah, here it is. A D-rank mission. Capture a peeping Tom at the bathhouse. Reward 5,000 Rio. Upon hearing the words peeping Tom, Sakura shivered involuntarily. Sasuke and Naruto both asked, why is it only a D-rank? Kakashi explained, genin always start with D-rank missions. Naruto nodded. Alright, D-rank it is. This task is so simple. You should be able to finish it before dark. As your captain, I have other matters to attend to. So good luck, Kakashi said before disappearing in a flash. Kakashi-sensei, that's incredibly irresponsible. Sakura shouted, but received no response. Sasuke scoffed. Watch me catch this pervert in no time. Chapter 18. The turmoil of adolescence. Sasuke gazed upward at the gaping hole in the bathhouse ceiling, turning to the proprietor with a question. When did this incident occur? Did anyone see the appearance of the voyeur? The rotund bathhouse owner pondered for a moment before responding. Yesterday afternoon, the voyeur fell from the ceiling. However, the mist was thick, and he was covering his face, so the patrons only noticed his bushy eyebrows. Upon hearing the owner's description, Sakura clenched her fists in frustration. This is unacceptable. We must capture this individual and give him a thorough beating. Bushy eyebrows. Naruto, squatting nearby, suddenly recalled a familiar face. Could it be Rock Lee? When I saw him yesterday afternoon, he was indeed drenched, and the timing aligns. Sakura noticed Sasuke diligently searching for clues while Naruto remained lost in thought, prompting her to question, Naruto, why are you just sitting there? Kakashi-sensei has tasked us with completing this mission before nightfall. It's nothing, just a bug on the ground, Naruto replied, holding up a dead black insect in front of Sakura. How childish. Sakura retreated a few steps in disgust. Why don't we split into 2 groups? I'll search for clues. Naruto stood up and addressed Sasuke. Let's divide our efforts. Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of being alone with Sasuke. Yes. Splitting up will double our efficiency. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Naruto promptly exited the bathhouse. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of thuds, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones dispersed from the entrance. Half an hour later, one of Naruto's clones, stationed at a training ground, spotted Rock Lee performing handstand sprints. Found the voyeur. The The clone immediately dispelled itself, relaying the information back to the original Naruto. A few minutes later, Naruto arrived at the training ground. Hey, bushy eyebrows. Upon hearing his name, Lee executed several flips before soaring into the air, landing gracefully on the ground. Naruto, are you here to challenge me? Naruto approached Lee, squinting at him. Is your class not having any assessments? Lee nodded vigorously. Teacher Kurenai mentioned there will be an assessment tomorrow morning. By the way, Naruto, what brings you here? Naruto hesitated, observing Lee's innocent demeanor. Did you go to the bathhouse in the village yesterday? Lee's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly covered Naruto's mouth. I accidentally fell. I am not a voyeur. Naruto broke free, wearing a knowing expression. Adolescence can be a tumultuous time. I can understand that, but one should not stray down the wrong path due to hormones. Lee and Appo's face flushed crimson as he realized Naruto and Appo's implications. It wasn't Appo's, Timmy. It was, and what was it? Naruto pressed. Sighing heavily, Lee admitted. When I fell through the ceiling, there was someone on the roof. Oh, Naruto and Appo's curiosity peaked. Who? Lee and Appo's expression wavered for a moment before he revealed an unexpected name. Shino. Aburame Shino. I crashed through the ceiling into the pool, and he slipped away in the chaos. Hearing this name, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. Shino appears so serious. I never would have guessed he had such a penchant for mischief. Finally, I have found a lead. Lee, sensing Naruto's contemplative demeanor, anxiously asked, Naruto, do you not believe me? Am I now considered a traitor for revealing a comrade's secret to protect my own reputation? Placing a reassuring hand on Lee's shoulder, Naruto regarded him with a sympathetic expression. I believe you. Rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately. You are not betraying your comrade. Rather, you are guiding Shino back to the right path, which is indeed a noble act. Really? Lee and Appo's already round eyes widened even further. Naruto nodded emphatically. Indeed. Now, continue to pour your youthful energy into your training. I must take my leave. With that, Naruto vanished in an instant. Lee wiped away a tear of gratitude, reflecting, Naruto is truly a good person. In honor of his trust, I shall run 500 laps around this training ground. Several minutes later, Naruto found himself at Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, Naruto. The usual? Tucci, the owner, inquired without turning around. Naruto paused, surprised. How did you know it was me without looking? Tucci turned with a smile. I have a keen sense of smell. Naruto sniffed himself and then leaned closer to Shino, who was engrossed in his meal. Shino, why do you smell like the bathhouse? Shino's hand froze midair with his chopsticks. Naruto, I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto leaned in closer, asserting, this time, it smells like deceit. Chapter 19. The Bargain with Urgency. Shino whisked Naruto away into a secluded alley. What do you know? Naruto feigned ignorance. What? What should I know? Relief washed over Shino. Nothing. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Our Team 7 undertook a D-rank mission today. Shino and Appo's newfound ease evaporated. To apprehend a pervert peeping into the women's bathhouse. Naruto enunciated each word, his gaze fixed on Shino's sunglasses. That has nothing to do with me. Shino protested, attempting to distance himself. Don't make unfounded accusations. Then what's this? Naruto extended a fingertip upon which rested a minute, black insect. That proves nothing. Shino remained in denial. Even with the Kakache before him, Naruto chuckled softly. Heh, I've also secured a witness. You wouldn't want to escalate matters, would you? Although our graduating class had few girls, don't underestimate their capacity to disseminate information. If Sakura learns you're the voyeur, then Hinata, Tintin, and Ino will follow suit. These four will confide in their respective families, and soon the entire village will know. You can forget about finding a wife. The village girls will avoid you like the plague. The adults will regard you with disdain, and the children will chase you. Chanting pervert. Naruto's vivid depiction caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down Shino's forehead as he imagined the scornful gazes. Naruto, help me. Shino pleaded, clutching Naruto's arm. I merely sought to verify if Paradise Kiss and Appo's description of a woman and Appo's breasts as being as soft as clouds was accurate. I and Appo's am not a degenerate. Naruto mentally lamented. That Paradise Kiss is a blight upon Konoha, corrupting generations. If I ever encounter Jiraiya, I'll have to inquire about his creative process. Patting Shino's shoulder reassuringly, Naruto said, adolescence is a turbulent time, and mistakes are inevitable. but one mustn't allow hormones to dictate their actions. Shino's head sank lower, his face disappearing into the collar of his high-neck jacket. Naruto and Appos. S tone shifted abruptly. This matter ISN and Appos. T without a solution. Shino and Appos. S head snapped up. Help me, Naruto. I don't want to be branded a pervert. Naruto hesitated. Helping you wouldn't be impossible, but... Shino's sunglasses glinted. What's the condition? Name it. If you assist me in cultivating mites, I'll resolve this predicament for you. Naruto declared earnestly. Now it was Shino's turn to waver. That might be asking too much. Only one of our clan elders possesses the technique to cultivate such minute insects. Oh, I see. Naruto shook his head ruefully. Then I suppose we and Appos. LL have to turn you in. If the bathhouse owner provides a letter of leniency, you might escape punishment. But your Aburame clan and Amp, Appos, S crest will be forever tarnished. Shino seized Naruto and Amp, Appos, S arm, his voice urgent. That elder has been searching for a specific beetle. If we could acquire one, he might impart the mite cultivation technique. Beetle? Where can it be found? Is it rare? Naruto inquired. The Frost Hercules beetle. It's indigenous to the Land of Waves, and few have managed to capture it. The Land of Waves. Naruto mused, stroking his chin. Tasking Shino with catching a beetle. Given his lack of dexterity, that's too risky. I'll have to capture this Frost Hercules beetle myself. Can ninjas leave the country without authorization? Naruto asked. No. But the mission assignment desk has a C-rank mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto patted Shino and Amp, Appos, S hand. Provide me with a picture of the Frost Hercules beetle tomorrow. I and Amp, Appos, LL take care of your problem right away. Naruto. Shino clasped Naruto and Amp, Appos, S hand. His voice thick with emotion. You're a true friend. Naruto grinned. As the saying goes, at home, rely on your parents. When traveling, rely on your friends. I have no parents, but I can certainly rely on my friends. As dusk settled, Sasuke and Sakura, weary from their efforts, arrived at the bathhouse entrance. They found Naruto engaged in jovial conversation with the bathhouse owner. Please patronize my establishment frequently, Naruto. Anytime you visit, I and Appos. LL give you a 50% discount. The bathhouse owner beamed, a stark contrast to his earlier distress. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. You're too kind, sir. I'll bring my friends here often. Of course. Of course. The bathhouse owner nodded profusely, slipping a discount card into Naruto's hand before returning to his establishment, chuckling. Sakura rushed forward. Was the pervert apprehended? Naruto shook his head. Sasuke looked perplexed. Then why is the bathhouse owner so cheerful? At that moment, Kakashi appeared. He leaned down, his gaze fixed on Naruto's sunglasses. How did you persuade the bathhouse owner to drop the charges? Naruto replied cryptically. I offered him a proposition he couldn't and Amp, Appos, T refuse. Sakura sighed in relief, but also with irritation. So the mission was a waste. Sasuke glared at Naruto. You wasted half my time. Kakashi shrugged, his tone laced with sarcasm. Since someone and Amp, Appos, S frog wallet is so flush, that someone can cover the mission and Amp, Appos, as compensation. Naruto sighed. Alas, I and Amp, Appos, am broke. Let and Appos, S defer payment until we undertake a higher-ranked mission and receive the reward. Kakashi nodded. Consider this mission a success. Now, there's a C-rank mission of low danger that would suit you well. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all stared intently at Kakashi. Chapter 20. Special Training. Kakashi spoke slowly to the three of them. Our mission this time is to eliminate the bandits occupying a mine on the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. The reward for successfully completing the task is 30,000 Ryo. 30,000. Sakura's eyes lit up. That meant each person would receive over 7,000. Naruto quickly interjected. ISN and Amp, Appos, T. There also a C-rank mission in the Land of Waves? Does the Land of Fire not have soldiers? Why do we need ninjas for bandit eradication? Kakashi grabbed Naruto's head. Why do you have so many questions? The mission in the Land of Waves has already been taken by Kurenai. We need ninjas for this task because their combat abilities are superior and it and Appos S more cost-effective. Naruto, momentarily at a loss for words, asked, Can we switch missions with teammate? Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Once a mission is accepted, abandoning it midway will result in a deduction from your year-end bonus. Do ninjas even get a year-end bonus? Naruto looked skeptical. Sasuke explained from the side, ninjas are in a high-risk profession. It and Appos S reasonable for their benefits to be a bit better. With a sigh, Naruto realized that the Hidden Leaf Village was indeed a conscientious state enterprise. We and Appos, LL set off a week from now. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., I will conduct special training for you at the training ground on the outskirts of the village. Do not be late. Dismissed. After finishing, Kakashi vanished in an instant. Only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained at the entrance of the bathhouse, exchanging glances. Naruto. Since no one is home, why not train with me? Sasuke said coldly. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. As if you have anyone at home. He added, I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Seeing Naruto depart, Sakura mustered her courage and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, I can train with you too. Not necessary. Sasuke sneered at Sakura, his tone still icy. You're too weak. With that, he turned and walked away in another direction. Sakura stood alone at the bathhouse entrance, clenching her fists and shouting, I must work hard to catch up with you. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had already been at the training ground outside the Hidden Leaf Village for an hour. I knew it. Kakashi would not be punctual. Naruto looked at his cartoon frog watch, exuding exasperation. Perhaps he was delayed by something? Sakura opened her bag and took out her lovingly prepared bento, asking, Sasuke, have you had breakfast? Sasuke pulled a dark object from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. I have soldier pills. In an instant, Sakura was astonished to find that her pink bento box had vanished. Naruto stood behind her, pinching a heart-shaped fried egg from the bento box and tossing it into his mouth, chewing happily. It may be cold, but it's still quite tasty. Naruto. You glutton. Sakura turned and unleashed a powerful punch. Naruto dodged, his golden hair ruffled by the force of Sakura's fist. He then grabbed a small sausage shaped like an octopus and tossed it into his mouth. A sausage infused with a girl's affection tastes divine. Sakura, hearing Naruto's words, felt both embarrassed and furious, and she quickly chased after him. Boring. Sasuke watched the playful antics of the two, filled with disdain, and turned to walk towards the shuriken target. At that moment, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared at the training ground. Hey, am I late? Naruto grabbed Sakura, who was still trying to scold him, and retorted, You're not late. We just arrived early. Feigning ignorance. Kakashi pulled out 6 sheets of chakra sensing paper the size of cigarette boxes. Everyone come over. Let us measure your chakra attributes. Naruto took his bento box, dumped the remaining food into his mouth, and returned the box to Sakura. Are you really not going to choke? Sakura stared in disbelief at Naruto, whose cheeks were bulging alarmingly. Ninja. Technique. Great swallowing. Technique. Countless tiny chakra whirlpools erupted from Naruto's mouth, pulverizing the food. With a gulp, he swallowed it all and walked up to Kakashi, snatching 2 sheets of sensing paper from his hands. How do I use this? Kakashi paused for a moment before saying, Naruto, you might want to participate in the Big Eater Challenge hosted by Ichiraku Ramen. Ignoring Kakashi and Appos' jest, Naruto focused on releasing his chakra. Holding 1 sheet in each hand, he unleashed chakra simultaneously. With a crack, both sheets split in half. Your chakra is wind attribute. Kakashi mused, stroking his chin. Sakura and Sasuke approached, each taking 2 sheets from Kakashi. They mirrored Naruto's actions, but the reactions of their sheets differed. Sakura's sheets reacted. One became wet while the other turned to powder. Sasuke's sheets, however, saw one wrinkle while the other ignited into flames. Curious, Naruto observed the scene. Kakashi patiently explained. Sakura and Appos' chakra attributes are water and earth, while Sasuke and Appos' are lightning and fire. Naruto quickly asked, Kakashi-sensei, what are your chakra attributes? Underneath his mask, Kakashi smiled and replied. A secret then, Kakashi and Appos' tone grew serious. Next, I will teach each of you one ninjutsu, starting with you, Sakura. Watch closely. I will only demonstrate once. With that, Kakashi began forming hand seals at an extremely slow pace. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke watched with wide eyes. Snake. Boar. Dog. Kakashi slammed his palms down onto the ground. Earth style? Earth flow wall. With a powerful shout, a thick earthen wall rose up, encircling the 4 of them. Sakura stared at the towering wall, momentarily dazed, before clenching her fists. I, Haruno Sakura, will definitely learn this ninjutsu. Naruto clapped. Kakashi-sensei, you've chosen the wrong profession. If you applied this ninjutsu to construction, you would surely thrive. If you teamed up with Yamato, the one who works with wood, making a fortune would be a dream come true. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Naruto and Appos' words. Have you met Yamato? Naruto nodded, having seen him next to the Hokage. Kakashi didn't press further, but instead jumped atop the earthen wall. Sasuke, this technique is for you. Kakashi's speed of hand seals increased significantly this time. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, determined to capture every detail. Pig, rabbit, monkey, lightning blade. With a crackling sound, brilliant blue electricity surged from Kakashi's right hand. Chapter 21 Departure Raikiri. Kakashi thrust his right hand, imbued with twisting lightning, into the earthen wall beneath him. With a thunderous roar, the wall crumbled instantaneously, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Witnessing the might of Raikiri, Sasuke's once stoic expression transformed into one of barely contained excitement as he began to gesture with his hands, practicing the sequence of hand seals he had just learned. Naruto brushed off the dust from his clothes and eagerly inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, what powerful jutsu are you going to teach me?" Kakashi murmured thoughtfully, "Perhaps. It is fate for me to pass this jutsu on to Naruto." Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Kakashi, causing the dust to spiral toward the palm of his right hand. A sharp sound resonated as the energy was compressed to its utmost limit. A blue orb of light materialized on Kakashi's palm. Under Naruto's unwavering gaze, this orb swiftly expanded into a sphere, its interior brimming with countless rays of light swirling at high speed. "Rasengan!" Kakashi exclaimed, darting towards a large tree at the edge of the training ground, delivering the pale blue sphere directly to the trunk. Boom! A perfectly circular hole appeared in the tree and Appo's bark. With a crack, the trunk could no longer support its own weight and succumbed, crashing to the ground. "Did you understand?" Kakashi turned to ask. "I got it. This jutsu doesn't require hand seals. I love it," Naruto shouted, brimming with enthusiasm. "Well then, the lesson is over. It's time to practice." Kakashi retrieved Ica Paradise from his pocket, leaping up to perch on a branch of a large tree. Leaning against the trunk, he leisurely began to read. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke each claimed a spot in the training field, diligently practicing. Kakashi occasionally glanced up from his book to observe the trio's progress. The joy of idleness lulled Kakashi into a relaxed position on the branch, even allowing the book to rest over his face as he indulged in a nap. Clouds in the sky swiftly morphed, and the sun began its descent in the west. The three figures in the training ground elongated under the setting sun. Breathless, Sasuke once again initiated the hand seals. CHM. Raikiri. A faint crackling sound emerged. Sasuke and Appo's right hand opened, and several arcs of blue electricity erupted from his skin. "I did it," he cheered, the arcs vanishing in an instant. Not far from Sasuke, Sakura steadied herself and began another series of hand seals. With a firm thrust of her palm toward the ground, she declared, "Doton." Doriheki. A wall, roughly the size of a brick, slowly emerged from the earth. Hee. Sakura brushed her sweat-drenched pink hair from her face. "Not enough. I must strive a little harder." Just then, under the orange glow of the sunset, a brilliant blue light suddenly illuminated the training field. "Run. I can barely contain it," Naruto shouted. Sasuke and Sakura quickly turned toward the source of the light. In the corner of the training area, amidst a raging wind, tiny Naruto was hefting a massive blue sphere of energy with one hand. "Run." Sasuke immediately teleported next to a stunned Sakura, pulling her as they fled. Seeing his teammates escape, Naruto, burdened by the increasingly weighty Rasengan, lumbered slowly toward the tree line at the edge of the training ground. "Huh, has the weather changed?" Kakashi, dozing in the tree, felt a gust of wind and lifted his book to glance at the sky. Nothing's changed. However, a glance downward at the training field sent a chill down his spine. Is that the Rasengan? It can be formed this large. Naruto is truly dangerous. Without hesitation, Kakashi activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from the branch. Naruto's right hand surged with energy as he hurled the enormous Rasengan toward the nearby woods. Yet, at the moment of release, the Rasengan disintegrated, transforming into a tempestuous gale. Naruto's body was swept up like a plastic bag. Kakashi suddenly materialized behind Naruto, grasping him tightly as they retreated. After a few breaths, the members of Team 7 stood, hearts racing, in a clearing over 1,000 meters from the tree line. They watched as a black tornado, swirling with dirt and branches, gradually disappeared into the depths of the forest. Naruto is terrifyingly powerful. I wonder if he could defeat Itachi. Sasuke's gaze towards Naruto was tinged with a hint of jealousy and fear. Sakura, weakened, collapsed to the ground, pondering, is Naruto truly a genius? It seems I have always been the underachiever. Kakashi looked down at the bewildered Naruto and hesitantly asked, Naruto, did using such a high-level jutsu exhaust your chakra? After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, I didn't use my own chakra, I utilized a different kind of energy. Sasuke's pupils contracted at this revelation. Could there be a secret hidden within Naruto? Kakashi, too, pondered, could it be the power of the Nine Tails? Let's call it a day. Kakashi crouched down to lift the exhausted Sakura onto his back and began walking toward the town. Naruto and Sasuke followed closely behind. The 7 days of intensive training passed swiftly. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had all, to varying degrees, mastered the jutsu Kakashi had imparted. On that clear morning, the entire Team 7 stood at the entrance of Kanehagakure, laden with bags, and filling out the village registration forms. The sentry at the gate, Kamizuki Izumo, observed the young ninjas behind Kakashi and couldn't help but exclaim, the new generation of ninjas has truly grown. Beside him, Kotetsu teased, indeed we are getting old. Kakashi handed back the completed forms, remarking, I see you two are quite idle. Upon my return, I shall suggest to Hokage-sama that you both be assigned to the Umbu for further training. Please, Kakashi, the Umbu is not a place for just anyone. I believe you are simply envious of us. As Kakashi bantered with the two sentinels, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi approached, also burdened with their own packs. Kakashi glanced at Asuma and then at Kurenai, his lazy eye narrowing. You too. Asuma casually draped an arm around Kakashi and Appo's shoulders. Be discreet. Please take good care of Kurenai on this journey, and I'll buy you a drink when we return. Kakashi lowered his voice, curious. Are you employing the romantic techniques from Ika Paradise? Asuma quickly covered Kakashi's mouth. I engage in sophisticated pastimes like shogi. How could I be like you? Kurenai shook her head, bypassing the two men to retrieve a village registration form from the sentry and Appo's office. Hinata, spotting Naruto, tightened the straps of her backpack and rushed over. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Naruto-kun, since we will be on this mission together for a while, I hope to rely on you. Chapter 22. The Journey on a Muddy Dirt Road. Kakashi led the way at the front of the group. Following behind were pairs of companions, Sasuke and Kiba, Sakura and Hinata, and Naruto and Shino. At the rear, Yugao strolled leisurely. Naruto nudged Shino, who was silently trudging along, and whispered, Hey Shino, your guiding Jonin is quite the beauty. Her looks and figure are among the best in Konoha. Shino, taken aback, replied in a hushed tone, I thought you were still too young to be interested in women. What brought about this sudden enlightenment? Naruto began to bob his head. I perceive beauty as akin to a skeleton, and a skeleton as beauty. I see beauty as beauty, and a skeleton as a skeleton. Shino's face was a mask of confusion. What does that even mean? Patting Shino on the shoulder, Naruto said, You'll understand when you reach my age. But enough about that. Tell me about your mission. Shino nodded and replied, The Land of Waves is constructing a bridge at the border to connect with the Land of Fire, but local gangs are obstructing the progress. So they sought assistance from the Land of Fire. Our task is to serve as bodyguards for the construction team. Naruto adjusted the strap of his backpack, realizing they were essentially an international peacekeeping force. And about the beetle catching business. Shino and Appo's expression suddenly turned serious. In addition to our mission, I will search for traces of the frost stag beetle. However, whether I can capture it depends entirely on luck. Naruto took out a map from his backpack, studying it intently. The destination for our Team 7's mission isn't too far from the Land of Waves. It should be. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from the front. Hinata, what happened? Sakura asked, supporting Hinata, who looked distressed. I think I twisted my ankle. Hinata replied, her voice faltering. Naruto. Hinata twisted her ankle. You take Shino's backpack. Carry her. Sakura instructed, removing Hinata's backpack and slinging it over her own shoulders, winking at Hinata. The leader, Kakashi, did not pause his stride despite the commotion behind him. Yugao hastened to the front, narrowing her eyes at Hinata, who was crouched down, cradling her ankle. Hinata, your average score in physical training during graduation was 8. Hinata quickly lowered her head, unable to meet Yugao's beautiful crimson gaze. Shino, realizing something, quickly took Naruto's backpack, assuring, don't worry, I won't tell Neji. Yugao glanced back at Naruto, a playful smile gracing her lips. Ah, the youth of today. Just don't slow down our pace. Naruto saw through Sakura and Hinata and Appo's antics but still approached Hinata, squatting down. Come on, Lady Hinata. Hinata suppressed her smile and leaped onto Naruto's back. You're much heavier than the backpack. As soon as Naruto uttered those words, he felt his throat tighten. Just the right time for some physical training. With Hinata on his back, he sprinted down the slippery path. The others soon followed suit, shifting from walking to running. Sakura watched Naruto and Hinata and Appo's retreating figures with envy. Sasuke ran expressionlessly, consumed by thoughts of vengeance and the desire to grow stronger, leaving no room for anything else. Kiba placed Akamaru atop his head and raced forward, declaring, "Naruto, I want to lose to you in speed." After a few hours of rapid movement, Naruto, who had been leading, suddenly halted. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" He gently set Hinata down. "There are suspicious individuals 3 kilometers ahead." 3 kilometers. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. "My Byakugan can only see up to 1 kilometer. Kakashi and Yugao halted beside Naruto, each inquiring, "Why have we stopped? Did you notice something?" Naruto gazed ahead, spotting a figure hiding among the trees 3 kilometers away. Yugao's face reflected astonishment. "Naruto, what kind of high-tech sunglasses do you have? You can see that far? Can I borrow them?" Naruto concealed his enhanced vision and deactivated Sage Mode, handing the sunglasses to Yugao. She put them on, exclaiming, "These are just ordinary sunglasses." After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi addressed the group, "Let us advance a bit further. If Naruto and Appo's claim holds true, we'll ambush that person." Yugao noted the ordinary nature of the sunglasses and returned them to Naruto, stating, "When we are 1 kilometer away from the suspicious individual, Hinata will confirm again with her Byakugan." "Understood." Hinata nodded emphatically. Suddenly, Naruto posed a question that sent a shiver through the other lower-ranked ninjas. "Can we kill?" Kakashi nodded gravely. "During missions, it's essential to eliminate potential threats." With that, Kakashi and Yugao sprinted to the front, while the other 6 lower-ranked ninjas followed closely behind. Minutes later, they halted once more. Hinata stood in the middle of the road, her veins visibly pulsing. Byakugan. Her perception expanded rapidly to a 1-kilometer radius. Naruto was right. There was indeed a figure hiding among the trees ahead. Yugao regarded Naruto with newfound admiration. "Kakashi, you've truly acquired a remarkable subordinate." Kiba sniffed the air, feeling somewhat dejected. "I don't smell anything unusual." Sasuke and Appo's gaze toward Naruto grew increasingly envious. Sakura swallowed nervously. Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Then we'll surround that individual. Yugao will use her Jinjutsu to immobilize them, and I'll take them down." Yugao nodded. "Agreed." Naruto suddenly suggested, "Why don't we take him out from a distance?" Sakura voiced her concerns. "What if they're a good person?" Sasuke coldly replied, "In this desolate wilderness, who would lie in ambush by the roadside if they were a good person?" Naruto added, "That person is wearing a black coat with a red cloud pattern." "The red cloud pattern?" Yugao's expression turned serious. "Could it possibly be the Akatsuki, which has been committing crimes across various borders? We must capture them and interrogate them about the Akatsuki's intentions in the Land of Fire." Kakashi looked at Naruto, asking, "What distance are you referring to?" Naruto pointed downwards. 1 kilometer. Yugao produced a shuriken, stating, "At a kilometer away, shurikens 1T have much lethality." Naruto smiled brightly. "I've developed a new jutsu, perfect for testing it on this individual." The group shivered at the radiant smile on Naruto's face, unable to suppress a chill. Kakashi pondered. Bewildered, this kid seems darker than even the Umbu. Chapter 23, The Masked Man, a New Ninjutsu? Kakashi's eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, widened in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of his companions as they gazed at Naruto. In truth, it was not an entirely new ninjutsu. It was merely an enhanced version of the Rasengan, a technique taught to him by his mentor, Kakashi. Naruto's revelation left Kakashi stunned once more. Within just 7 days, Naruto had not only mastered the exceedingly complex A-rank technique, the Rasengan, but had also managed to refine it. Such an alarming talent. At that moment, Kakashi grasped the significance of a Jinchuriki to a nation. Regrettably, Rin had been forced into becoming one, otherwise she would not have. The Rasengan, developed by the 4th Hokage? Kurenai cast a questioning glance at Kakashi, who, regaining his composure, nodded in affirmation. Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration. Why was it that while he barely grasped the Raikiri, Naruto had already innovated the Rasengan? This sense of inadequacy gnawed at him, especially considering his intention to eliminate Itachi. Kakashi addressed Naruto, urging him to demonstrate his new ninjutsu. "Even if you fail, we have ample time to respond from this distance." "All right, I shall name this technique the Black Orb Rasengan." Naruto declared, opening his right palm as chakra flowed steadily from his hand. A fist-sized, rapidly spinning azure orb took shape instantly. Suddenly, several veins on Naruto and Appo's forearm bulged, and his fingers curled like claws as he grasped the Rasengan tightly, compressing it. The Rasengan gradually diminished in size, its color shifting from a light blue to a deep black. Under the anxious gazes of his companions, the once fist-sized orb shrank to the size of a grain of rice. Kurenai and Appo's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. She could sense the perilous nature of this jutsu. Naruto formed a delicate hand sign, holding the minuscule black orb Rasengan between his fingers, which emitted a sound akin to a cicada's song as it spun with incredible velocity. Go! Naruto locked onto the enemy and Appo's position with his heavy gaze, flicking his fingers forward. The black orb Rasengan transformed into a dark streak, shooting forth with astonishing speed. What is that sound of cicadas? Uchiha Obito, seated cross-legged on a branch, suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent. Without hesitation, he activated his intangibility ability. In the next moment, the black streak pierced through his body. The sound of the cicada ceased abruptly as the black orb Rasengan embedded itself into the tree trunk. Obito leaped down from the branch, swiftly evading the location he had just occupied. An invisible vortex materialized at the top of the tree, warping the surrounding space as it uprooted the tree and reduced it to dust. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A hint of fear crossed Obito and Appo's face beneath his tiger-striped mask. Had he not activated his intangibility in time, he might have been reduced to mere pulp. The creator of such a technique is truly malevolent. Illusion, tree-binding death. Kurenai suddenly appeared before Obito. As he caught sight of her, her body began to dissipate into mist from the waist down. Ah, an illusion. Obito's Sharingan widened as he observed the trees rapidly sprouting around him. The portion of Kurenai's body that had vanished reappeared in its entirety. My illusion has been broken. Kurenai retreated hastily. Obito and Appo's hands blurred into afterimages as he completed his hand seals in an instant. Would release. Hell and Appo's chaos. As sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, Naruto appeared beside Obito, utilizing the power of his heavy gaze to disrupt Obito and Appo's chakra flow. What? My wood release has been thwarted. My chakra is in disarray. Obito reacted swiftly, delivering a kick aimed at Naruto. Just then, a hand crackling with lightning suddenly emerged from Obito's chest. Kakashi's body passed through Obito, confirming Naruto's earlier suspicion that the black orb Rasengan had indeed traversed his form. Obito retreated a few steps, distancing himself from Naruto and Kakashi, and began forming seals once more. Naruto and Appo's heavy gaze remained locked onto Obito, preventing him from gathering chakra effectively. Damn it, what trickery is that foxboy employing? Obito, unable to perform ninjutsu, resolved to transport Kakashi, who was approaching him once more, into the Kamui dimension. Kamui, he began, but before he could complete the incantation, a shuriken flew toward him. Damn it! Obito activated his intangibility, yet the shuriken did not exit his body after piercing through. I refuse to believe you can maintain intangibility indefinitely. Naruto manipulated the shuriken, keeping it lodged within Obito's form. Kakashi once again passed through Obito, nearly being struck by Naruto and Appo's shuriken. Now and Appo's my chance. Sasuke, concealed in the shadows, unleashed a great fireball technique at Obito, but it missed its mark. Shino, Kurenai suddenly cried out. Seal the enemy's movements. Understood. Shino, hidden among the trees, commanded thousands of insects towards Obito. The dark swarm spread around him, ensuring that no matter how he evaded, he would collide with the hovering insects. Huh, do you think this will trap me? Obito scoffed, descending slowly toward the ground. Naruto's shuriken became ensnared in the earth, unable to follow Obito any longer. Just as Obito was about to vanish entirely, Kakashi shouted, Earth release. Earth flow wall. The ground beneath Obito surged upward several meters. You want to escape. Kurenai dashed to the wall, launching a powerful punch wrapped in bandages. Sending the earth Obito had concealed himself and flying into the air. Shino swiftly guided the swarm of insects to follow the airborne debris. Ha! You've driven me to this point. Ninetales Fox. I shall return for you. Obito emerged from the earth, his confidence unwavering. Konoha cannot protect you forever. As Obito's intangibility reached its limit, he activated Kamui, his body beginning to shift into the Kamui dimension. Think you can just leave after offending the Hokage? Naruto launched a black orb Rasengan, striking the airborne earth. The vortex of the Kamui dimension and the one created by the black orb Rasengan began to simultaneously tug at Obito's body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The pain was unbearable as Obito let out a muffled cry. Chapter 24. Nocturnal Discourse. A sharp, rending sound pierced the air as Obito and Appo's corporeal form was violently torn asunder. Naruto Uzumaki. I shall seek retribution in Konoha. In the ensuing moment, the upper portion of Obito's ravaged body was entirely consumed by the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui dimension, while his lower half was engulfed within the swirling vortex of the black jade Rasengan. Kakashi, his gaze drawn upwards, contemplated the point of Obito's vanishing with a pensive air. Obito and Appo's fragmented remains, mingled with pulverized earth, descended like a macabre rain. The assembled shinobi swiftly retreated to avoid the gruesome splatter. As the black jade Rasengan and Appo's residual energy dissipated, an eerie silence once more enveloped the mountain path. Kakashi, his countenance etched with concern, approached Naruto and spoke with grave earnestness. Naruto, you must cultivate your strength with utmost haste. Foes such as this may yet surface. Naruto nodded, his thoughts troubled by the masked assailant's uncertain fate. Kurenai Yuhi, standing nearby, voiced her apprehension to Kakashi. Dispatching a Jinchuriki on missions beyond the village's protective boundaries may prove perilous. Kakashi shook his head, countering. The third Hokage believes Naruto is destined to become a shinobi of unparalleled caliber. A Jinchuriki is not a delicate bloom nurtured within a greenhouse, but a vital force for safeguarding the village. At that juncture, 5 pallid-faced shinobi emerged from their concealed positions. This marked only their second encounter with such graphic violence. The first being Naruto's dismemberment of his own shadow clone during the graduation examination. Sasuke, his curiosity piqued, inquired of Kakashi, Kakashi, that man's eyes. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector, offering a confirmatory nod to Sasuke. Indeed, they were Sharingan. Sasuke mused, to think, a third member of the Uchiha clan still exists. Sasuke had believed that, following the night of the clan and Appo's annihilation, he and Itachi were the sole survivors of the Uchiha lineage. The presence of this new figure evoked within him a profound sense of kinship. Hinata, observing Naruto's composed demeanor, resolved within her heart, I must dedicate myself to rigorous training. Only then can I hope to keep pace with Naruto. Kurenai, perceiving the somber mood that had befallen her team, sought to divert their attention. Naruto, the range and potency of that ninjutsu technique of yours rival, if not surpass, that of an A-rank skill. Naruto offered a faint smile, remarking, if only it could be executed with utter silence and invisibility, delivering foes to the netherworld before they even perceive the danger. The assembled shinobi, unnerved by Naruto's macabre pronouncement, involuntarily shuddered. Kakashi, ever vigilant, interjected, heighten your vigilance, and let us resume our journey. The team, heeding his command, hoisted their packs and quickened their pace. As night descended, Kakashi selected a suitable slope upon which the team erected 2 tents. One was designated for the male members, the other for the females, with the males taking turns standing watch throughout the night. Within the male tent, Kiba, cradling the slumbering Akamaru, found himself unable to succumb to sleep. Naruto, you used to proclaim your ambition to become Hokage, didn't you? Now, I believe that aspiration may indeed be within your reach. Naruto, his gaze fixed upon the tent's ceiling, replied in a tranquil tone. My lifelong aspiration has always been to achieve transcendence. Transcendence? You no longer desire to become Hokage? In that case, I shall gladly assume the mantle. Kiba fantasized about his future reign as Hokage, envisioning a village where every inhabitant possessed their own canine companion. Shino, typically reticent, offered his observation. Naruto's pursuit of transcendence and Kiba's ambition to become Hokage both seemed somewhat unattainable. He then turned to Sasuke. What of your aspirations? Sasuke, his eyes closed in feigned slumber, clenched his jaw as he replied, I am resolved to slay that man. Naruto, his curiosity piqued, inquired, revenge. But what shall you do once you have exacted your vengeance? Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what shall I do after my vengeance is complete? After a protracted silence, he declared with unwavering resolve, Naruto, once my revenge is fulfilled, I shall surpass you. Naruto offered a faint smile, retorting, You must make haste. For my time in this mortal realm may be limited. The tent was then enveloped in a profound silence. After some time, Shino's voice resonated once more. Why does no one inquire about my dreams? Do you not wish to forge a deeper bond with me? Only Kiba and Appo's sonorous snores answered his plea. Outside the tent, Kakashi perched atop a tree, his senses attuned to every rustle and whisper of the night. Within the female tent, the girls engaged in light-hearted gossip. Naruto and Appo's recent displays have been truly remarkable. Hinata, when did your affections for him begin to blossom? Sakura, reclining in her sleeping bag, inquired with childlike curiosity. Hinata's cheeks flushed with warmth. From a very tender age, Oh my, our Hinata is quite the early bloomer. Kurenai, who was lying on the outermost side, teased with her eyes closed. Sakura, averting her gaze, stammered, Kurenai-sensei, how does one become as alluring as you? Kurenai, upon hearing this, suddenly reached into Sakura's sleeping bag and groped around. Kurenai-sensei? Sakura exclaimed, covering her chest with her hands. Kurenai chuckled as she withdrew her hand. Young one, do not be impatient. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, was said to have been quite similar to you in her youth. Yet she went on to become the most formidable figure in the village, a feat that remains unmatched to this day. What are you all discussing? Hinata asked. Sakura swiftly reached into Hinata's sleeping bag and gently squeezed her breasts a few times. Why? How is it that you are already this developed at our age? Hinata, her face flushed crimson, quickly turned over, lamenting, I can barely stand up straight. Sakura, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, even Ino, that wretched girl, is more developed than I am. No wonder Sasuke refuses to even glance in my direction. The night flowed on in tranquil silence. And soon it was the latter half of the night. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged shifts, with Naruto taking over the night watch. In the darkness, Naruto suddenly initiated the shadow clone technique, conjuring a single shadow clone. He then placed his hand upon the clone's back. Vast reserves of natural energy flowed first into Naruto's body, then through his hand, and finally into the shadow clone. 3 days later, in the afternoon, at a port on the Fire Wave Strait, located on the border of the Land of Fire, Naruto placed his sunglasses in Hinata's hands. Be careful on your journey. Hinata carefully wrapped the sunglasses in a handkerchief, exclaiming, Naruto-kun, I will treasure the gift you have given me. Wear them. Naruto reached out and placed the sunglasses on Hinata's forehead, using them as a hairband. Hinata suddenly leaned forward and gently brushed her cheek against Naruto's face. A cool sea breeze rustled through their hair, freezing the moment in time. Hinata then quickly turned and boarded the passenger ship bound for the Land of Waves. Naruto paused for a moment, then thoughtfully watched as the ship slowly departed from the pier. Naruto-kun, farewell. Hinata stood on the deck, waving her right hand vigorously. Team 7 and Team 8 parted ways at the port, each heading towards their respective destinations. Chapter 25. Entering the Land of Waves promises must be kept. This is also my Nindo. With sunglasses perched on her nose, Hinata struck a pose she deemed quite cool in front of the cabin's glass. Sitting nearby, Kiba chuckled at this amusing scene and remarked that Naruto guy never takes off his sunglasses, even when he sleeps. It's surprising he was willing to give them to you. It seems your bond runs deep. Upon hearing this, Hinata's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. She carefully removed the sunglasses, wrapping them gently in a handkerchief before placing them in the pocket against her chest. I mustn't let them get damaged. Wai-Hai Kurenai discreetly surveyed the other passengers in the cabin, finding no suspicious individuals. She turned to her teammates and whispered, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, do not let your guard down. Feeling slightly seasick, Shino rubbed his face vigorously, acknowledging, understood, Kurenai-sensei. My insects have already been released throughout the ship. Excellent. Kurenai nodded satisfactorily. After several hours of swaying on the boat, the passenger vessel finally docked. Team 8 followed the crowd onto the shores of the Land of Waves. Shrouded in thick mist, the dock suddenly presented a figure standing in front of Team 8. You are ninjas from the Land of Fire, are you not? Kurenai inquired, noticing a middle-aged man with glasses holding a lantern. You must be the client, Tazuna? Yes, that's me. Tazuna responded, handing over his commission for Kurenai to verify. The information checks out. Now, can you take us to the construction site of the bridge? We'll handle any interference from the gangsters. Kurenai returned the commission. It's already quite late. We'll take you there first thing in the morning. For now, let us head to my home to rest, Tazuna said, leading the way with his lantern, while Team 8 followed behind. Half an hour later, a somewhat dilapidated wooden house came into view. Grandfather. A small boy wearing a fisherman's hat dashed forward, leaping into Tezuna's arms. Haha, this is my grandson Inari, and that is my daughter Tsunami. Tezuna introduced with a smile. Inari curiously observed the ninjas hired by his grandfather. However, as he caught sight of Kurenai's stunning visage in the dim light, he quickly lowered his head, too shy to look further. Please come in. Tsunami gestured for them to enter. Do make yourselves comfortable. Thank you for your hospitality. Kurenai replied as she led her 3 teammates into Tezuna's home. After a meager meal in the cramped living room, Tezuna began to explain the current situation to teammate. As a small island nation, the Land of Waves could only improve by constructing a bridge to connect with the outside world. But isn't there still shipping? Kiba questioned, puzzled. Tezuna sighed heavily. The Kato Shipping Company monopolizes all maritime traffic in the Land of Waves. Our nation remains impoverished primarily due to exorbitant shipping costs for imports and exports, leaving the populace with little to earn. Prices within the country are shockingly high. Ordinary people truly struggle to get by. So, it's the Kato Shipping Company that's sabotaging the bridge's construction progress from behind the scenes, Kurenai mused. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Tezuna slammed his fist on the low table. As long as the bridge is successfully built, that despicable Kato will no longer be able to use shipping to threaten the Land of Waves. The people will be able to live better lives. Kurenai nodded. You are the chief architect of the bridge. We will not only ensure the construction proceeds smoothly, but we will also guarantee your safety. Bowing deeply while kneeling on the ground, Tezuna pleaded, then I entrust this to you. Once the mission is complete, our craftsmen will assist the Land of Fire in building the bridge. After assigning rooms, Hinata neatly folded her outerwear and placed it on the tatami mat, hiding her sunglasses beneath it. Soon, Hinata, Kurenai, and Tsunami squeezed into a single blanket and drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, a shadow silently slipped into the room before vanishing without a trace. The 3 occupants remained blissfully unaware. Morning arrived. Hinata awoke to find her neatly folded clothes in disarray. She hurriedly checked and sighed in relief upon discovering her sunglasses were still intact. Meanwhile, Naruto, having transformed his appearance into that of a handsome young man with black hair, arrived in a town within the Land of Waves. He needed to procure supplies for his quest to find the frost beetle and would be spending some time in the wilderness. Naruto surveyed the somewhat desolate town. The uneven streets were nearly empty, with a few gaunt, listless pedestrians. One young man carried a sign reading, willing to do any work. The old man repairing the bridge was right. This country was indeed impoverished. Naruto thought to himself as he approached a shop on the roadside. Welcome. What may I assist you with today? The plump shopkeeper greeted him. I and Appos, do you like some chocolate bars, biscuits, and bottled water? If you have military rations. That would be even better, Naruto said, pulling out his bulging frog wallet. Can I use currency from the Land of Fire? The shopkeeper squinted at the dashing young man in the black cloak before responding. Of course, but there will be an additional handling fee. Naruto nodded. That seems reasonable. The shopkeeper busied himself, and shortly afterward, a plethora of items filled the counter. That will be 50,000 yen, he announced. There are no ninjas in the Land of Waves, thus we don't sell military rations. What? Naruto exclaimed, incredulous. Are these chocolate bars made of gold? Or are the biscuits crafted from gold? The shopkeeper shrugged. Import goods are expensive, and with the handling fee, that and Appos, just the price in the Land of Waves. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I can't afford that. I'm leaving. Just as he was about to exit the shop, 2 burly men in kimonos and wooden sandals suddenly blocked the entrance. The shopkeeper sneered, young man, I and Appos, VE offered you my service, and you leave without purchasing anything. That's rather inconsiderate, don't you think? Naruto let out a cold laugh. Haha, I have no need to accumulate merit, nor do I fear karma. Your lives are already in my hands. Now, if you step aside, I shall return your lives to you. The shopkeeper clutched his stomach, laughing uproariously. What a bold claim. In the Land of Waves, aside from Lord Kato, no one dares to speak like that. One of the towering men at the door growled, Kid, you're a foreigner. We won't make things difficult for you. Just leave the money and get lost. With a calm demeanor, Naruto extended his frog wallet toward the 2 men. His gaze icy as he said, come and take it. Chapter 26, An unexpected encounter in the mountains. I must say, you and Appos, quite cooperative. One of the thugs at the entrance reached for Naruto's frog wallet. Re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The instant the thug touched the wallet, Naruto channeled a massive amount of chakra into the man and Appo's body. With a resounding boom, a bloody explosion erupted at the shop and Appo's entrance, leaving only one thug standing, drenched in blood. After a moment of stunned silence, he drew a short sword from his waist and swung it at Naruto's head. Die? Are you daft? Your comrade just turned into mincemeat, and you still haven't run? Naruto shook his head in exasperation and tossed the wallet upwards. As the thug's blade came within mere inches of Naruto's forehead, Naruto swiftly struck, flicking the thug's elbow joint. The thug's arms twisted uncontrollably backward. Before he could release his grip on the sword, both shoulder joints snapped audibly, causing the blade to plunge into his own back. With a soft thud, the sword's tip emerged from the thug's stomach. Naruto chuckled softly. Heh, when you meet your maker, be sure to tell him you committed suicide. Don't go blaming me. The thug slumped against the doorframe in a grotesque posture, his body sliding lifelessly to the ground. The shopkeeper frantically grabbed the landline behind the counter and began dialing. Naruto turned and remarked, "The only landline in this entire village is supposed to be in the Hokage's office. How does a small shop like yours have one?" The shopkeeper froze, his hand trembling as he pleaded, Please, don't kill me." Naruto sauntered over to the counter. "Fetch a large backpack and fill it with food and water." He snatched the phone from the shopkeeper's grasp. The shopkeeper, cowed into submission, scurried to the shelves and grabbed a large travel bag, hastily stuffing it with supplies. A voice crackled from the other end of the line. "This is Kaido Shipping Company headquarters. How may we assist you?" Naruto brought the receiver close to his lips and whispered, "Come collect a corpse." Then he hung up. Upon hearing the word corpse, despair threatened to overwhelm the shopkeeper. "I must warn you, young man. This shop belongs to Lord Kaido himself. You won't leave Wave Country alive if you dare cross him." Ignoring the shopkeeper's threats, Naruto casually strolled along the aisles. "I didn't expect to find trendy items like sunglasses in such a desolate place. It seems there are some affluent individuals in this town." He selected a pair of conventional sunglasses and put them on. The shopkeeper, assuming Naruto was unaware of Kaido's influence, persisted. "Lord Kaido is one of the wealthiest men in the world. Don't think you're safe just because you're a foreigner. He will find you, even if you flee overseas." Enough with the blather. Naruto flicked a chakra thread, piercing the shopkeeper's forehead instantly. The shopkeeper attempted to speak, but he found himself unable to control his body any longer. He collapsed to the floor, helplessly watching as Naruto picked up the travel bag and scooped up the cash from the register. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, Naruto exited the shop and stepped onto the deserted street. Time to spread the wealth. Sensing numerous eyes watching him from the shadows, he tossed the thick wad of cash into the air. A rain of money cascaded down upon the dilapidated street. Then, Naruto calmly strolled out of town. 2 kilometers outside the town, Naruto paused on a hillside and looked back. Is Kaido really that terrifying? No one even dares to pick up the money on the street. Naruto shook his head and activated Sage Mode. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a burst of smoke, hundreds of shadow clones without backpacks materialized on the hillside. Instantly, the clones scattered, heading towards the different areas Naruto had designated. Naruto unfurled a detailed map of Wave Country and began marking it with a pen. Even if I have to scour every inch of Wave Country, I will find that frost-horn beetle. Alas, reality proved to be far less accommodating than his grand aspirations. 3 days passed, and Naruto's countless shadow clones had combed through nearly every corner of Wave Country. Not only had they failed to find even a trace of the frost-horn beetle, but the fatigue from all the clones had also accumulated on Naruto's real body. Had it not been for Sage Mode, Naruto's energy would have been completely depleted. What an inauspicious start. If I can't even concoct the cordyceps sinensis, then my dream of achieving immortality will truly become a delusion. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed onto the grass beside a stream and drifted into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Naruto felt someone shaking him awake. He snapped his eyes open to see a beautiful woman with a black neckband looking at him with concern. "Are you injured? Why are you sleeping in the wilderness? It's very dangerous." Naruto sat up and took a closer look at the person before him. She wore a light pink short-sleeved kimono adorned with a swirl pattern, wooden sandals, and her delicate face was framed by long black hair. A slight Adam's apple was visible at her throat. "So it's a pretty boy. He's much cuter than Sakura. What are you doing in this remote place?" Naruto countered. The youth shook the basket in his hand and replied, "I'm gathering herbs." Gathering herbs. Naruto suddenly pulled a hand-drawn picture from his backpack, a sketch of the frost-horn beetle that Shino had copied from the beetle compendium. Have you? Young man, have you ever seen this beetle? The youth took the drawing and studied it for a moment. I think I might have. Where did you see it? Naruto exclaimed, jumping to his feet. The youth gestured with the basket. If you help me gather herbs, I and Appos, I'll help you catch this beetle. Naruto snatched the basket from the youth and Appos' hand. Deal. By the way, beautiful. Sorry, I misspoke, young man. What's your name? Naruto introduced himself with a smile. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The youth, even more beautiful than a woman, smiled softly and replied, Haku. Under Haku's guidance, the two arrived at a cliff. Haku pointed to a bird's nest on a protruding rock face. There's a herb growing near that nest, but it's too high up, and the eagles will attack anyone who gets close. Naruto squinted and indeed saw a small plant with a few red berries growing near the nest. That's easy. We'll just kill the eagles. Haku shook his head. I only want to take the herb. I don't want to harm the eagles. So, you're averse to killing. Naruto mused, stroking his chin. Judging by the amount of chakra you possess and the calluses on your hands, Haku, you must be a ninja. If you're unwilling to kill, how do you survive in this cruel world? Haku's face clouded with a bitter smile. Indeed, I'm such a contradictory person. I'm not suited to be a ninja at all. Chapter 27. The Frosted Rhinoceros Beetle. Since I am ill-suited to be a ninja, why not pursue an alternative livelihood? For instance, becoming a ramen chef. I believe the most prosperous person in our village is the owner of the ramen shop. Naruto declared earnestly. Bai was amused by Naruto's words, a smile gracing her face. If that person is willing, I would very much like to open a small shop with him, leading a simple and unadorned life. Merely contemplating such a life brings immense joy. The fatigue that had weighed heavily on Naruto these past few days seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sense of lightness inspired by Bai's radiant smile. Stretching his limbs, he said, since we are here to gather herbs, there may be someone at home who is ill or injured. We must not delay. I shall fetch the medicine for you. Bai, with her basket in hand, bent slightly. Naruto, you can discern that I am a ninja. You must be a formidable ninja yourself. I shall rely on you for the herbs. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and strode towards the sheer cliff ahead, devoid of any footholds. I cannot allow myself to gather the herbs too easily. Otherwise, Bai may not exert herself when searching for beetles later. With this thought, Naruto gathered chakra in his palms and began to scale the steep cliff using a climbing technique. His body swayed precariously, creating a thrilling spectacle. Bai tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gazed upward at this scene, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Have I misjudged Naruto's capabilities? A twinge of worry crept into her heart, prompting her to position herself beneath the cliff, ready to intervene should Naruto falter. Minutes later, Naruto precariously reached the vicinity of a nest. A hawk, incubating its eggs, emitted a sharp cry directed at him. With his right hand gripping the rock face, Naruto extended his left hand towards a herb adorned with red berries. Seeing that its warning had gone unheeded, the hawk shielded its eggs with its wings and lunged at Naruto's left hand with its sharp beak. In an instant, a piece of flesh was torn from Naruto's hand, blood oozing forth. I got it. Naruto triumphantly brandished the herb towards Bai below. But the next moment, the protrusion he was grasping suddenly gave way, and he plummeted downward. Naruto, Bai sprang into action, leaping up the cliff a few times before catching Naruto mid-fall, then bouncing between the cliff and a large tree at the bottom until they landed safely. You're hurt. Bai quickly set Naruto down, using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hand. She then retrieved several leaves of the herb from her basket, chewed them, and applied the poultice to Naruto's wound. Feeling the warm touch on his hand, a pang of guilt stirred within Naruto. Bai is truly a gentle and pure-hearted person. I shouldn't be treating him this way. In my previous life, I encountered only those who were deceitful and cunning, making it a habit to be wary of others. Bai, as if conjuring from thin air, procured a roll of bandages and swiftly wrapped Naruto's injury. All done. The wound isn't deep. It will heal in a few days, but avoid getting it wet for now. A bit of alcohol for disinfection when we return will hasten the healing. Bai placed the herbs Naruto had gathered into her basket and looked up at the sun. It's still early. Let us go catch some beetles. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits soared, and he sprang to his feet. Where shall we go to catch them? Just where you were sleeping earlier, huh? I lay there for so long and didn't notice. You must be joking. Bai smiled silently and turned to leave. The pair arrived at the grassy bank by the brook. Where is it? Naruto surveyed the area, which was filled with grass and trees. Noting the abundance of ants on the ground, but finding no sign of the frosted rhinoceros beetle, Bai approached a dead tree and came to a halt. Then, she began to form hand seals with one hand. Naruto's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. Could one really perform ninjutsu with a single hand? Ice shield, Bai exclaimed, placing her palm against the tree trunk. A layer of frost rapidly spread across the trunk, in the blink of an eye. The dead tree was enveloped in a thick coating of ice crystals, as if it had endured months of frigid winter winds. Naruto watched in awe, realizing he was witnessing something remarkable. So this is what an ice shield looks like. Yet this technique does not belong to the 5-element shield style. I suppose I cannot learn it. I suddenly turned to Naruto. Listen. Naruto perked up his ears, and indeed, he heard a faint cracking sound emanating from within the frozen tree. Bai explained with a smile. The larvae of the frosted rhinoceros beetle will only emerge from their cocoons during the coldest winter days. Naruto could not help but curse Shino in his heart. What kind of insect family is this? Such crucial information, and yet they are unaware. What is the point of playing with insects? They might as well dry them out and sell them as herbal medicine. Hurriedly, Naruto retrieved a capped bamboo tube from his backpack. He walked over to the dead tree, attempting to locate the source of the sound. Right here, Bai pointed to a specific spot on the trunk. With a crack, a small piece of ice fell away, revealing the inner bark. Naruto leaned in closely and indeed saw something wriggling beneath the black bark. The next moment, a translucent beetle, resembling ice, emerged from the bark. How beautiful! No wonder people are fond of such insects. Naruto carefully placed the unhardened frosted rhinoceros beetle into the bamboo tube, ensuring it had air holes. Bai kindly advised, "You must keep it covered with ice. Otherwise, it could easily perish in this season." "Oh, is that so? Then please, help me get some ice. Consider it a favor owed to you." Naruto hastily emptied various items from his backpack onto the ground. "There's no need for such formality, Naruto. It's merely a small effort on my part." Bai ambled over to the brook, crouched down, and dipped her hands into the water. The gentle sounds of flowing water abruptly ceased, and the brook instantly froze over. Naruto placed the bamboo tube containing the frosted rhinoceros beetle into his backpack and rushed to the icy brook, delivering a powerful punch to the frozen surface. Bai assisted by gathering the broken ice chunks into the backpack. Soon, the travel bag was filled to the brim with ice. Naruto positioned the tube at the top of the ice to prevent the beetle from suffocating. "Bai, thank you. If we meet again by chance, I shall repay this kindness." With that, Naruto dashed off. "I need to reach the nearest town to acquire a foam box and bedding. I must also procure some ice pops. For the ice within this backpack will melt quickly. If this beetle dies, I wonder if that member of the Oil Woman clan will still be interested." Bai waved goodbye to Naruto's departing figure. "I wonder if someone like me, drifting about aimlessly like a tool, will ever earn the right to say goodbye." Upon arriving hastily at the nearest town, Naruto was taken aback to find wanted posters of himself plastered everywhere. "Foreign fugitive, bounty, 100,000. Remarkably, the likeness was quite accurate. Just as Naruto contemplated using his transformation technique to alter his appearance, townsfolk had already surrounded him from both ends of the street. Chapter 28. A Savior Arrives. Naruto, clutching his dripping backpack, regarded the approaching villagers with a chilling gaze. These gaunt figures, armed with farm tools and wooden sticks, dared to confront him? They haven't even got a blade between them, he mused, and they think they can capture me? They would be better off summoning that Kato character. 100,000 would be enough to be split. The villagers, though driven by the lure of Kato's bounty, were wary of the seemingly harmless youth who had ruthlessly dispatched Kato's henchmen. He must not escape. Whoever apprehends the felon will receive a larger share of the reward. Madness. He slays without a second thought. We are no match for him. The villagers maintained a cautious distance, forming a barricade but hesitant to advance. Meanwhile, someone had been dispatched to the town elder's residence to inform Kato via telephone. Naruto broke the silence with a demand. "Find me a sizable styrofoam container, along with some plastic bags. Fill the container with popsicles, then wrap it in a blanket and bring it here. If my insects perish, you will all suffer the consequences." Silence met his words. "Do you not comprehend my instructions?" A hint of displeasure flickered across Naruto's countenance. Suddenly, a sharp smack echoed as the town elder struck a balding, kimono-clad man on the head. "Go now. Retrieve the items he requires from your shop. You will receive a larger portion of Kato and Appo's reward for this." The shopkeeper's spirits soared at the prospect. "Immediately. Keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow our fortune to slip away. Soon, a styrofoam container swathed in a blanket was placed in the street. Naruto advanced, causing the crowd to recoil. He placed his soaked backpack on the ground, extracted the bamboo tube, and peered inside. The frost beetle rested peacefully within, its horn twitching occasionally. He sealed the tube and lined the styrofoam container with plastic bags, creating a barrier against the melting popsicles. Rest well, little friend. With the tube nestled securely in the container and covered by the blanket, Naruto experienced a moment of respite. I must hasten to aid Team 8 in their mission and ensure the safe return of the frost beetle to the hidden leaf village. Naruto settled cross-legged in the street, becoming the focal point of the townspeople's gazes, as if he were a prized morsel. After what seemed an eternity to Naruto, the thundering of hooves shattered the stillness as a dozen carriages stormed into the town. The villagers hastily cleared the path. Amidst a cloud of dust, a middle-aged man with a cane, round sunglasses, and a black kimono leaned out of the lead carriage. It was none other than Kato, the infamous global magnate. A subordinate scurried over to serve as a footstool. The town elder rushed to Kato's side, offering obsequious assistance. Lord Kato, we risked our lives to apprehend this fiend from the wanted poster. Kato, supported by the elder and stepping on his subordinate's back, dismounted. He produced a pristine handkerchief from his breast pocket and wiped his hands. Naruto, impatient with the ostentatious display, demanded, "Are you the one orchestrating the disruption of the sea bridge construction through your gangster connections? I offer you a chance to live. Vacate the land of waves, and I shall spare your lives." Kato paused, turning to his henchman. "Is it addressing me?" The henchman, trembling, nodded. "It appears it is addressing you," Sir Kato scoffed, discarding the handkerchief on the ground, and issued a chilling command. "Sever his limbs, remove his tongue, and confine him to a vase." "As you wish, Lord Kato." The 200 menacing thugs responded in unison, unsheathing their swords and charging forward. The villagers, both terrified and titillated, braced themselves for the impending carnage. Naruto, watching the onslaught, smiled. "You wield blades, I shall wield a sword." With a swift hand gesture, Naruto unleashed a torrent of chakra from his fingertips. The chakra compressed, becoming razor-sharp, and a spectral long sword materialized above his hand, distorting the air. Sensing a palpable bloodlust, the thugs attacked with unrestrained ferocity, their blades aimed at Naruto's head. Seated cross-legged, Naruto flicked his hand, wielding the chakra blade. Sever. With a sickening swoosh, the 200 thugs were instantly transformed into 400. Their bodies were bisected at the waist. "Aya!" A scream echoed through the town. The crowd scattered in panic, many collapsing in fear. "Murder! He is a demon! Flee! Do not look back! So terrifying! Mommy! Don't leave me!" Chaos reigned as the stench of blood and viscera filled the air. Naruto rose, brushing off the dirt, and approached the paralyzed Kato. "Since you engage in murder and arson, it is only fitting that you meet a similar fate." Kato felt as though he were already dead. Naruto was a terrifying specter from the underworld. He collapsed onto the dirt road, kicking his legs and shouting in despair. "I have wealth. I am the wealthiest merchant in the world. I will give you all my money." Naruto shook his head. Money is a useful thing, but for a cultivator, enough is enough. Too much money can hinder one's progress. Kato continued. "I will never interfere with the land of waves again. I will leave now and never return." Naruto approached Kato and spoke in a chilling tone. "Very well, I accept your repentance." "Really?" Kato exclaimed, overjoyed. Suddenly, a snap echoed. Naruto held Kato and Appo's severed head. He knew that Kato's consciousness lingered, and he gazed into the still twitching eyes. "My apologies, I was being facetious." Naruto kicked the town elder, who was feigning death. "As the savior of the people of the land of waves, having rid you of this menace, it is not unreasonable to ask for a small favor, is it?" The elder, his face ashen, scrambled to his feet. "Lord, what do you require?" Naruto boarded Kato's carriage. "Bring my styrofoam container here and drive the carriage to the sea bridge construction site." Chapter 29. The rising fog. A dense fog lingered throughout the day, enveloping the yet-to-be-constructed bridge of the land of waves. Standing atop a towering crane, Yuhi Kurenai vigilantly observed the bustling construction site below. After teaching those gangsters a lesson yesterday, it seemed to have had a slight effect. Shino perched on a bridge pier below, commanding a swarm of his insects to monitor various points of the bridge, ever watchful for any attempts to hinder the progress of construction. With both day and night spent upon the bridge, there was no time to venture into the wilderness. If the mission concluded without capturing the frost beetle, Fulfilling Naruto's request would prove impossible. Anxious thoughts swirled in Shino's mind, yet as a ninja, prioritizing the completion of the mission remained paramount. On the bridge surface, Hinata and Kiba flanked the chief architect, Tazuna, running about. Do not cut corners in the pursuit of speed. The bridge is the lifeline of the land of waves. As a craftsman, you must grasp the weight of your responsibilities. Reinforce those steel cables. Tazuna sternly reprimanded a worker who was attempting to skimp on materials before hastily moving on to inspect other areas. Kiba, trailing behind, whispered, Tazuna-san carries quite the presence, doesn't he? Once I become Hokage, I shall surpass him in grandeur. Well, Hinata hesitated. Perhaps this is called responsibility, not grandeur. At that moment, the insects Shino had scattered through the mist suddenly transformed into small hailstones, plummeting into the sea below. Kurenai-sensei, we're under attack, Shino shouted, looking up. From atop the crane, Kurenai swiftly issued commands, protect Tazuna. Without hesitation, Hinata and Kiba shielded Tazuna, while Shino ascended to the bridge surface, kunai in hand. Positioning himself in front of Tazuna. Everyone, take cover, Tazuna bellowed. The workers immediately ceased their tasks, retreating to the shelter erected atop the bridge. As Kurenai scanned the surroundings, a massive blade cleaved through the fog, hurtling towards her neck. With a swift motion, she vanished, reappearing on the bridge moments later. A figure emerged from the mist, clad in bandages and wearing a headband of the Mist Village, standing not far from Kurenai. Zabuza Momochi, I knew you were still alive. Kurenai brandished a kunai, assuming a defensive stance. Zabuza, inserting his enormous executioner's blade into the bridge surface, glared at her. Kurenai, this time, I will not fall for your jinjutsu. His hands began to weave through intricate hand signs. Water release. Great waterfall technique. In an instant, a colossal column of water erupted from the sea, rushing toward Kurenai on the bridge. Kurenai-sensei, Hinata gasped. With a thunderous crash, Kurenai was struck by the water column. As Hinata, Kiba, and Shino rushed forward to assist, they were halted by a sudden wall of ice that appeared before them. Dressed in dark green attire of the Mist Village, adorned with a swirling mask, Haku emerged from the fog. I'm sorry. I cannot allow you to pass. Kurenai's voice rang out. Do not worry about me. Protect Tazuna. It turned out that Kurenai had used a substitution technique to evade Zabuza's formidable attack. The fog thickened, obscuring vision and dividing the bridge into two battlegrounds. Fong over Fong. Kiba and his transformed companion, Akamaru, executed their combined jutsu, spinning rapidly towards Haku. However, Haku's form flickered in the mist, eluding their attempts to pin him down. After several failed attempts, even the marking technique Akamaru employed was rendered futile against Haku's elusive movements. Hinata, activating her Byakugan, could barely perceive Haku's trajectory, yet she dared not leave Tazuna's side to engage the enemy. After all, if Tazuna fell, their mission would be deemed a failure, jeopardizing the collaborative projects between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves. Suddenly, Shino released a horde of insects from his sleeves. I'll assist you. The swarm of dark insects surged towards Haku's location. The insects were far from beautiful. Haku formed hand signs with his right hand, while lifting his mask with his left to reveal his mouth. Ice release, winter moon wind. A chilling blast emanated from Haku, freezing Shino's insects into icy clumps that shattered upon hitting the bridge. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba and Akamaru launched Fong over Fong once more towards Haku. Apologies, but you'll have to sleep for a while. Haku drew two long needles from a pouch at his waist and hurled them with precision. With two swift sounds, Akamaru and Kiba were struck. Akamaru collided with the bridge railing, reverting to his canine form, lying motionless on the ground. Kiba, fortunate to crash into a pile of construction materials, lay on a bag of cement, unconscious. Kiba, damn it. Shino charged towards Haku, kunai in hand. As long as you do not interfere with me, I shall not harm you. Haku replied coldly. Enough with the chatter. Shino roared, throwing his kunai. Haku easily dodged, and the two clashed, engaging in a brief struggle of taijutsu before retreating to gain distance. Shino felt a sharp pain and looked down to discover a silver needle had pierced his abdomen. Hinata. Before he could finish, his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Haku nonchalantly tossed another needle towards Tazuna. Gentle fist. Hinata, positioned protectively in front of Tazuna, activated her Byakugan, instantly tracking the needle's trajectory. With a swift movement, she struck, deflecting the needle to the concrete below with a series of metallic clinks. Haku turned his head to the beautiful girl standing in an attacking posture, eyes filled with vigilance. "Your eyes are quite sharp. I will not allow you to harm Tazuna-san," Hinata declared. "We are all ninjas. Let us resolve this like ninjas." Haku began forming hand signs with one hand. Water release. 1,000 killing water needles. In the mist, countless sharp spikes materialized, hurtling toward Hinata and Tazuna. With determination, Hinata pressed Tazuna to the ground, gathering a substantial amount of chakra in her hands. Gentle fist. Heavenly spin. Hinata rotated her body, her palms fiercely countering the barrage of water needles. Moments later, bloodied and panting, she stood resolutely before Tazuna. "I shall repeat. I will not let you harm Tazuna-san. Little girl, let him kill me. I am just an old man. My life is not worth your sacrifice." Tazuna cried out in anguish from the ground. Hinata turned, offering a faint smile. "To do is my ninja way." Tazuna broke down, weeping. "Damn you, Gato. We merely wish to build a bridge. Why must it be so difficult? What a resilient ninja." Haku formed hand signs once more, uttering a soft incantation. Ice release secret technique. Crystal mirror. In the next moment, Haku vanished, and dozens of frosty mirrors materialized around Hinata and Tazuna. Chapter 30. The mist disperses. The ethereal figure of White simultaneously emerged in the myriad mirrors, each as large as door panels. Hinata's blood vessels throbbed at her temples as she endeavored to discern White's true form through her Byakugan. How infuriating! These mirrors could conceal chakra. Drawing a handful of shuriken from her waist, she hurled them at one of the mirrors. Clang! The shuriken ricocheted off the mirror, clattering to the ground. Futile. Suddenly, White and Appo's upper body protruded from the mirror behind Hinata. Her Byakugan revealed the situation behind her, and without turning her head, she retaliated by launching a few shuriken backward. Those eyes can see even behind her. White quickly retreated into the mirror to evade the onslaught of shuriken. Whoosh! A series of steel needles shot forth from another mirror. Gentle fist. Heavenly spin. Hinata spun around, using her palm to deflect the needles. The remaining chakra was dwindling, and if she merely defended, she would exhaust her chakra and face utter defeat. She had to wager her final blow on the jutsu that Naruto had taught her. At that moment, Zabuza's voice pierced through the thick fog. "White, kill the target now." In the next instant, White lunged out from the mirror. "Apologies." Upon witnessing this, Hinata concentrated the remaining chakra into her right fingertip, compressing it until a slender thread of chakra formed. Gentle fist. Chakra blade. In the fleeting moment of their bodies intertwining, Hinata and White struck simultaneously. A thud resounded as a needle pierced Hinata's abdomen, causing her to collapse to the ground. White's mask shattered into two, falling away to reveal a beautiful visage marred by a thin line of blood. Clearly, White had the upper hand, incapacitating Hinata while ensuring he remained unscathed. "Little girl, wake up." Dasna desperately shook Hinata's body, but received no response. "Rest assured, she shall be unharmed, and you will not suffer." Just as White raised the long needle in his hand, a small figure suddenly darted through the gap between the mirrors, positioning itself protectively in front of Dasna. "Bad guy, I won't allow you to harm my grandpa." "I are you. What are you doing here?" Dasna embraced his grandson, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded the assassin before him. A flicker of struggle crossed White's face, and the raised needle hung motionless. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and vanished from sight. Elsewhere on the bridge, the battle between Kurenai Yuhi and Zabuza had reached its conclusion. "Zabuza, do you think illusions can only be cast through sight? You are woefully mistaken." Kurenai, wielding a kunai, lunged fiercely at the motionless Zabuza. Thunk! Kurenai was taken aback as White abruptly appeared, intercepting her strike aimed at Zabuza. The kunai embedded itself in White's chest, but halted merely a centimeter from his heart. Unable to penetrate further. Have I arrived too late? Naruto, holding the head of a certain individual in one hand and grasping Kurenai and Appo's wrist with the other, gazed sorrowfully at White, who was willing to sacrifice himself for others. What a foolish child. Kurenai, astonished, stared at the youth gripping her wrist. "Who are you?" Naruto slowly released his hold on her. Kurenai quickly stepped back to create distance. Naruto raised the severed head, proclaiming, "The one who hired thugs and ninjas to disrupt the bridge construction, Kato, is dead. There is no longer any need for this struggle." Naruto had learned from the mayor that Kato not only sent gang members to assault workers, but also hired two ninjas in an attempt to assassinate the chief architect. Upon arriving at the bridge, he discovered that White was indeed one of Kato and Appo's hired ninjas. At that moment, having freed himself from the illusion, Zabuza pulled away the black cloth covering his eyes. White you. Zabuza hesitated for a moment, intending to attack Kurenai once more, his heart in disarray. Completely oblivious to Naruto, who was holding the severed head. Your employer is dead. Naruto blocked Zabuza's path. Zabuza, gazing at the severed head in the youth's hand, collapsed beside White. Kurenai seized the opportunity to slip away to check on Hinata and the others. White, you truly are not a competent ninja. Zabuza trembled as he cradled the bloodied White in his arms. White's faint voice emerged. I'm sorry. I am not a suitable tool. You can discard me now. White raised his hand to caress Zabuza's bandaged face. Then his arms slipped weakly down, gradually closing his eyes. Zabuza, looking at the kunai lodged in White and Appo's chest, felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew White was not merely a killing machine. How could he truly consider him a disposable tool? Alas, living in such a cruel and merciless world is exhausting. Zabuza sighed, a thread within him snapping. He brushed his fingers against White's pale cheek, then seized the back of his executioner's blade, positioning the edge against his own throat. White, you will not feel lonely. Death shall not separate us. Without hesitation, Zabuza pressed the blade toward his neck. A clang rang out as Naruto intercepted the executioner's blade with a kunai. I say, have you lost your mind from the illusion? White is not dead yet. Are you so eager to depart this life? Zabuza was momentarily stunned before hastily discarding the executioner's blade and laying White flat on the ground. To his astonishment, White, who had closed his eyes, could still hear the sounds of the outside world. Thus, he opened his eyes once more. White, you rascal. How dare you scare me? Zabuza stammered, covering his eyes. For the first time, White witnessed the infamous Zabuza, known as the Demon of the Mist, crying like a child. The pain in his chest, which had once been unbearable, now felt remarkably diminished. Naruto knelt beside White, carefully tearing open his shirt. He observed that the kunai's tip had penetrated a third of its length into White and Appo's chest. That was close. I nearly owed a debt of gratitude. Naruto turned to Zabuza and instructed, you pull out the kunai, and I will stitch up the wound. At that moment, Kurenai suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, pressing a kunai against his neck. You harm my comrade. How shall we settle this score? Chapter 31. Until we meet again. As I passed by, I glanced at them. They seemed merely unconscious and not severely injured. Naruto looked up at Yugao and said, Yugao, unable to recognize Naruto due to his transformation, asked cautiously, who are you? Is that head truly Kato's? Zabuza quickly replied, that is indeed Kato. Yugao coldly reprimanded, silence. You cunning scoundrel who feigns death to escape. A frail voice from Haku chimed in, pull out the needle from my stomach, and I will awaken. Zabuza, in a state of urgency, pleaded, can we first save him? You can kill me afterward. I beg you. Yugao hesitated, taken aback that Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, would beg for mercy. Noticing Yugao's indecision, Naruto urged, if you intended to kill him, you would have done so already. Let us save him first. Strictly speaking, your mission has already concluded. Kato and his men are dead by my hand, and none will dare disrupt the bridge's construction any longer. If you are still uneasy, I can eliminate everyone at Kato's shipping company who stands taller than a wheel. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Yugao and Zabuza were taken aback, pondering the existence of such a terrifying individual who would not spare even civilians in times of peace. Unsure of the black-cloaked youth's strength, Yugao swiftly retreated to her 3 comrades. Remove the kunai, Naruto commanded sharply. Zabuza reacted swiftly, his right hand becoming a blur. The kunai embedded in Haku's chest vanished, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. Naruto's fingers converged, forming a delicate thread of chakra. With a flick of his fingertips, the chakra thread pierced through Haku's chest wound. After threading the chakra through the wound several times, Naruto gently tugged, sealing the injury, yet the bleeding persisted. Next, Naruto and Appo's consciousness entered the sealed space of the 9 tails. Hey, Fox, lend me some chakra. The 9 tails, resting lazily behind the bars of its cage, slowly opened its right eye, a deep voice resonating in the dim space. You imposter, dare to seek me out. I'm in urgent need. Naruto dismissed the 9 tails' complaints and entered the cage, swiftly grabbing a handful of its fur. The 9 tails, bewildered, exclaimed, Thanks. I'll let you out next time. Naruto's consciousness faded away. This imposter is even more detestable than that red-haired woman. The Ninetales growled as it clawed at the ceiling bars. In reality, Naruto and Appo's fingertips emanated a vibrant red chakra. Zabuza gasped, recognizing the sense of danger. It was the chakra of a tailed beast. Who exactly is this person? Naruto pressed his fingertip against Haku's wound. Ah! Haku cried out in pain. Zabuza watched in deep remorse. That kunai should have been aimed at him. The Ninetales chakra seeped through Naruto's fingertips, penetrating Haku's wound. In mere moments, the bleeding ceased, and the flesh knitted together. Phew! The surface wound is healed. The internal injuries will require time to mend. Naruto sighed in relief. Haku tilted his head towards Naruto, mouth slightly agape and AR. Naruto. Noticing, Naruto quickly covered Haku's mouth. Don't speak. Just stay quiet. At that moment, Yugao arrived with the now-awake members of Team 8, along with Tazuna. Is that the wealthy Kato? Yugao pointed to the head at Naruto's feet. Tazuna adjusted his glasses, squinting for a better look. Indeed, that scoundrel Kato. He had hundreds of bodyguards, yet someone managed to kill him. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba stared at the head, shivering in fear. Zabuza turned and knelt before Yugao. Ninjas are hired to execute tasks. There is no right or wrong. My wish is fulfilled. Do as you will. Just spare this child, Haku. He is a kind soul. Yugao turned to the 3 surviving subordinates. Zabuza spoke the truth. Haku possessed the capability to kill Hinata and the others, but chose not to. After a moment of contemplation, Yugao declared, the enmity among ninjas is merely a matter of differing stances. We harbor no personal grudges. Moreover, you are a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, posing a certain threat. One condition, you two shall never set foot in the land of fire, and I shall let you go. Suddenly, Zabuza picked up the kunai from the ground. I swear on my ninja way, Zabuza Momochi and Haku shall never enter the land of fire again. With a swift motion, Zabuza plunged the kunai into his hand, blood splattering onto the bridge. Yugao nodded gently, seeing Zabuza's willingness to sacrifice for his comrade, that alone. I am willing to trust you, Naruto interjected. I assure you, in the land of waves, from government officials to common folk, no one will dare to disrupt the construction of the bridge again. Tazuna, brimming with excitement, inquired, may I ask who this young man is? Naruto smiled, who am I? You shall find out tomorrow in town. Zabuza carefully lifted Haku onto his back and retrieved the executioner's sword from the ground. Naruto. Haku began to call out, realizing his mistake, quickly adjusting, tomorrow. Until we meet again. Naruto tilted his head towards Haku, smiling, Haku, until we meet again under the gaze of the onlookers. Zabuza slowly made his way towards the bridge's end, their silhouettes gradually fading into the fog. Naruto diverted his gaze, gently nudging Kato's head with his foot. The head rolled to Tazuna's feet, startling him. Pour it into the bridge's foundation. It wards off evil. Naruto remarked coldly. Is there really such a belief? Tazuna stammered in response. Naruto pondered. Actually, it seems burying the living is more effective. Tazuna dared not reply further. Well then, I must take my leave. Naruto slowly walked towards the bridge's end. As Naruto passed by, Kiba sniffed, murmuring, this scent seems vaguely familiar. Naruto abruptly halted, retrieving an object from his pocket and handing it over. Your nose is quite sharp. This is for you. Kiba took the item, inhaling deeply, causing both him and his dog to erupt in a series of sneezes. What is this smell? Naruto walked away, shaking his head. It and Appo's pure wild mountain pepper. I gathered it with great effort. Hinata observed the youth in sunglasses, feeling something was amiss. As Naruto approached Shino, he paused, plucking a dead parasite from Shino's clothing. This bug is quite ugly. It pales in comparison to a transparent beetle I once saw. Shino was startled and, upon checking his pocket, discovered additional items inside. Soon after Naruto's figure disappeared into the fog, Yugao spoke up. Let us remain for a few more days. If no one else attempts to disrupt us, we shall conclude our mission early. This time, you encountered a kind adversary. You may not be so fortunate next time. Upon returning, train diligently, for it is the only way to prolong your lives. The 3 individuals replied in unison, understood. Teacher Hong. After a while, Zeno discreetly stepped aside and retrieved something from his pocket. It turned out to be a note filled with written words. It indicated that the frosty unicorn beetle was hidden in the grass 500 meters west of the bridge, requiring ice to maintain a low temperature. Otherwise, the insect would perish. I must take my leave. The task over there remains unfinished. Upon reading the note, Zeno promptly crumpled it and swallowed it whole. That boy was indeed Naruto. I never anticipated he would execute his tasks so efficiently. I must learn from him. Such a man is truly admirable. Chapter 32. Return to the Hidden Leaf Village at an open-air mine on the border of the Land of Fire. Team 7, under Kakashi's guidance, patrolled the grounds. How long must we remain here? Sasuke lamented to Kakashi. Why can't we raid the dens of those underworld figures and eliminate them swiftly? Kakashi, engrossed once more in Make-Out Paradise, sauntered along unhurriedly. Our assignment is to safeguard the mine workers. Besides, those gangsters are mere civilians. Unless they instigate trouble, we have no justification to eliminate them. A shadow clone of Naruto inquired with bewilderment. Why must ninjas be constrained by ordinary people? Why not appoint the third Hokage as the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Abruptly, Kakashi whirled around, seizing Naruto's head. Naruto, he said sternly, never utter such words again, or the consequences could be dire. The shadow clone nodded. A slip of the tongue can invite disaster. I understand. Kakashi released him and dismissed the team. Same rules apply. Do not leave the mining area. With that, he vanished, leaving Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke standing in place, bewildered. Naruto gazed into the depths of the mine, his heart heavy with concern for the laborers toiling away like ants. When will the original return? My chakra is nearly depleted. The shadow clone technique is on the verge of collapse. Sasuke interjected, Naruto, train with me in ninjutsu. Naruto vehemently declined. I'm not feeling well. Sakura retorted with displeasure. You were unwell yesterday and the day before. Have you contracted some ailment? Naruto turned to Sakura. You wooden and oppose. Understand. We boys have our monthly tribulations. Sasuke scoffed and departed to find a place to train. Sakura followed suit. The shadow clone of Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground. I'll absorb some spiritual energy. I need to endure for as long as possible. Without the augmentation of the Tensigen, the shadow clone and Appo's ability to absorb natural energy was exceedingly slow and yielded meager results. Even if the shadow clone did nothing but meditate all day, it would barely absorb any energy. Meanwhile, Naruto's original self had arrived at the mining area and located the underworld hideout concealed within a mountain. Gazing at the dozen or so dwellings perched on the high ground, Naruto sighed. This place was truly difficult to find. Had I not extracted the information from Gado's henchmen, I would never have discovered these fellows. How many gangsters did Gado employ? They've even infiltrated the Land of Fire and dare to target a national mine. Do they think the Land of Fire is like the Land of Waves, a small nation without a ninja village? While mentally berating them, Naruto scaled the cliff toward the underworld stronghold. Moments later, Naruto materialized silently in the courtyard of the hideout. A burly man with tattooed arms passed by Naruto. His head lowered. Who's this? The man stopped and turned back. Are you a new recruit? Naruto shook his head. No, I'm the bane of this gang. Summon your leader. I have something to say. The man, irked by the peculiar youth wearing sunglasses, retorted, I've had enough trouble these past few days. Ninjas have arrived at the mine and killed several of my brothers. The boss has suddenly lost contact. And now, you show up to annoy me. Are you the leader here? Naruto asked again. You little brat. You think you can just meet the boss? The tattooed man lunged at Naruto, kicking out with his foot. In the next instant, a cacophony of screams echoed throughout the hideout. Ah! My leg. An enemy. It's an enemy. Ah! The man's right leg had been cleanly severed at the knee, and blood splattered everywhere. Within moments, hundreds of gangsters wielding cleavers swarmed the courtyard. The tattooed man had already fainted from blood loss. The gangsters glared menacingly at Naruto, but refrained from attacking. A path opened in the crowd, and a bare-chested, bald man covered in ukiyo-e tattoos strode forward. Who sent you? Naruto retorted coldly, ignoring the man's question. I'll give you a chance to live. Surrender now, go to prison, and I'll spare your lives. The bald man burst into laughter. You're not even wearing a forehead protector. You're not a ninja, yet you're so arrogant? Brothers, kill him. Hundreds of gangsters raised their cleavers and charged at Naruto. Naruto sighed. It and Appo's. It's hard to be a good person. Several hours later, 2 wooden stakes stood beside the road leading to the mine. A rope was tied between the stakes, and several dozen heads were strung along the rope. The most conspicuous was the bald head of the underworld boss. 3 days later, Team 7 began their return journey. As they approached the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto noticed an increasing number of ninjas from other countries. Are they going to invade the Hidden Leaf Village? Naruto asked, bewildered. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. That's right. The Hidden Leaf Village is hosting the Nin exams, jointly organized by the ninja villages. Sakura's eyes widened. Really? It's already time for the Nin exams? Naruto was equally stunned. We haven't even finished our genin internships, and we're already taking the Nin exams? Are they in such a hurry? Of the three, only Sasuke was excited. Now I can compete with ninjas from other countries. At that moment, three peculiar ninjas dashed past Naruto and his team. A blonde female ninja carried a large fan on her back. Another, clad in a black jumpsuit, carried something wrapped in bandages. And a red-haired midget carried a massive gourd. Naruto's eyes immediately locked onto the gourd. What a treasure! Naruto quickened his pace and followed them. Gaara, annoyed by the sudden appearance of the brash fellow, accelerated his pace. However, he could not shake off the persistent nuisance. Naruto called out, "Hey friend, will you sell me that gourd?" Gaara stopped abruptly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Temari and Kankuro stepped in front of Gaara to shield him. Temari said with displeasure, "Leaf Ninja, do you want to fight?" Naruto shook his head and vanished. Gaara suddenly felt lighter. He turned around, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Where's my sand gourd?" Chapter 33, The Toad Sage with a Sharp Motion. Temari unfurled the large fan in her hands and demanded, "Are you seeking a confrontation?" As a series of loud claps resounded, the bandages wrapped around the object on Kankuro and Appo's back unraveled, revealing a peculiar puppet. Kakashi swiftly positioned himself in front of the trio from Sunagakure, urging, "Naruto, quickly return the gourd." Not far behind Kakashi, Naruto was shaking Gaara's large gourd, pondering its weight. What on earth is inside this? He then removed the wooden stopper and peered inside, exclaiming, "Sand?" At that moment, the gourd in Naruto's hands suddenly transformed entirely into yellow sand, enveloping him completely. Gaara, standing behind Temari and Kankuro, wore a somewhat manic grin. "Haha, it has been ages since I encountered such an amusing opponent." Sand coffin. The mass of sand that enveloped Naruto emitted a dull thud. "Naruto." Kakashi rushed to the sand side, intending to use water release to wash away the sand encasing Naruto. But Gaara abruptly recalled the sand. Naruto's form was revealed, standing there with a look of utter disappointment on his face. "I thought it was some powerful artifact. Turns out it's just a pile of useless sand." The sand behind Gaara reformed into the shape of the gourd. Pushing Temari aside, Gaara approached Naruto. "You managed to withstand my sand coffin. Excellent. You will make a splendid plaything." With a swift motion, Sasuke suddenly blocked Gaara's path, coldly stating, "If you wish to battle him, you must first defeat me." Kakashi seized Sasuke by the neck from behind. "If you wish to spar, there will be plenty of opportunities during the Chunin exams. Engaging in combat now would only lead to a dire diplomatic incident. Can you both spare me the trouble?" Simultaneously, Temari and Kankuro restrained Gaara. Naruto stepped forward, gazing intently at the red-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes. After a few moments, he inquired, "Is that the character love tattooed on your forehead? Are you from the Love family?" Sakura hurried over, pulling Naruto away. "Can you not stir up trouble?" "My apologies, everyone from Sunagakure. This guy ISN and Appo's, the brightest. So sorry for the inconvenience." Kakashi also turned to lead Sasuke away. Gaara and Appo's gaze fixed intensely on Naruto and Appo's departing figure, a chilling smile creeping onto his face. "So your name is Naruto. I shall remember you. Next time, I must enjoy our encounter to the fullest." Temari had already cursed Naruto internally 100 times. Is this the caliber of the new generation of Leaf Village ninjas? "Naruto, you foolish boy. Do you have any idea how volatile Gaara is? You dared to snatch his incredibly important gourd, truly seeking your own demise." As dusk fell, Team 7 returned to the Leaf Village. After submitting their mission logs to the Hokage's office, Kakashi distributed the rewards for their task. Naruto received the least, a mere 5,000 Ryo, but he bore no complaints. After the team disbanded, Naruto intended to head straight home, but upon catching a whiff of his pungent odor, he decided to visit the bathhouse first. As he took a shortcut to the back entrance, he suddenly spotted a sneaky figure, hunched over, peering through a wall. "Hey, Peeping Tom, pay me 10,000 Ryo for silence, or I'll drag you to the Leaf Guard." Peeping Tom, the white-haired Jiraiya slowly turned around, speaking earnestly. "You young rascal. Do you understand what it means to seek inspiration? Do you grasp the essence of artistic creation?" Naruto squinted at the peculiar man clad in a red outer garment and wooden sandals, a strange symbol inscribed on his forehead protector. "Artistic creation? I'm quite knowledgeable about that. especially regarding human anatomy. Jiraiya snorted disdainfully. Vulgar. I am a serious writer. As he spoke, Jiraiya produced a small yellow book from his robe. Upon closer inspection, Naruto realized it was the infamous work that had corrupted countless innocent boys in the ninja world, revered by Kakashi as the sacred text of love, Ika Paradise. So you are Jiraiya. It is as they say, the book reflects the man. Naruto jested. I am quite famous, Jiraiya replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Which family do you belong to, and what is your name? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Any advice? Upon hearing the name, Jiraiya paused in surprise. Noticing Jiraiya's reaction, Naruto asked, Do you know me? Jiraiya nodded, somewhat nostalgically stating, You've grown quite a bit. That name was given by me. A flicker of curiosity crossed Naruto's eyes. What is your connection to the fourth Hokage? Just an incompetent mentor. Sarutobi-sensei must have told you about Minato. Naruto shook his head. It was his chakra left within me that informed me. Jiraiya scrutinized Naruto's face for a moment before sensing something unusual. The surrounding natural energy was flowing towards Naruto. Then Jiraiya finally noticed Naruto's orange eyelids, mostly obscured by sunglasses. Sage. Sage mode. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open, his voice trembling. What is sage mode? Naruto appeared bewildered. Jiraiya did not respond, but began forming hand signs. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a 2-meter-tall orange toad materialized before Jiraiya. What a massive bullfrog. Just as Naruto reached to touch it, Jiraiya hoisted him up. Not a bullfrog. Come with me. The two leaped onto the toad's back, which then carried them dozens of meters with a single bound. In mere minutes, they arrived at the edge of the Leaf Village's woods. After landing, Jiraiya dispelled the summoning, and the toad vanished. Now, tell me, how did you unlock Sage Mode? Jiraiya asked solemnly. Naruto countered, What is Sage Mode? Stop feigning ignorance. The natural energy is converging around you. What else could it be? Oh. Naruto suddenly understood. So you mean the process of drawing in the natural energy? Spiritual energy? Jiraiya appeared puzzled. Naruto clarified. It is the same as what you refer to as natural energy. Jiraiya was internally shaken. This boy had never set foot in Mayaboka Mountain. Could he have learned sage techniques from the Dragon Cave or the Wetbone Forest? Where did you acquire this ability? Jiraiya pressed. Naruto shrugged. I was born with it. Born a sage. How is that possible? Jiraiya felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. After years of training, he had only mastered a flawed version of Sage Mode, while Naruto possessed it innately. Reluctantly, he continued, Then, how long can you maintain Sage Mode? Naruto held up a finger. 1 minute. No, wait. 10 minutes? Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Is it an hour? Again, Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya was drenched in sweat, too afraid to guess further. With a grin, Naruto revealed, I can maintain it. Indefinitely. Jiraiya's mind exploded with shock. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 34. Sage Mode. Jiraiya reclined on the grass, gazing at the stars above. His heart suddenly awash with mixed emotions. He let out a sigh. Earlier, outside the bathhouse, when I beheld the stunning scenery within, my body's reaction was entirely normal. At that moment, I believed I was still a youth. Now, I am abruptly reminded that I have become an old man in his 50s. Beside him, Naruto, also staring at the stars, chimed in. If you recognize that you are aging, then you ought to avoid those provocative sights. Putting pressure on the mind can lead to a stroke. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiraiya asked, Ahem. Young Naruto, have you perhaps matured too soon? And why aren't you home? Naruto sat up, excitement evident in his voice. I wanted to wait for you to awaken so you could teach me the summoning technique. I wish to have a flashy mount to play with. A mount? Jiraiya sprang up, astonished. What do you think the summoning beasts are? They share an equal partnership with their summoner. As he spoke, Jiraiya began to form hand seals. Fire style. Toad oil flame bullet. A fireball the size of a pumpkin erupted from his mouth, striking a wooden stump and illuminating the darkness of the clearing. Next, Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb natural energy to create sage chakra within him. Naruto observed the process intently. It turned out that entering Sage Mode was quite similar to the process of converting spiritual energy into spiritual power. A few minutes later, the area around Jiraiya's eyes turned red, and his facial features transformed significantly, particularly his nose, which grew larger and became bumpy. As Jiraiya opened his eyes, Naruto noticed that his pupils had morphed into elongated rectangles. This is my Sage Mode, Jiraiya proclaimed, looking at Naruto. Naruto, eager to show his respect, gave a thumbs up. It's quite extraordinary. Jiraiya shook his head. However, this state cannot be sustained for long, and I am unable to generate sage chakra during battle. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Doesn't that present many drawbacks? Jiraiya replied. Therefore, I must summon 2 toad sages to merge with my body. This way, they can assist me in generating sage chakra during combat. After a long moment of contemplation, Naruto suddenly spoke up. If the enemy can disrupt your fusion with the toads, wouldn't that mean Jiraiya's sage mode had now concluded, returning to his normal appearance? He shook his flowing white hair, then hopped on one foot a few times, striking an odd pose. I am one of Konoha's legendary 3, known as the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. I have yet to encounter an enemy capable of breaking the sage art, 2-sided technique. The Toad Sage, could he be a demon cultivator? Naruto felt a flicker of interest. How about a wager between us? What are we betting on? Jiraiya was curious to challenge Naruto's bravado. If I can interrupt your fusion with the toads, you must teach me the summoning technique. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiraiya leaned closer to Naruto, asking, and if you lose? Naruto replied confidently, if I lose, I'll help you improve sage mode. Such audacity. The little brat. Today, I shall properly train you, Jiraiya declared, quickly biting his finger and drawing several blood lines on his eyelids and face. With a decisive clap of his hands, he exclaimed, Sage mode. Activate. Anticipating eagerly, Naruto waited. But after a while, nothing occurred. Perverted sage. Are you toying with me? Jiraiya responded gravely. It takes time to summon those 2 esteemed beings. Oh, I see. A mischievous grin appeared on Naruto's face. Then I shall not be to blame. With a flick of his right hand, a Rasengan formed instantly. Sensing something amiss, Jiraiya quickly distanced himself from Naruto, shouting, Who taught you the Rasengan? Naruto, while compressing the Rasengan, replied with a laugh. It was taught to me by Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi? Jiraiya realized. That makes sense. He is not only Minato's disciple, but also a ninja with little regard for copyright. Noticing Naruto did not advance, Jiraiya asked, What are you doing, Naruto? With a sly smile, Naruto declared, I'm about to showcase the all-new version of the Black Sphere Rasengan. As they conversed, the blue Rasengan rapidly shrank, becoming nearly indistinguishable in the dim light. Suddenly, a chorus of cicadas filled the air. Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's back. To modify ninjutsu at such a young age, I can't shake the feeling that this kid resembles the prophesied child more than Nagato. Naruto flicked his fingers, sending it forth. Go. The nearly transparent black sphere Rasengan soared into the night, accompanied by the sound of cicadas. Are you serious? Jiraiya kicked off his sandals, leaping into the air and forming hand seals with his feet. Wind style? Tornado. A whirlwind sprang up from the ground, engulfing leaves, branches, and Jiraiya as it swiftly moved. The black sphere Rasengan, originally not aimed at Jiraiya, veered off course. However, the vortex formed by the black sphere Rasengan began to draw in the tornado. At that moment, a loud bang echoed. 2 small toads appeared on Jiraiya's shoulder. Fukasaku, young Jiraiya, have you encountered a formidable enemy? Shima, why have you summoned me at such a late hour? Jiraiya shouted urgently. There is no time to explain. Without further questions, the 2 toad sages joined their palms and began to absorb natural energy to generate sage chakra for Jiraiya. Sage art. Super giant Rasengan, Jiraiya shouted, launching a colossal Rasengan towards the vortex created by the black sphere Rasengan. Chapter 35. The boundless sea of color in the stillness of the night. A sudden thunderous roar reverberated, illuminating the windows of the villagers in Konohagakure. The patrolling ninjas immediately sensed impending danger. Could it be an attack from another village? The sound originated from the west. Quickly, let us investigate. The 3rd Hokage sprang from his bed, hastily dressing and moving to the window to gaze outside. Had trouble already arisen before the Chunin exams commenced? Returning to the forest on the western edge of the village, Naruto watched with keen interest as 2 small toads draped in gray cloaks perched upon Jiraiya and Appo's shoulders. Is this what you refer to as the sage toad? Jiraiya, noticing the massive crater in the grass, felt cold sweat trickle down his back. I shall witness how you, little brat, will break my sage art, 2-sided technique. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Truly, a legendary ninja. Naruto activated his enhanced vision, locking onto Jiraiya's rapid movements. Suddenly, a cacophony of croaks pierced the air, and Naruto felt the scene before him begin to warp. An illusion. In an instant, he found himself unable to move. Raising his gaze to discover he was no longer on the grass, but within a crimson realm of flesh. Four enormous toads clad in armor brandished long swords, extending their forelimbs to ensnare him within a cubic water prison. Floating within the watery confines, Naruto surveyed his surroundings. So this is what it feels like to be ensnared in an illusion. I had expected to lose myself in a fabricated world in the next moment. Naruto and Appo's eyes widened as he unleashed the power of his enhanced vision, shattering the delusion before him. Just as Jiraiya lunged to strike him, Naruto quietly declared, "Perverted sage, you have lost." Jiraiya's face turned pale. The combined might of the two sage toads had been undone. "Little Jiraiya," the sage of depths exclaimed. "The two-sided technique has been broken." Naruto's enhanced vision had discerned the connection between Jiraiya and the sage toads, and he immediately disrupted the chakra cycle established within Jiraiya's body. The two sage toads leaped down from Jiraiya. "Who exactly is this child?" the sage of wisdom inquired. Gazing up at Naruto, Jiraiya, dazed and seated upon the ground, murmured, "He is the child of Naruto Uzumaki Naruto." The sage of wisdom hopped onto Naruto's shoulder, patting his cheek. "He possesses an innate ability to enter sage mode, and it is even more refined than the version enhanced by the two-sided technique. Minato and Kushina have truly birthed an extraordinary child." The sage of depths leapt up, delivering a firm slap to Jiraiya. "The summoning technique can no longer be maintained. You must bring this child to Mount Myaboku at once." With that, the two sage toads vanished from sight. At that moment, the third Hokage, clad in black battle attire, appeared behind Jiraiya. Raising his Vajra rod, he struck Jiraiya on the head. "Jiraiya, you scoundrel, not only did you fail to visit me upon your return, but you also caused such a ruckus in the dead of night. You have made no progress at all." A large bump formed on Jiraiya's head as he protested, "Teacher, this is not my fault. It was all Naruto's doing." Naruto, observing the ninjas arriving one after another, suddenly shouted, "The legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, was taking a bath this evening. Oops." Before Naruto could finish, Jiraiya covered his mouth. "Hey, little one, don't speak recklessly. Teacher, and everyone else, I apologize for disturbing your rest." After intimidating Naruto, Jiraiya offered an apology to the gathered crowd. The third Hokage, having dispelled the summoning technique, watched the Vajra rod transform back into the monkey. "At my age, I cannot endure such disturbances. Both young and old, none offer me peace. You've turned this fine grassland into a pockmarked mess." He shot a glare at Jiraiya and Naruto before turning to leave, stooping slightly. "Take care, teacher. Good night," Jiraiya called after him. Observing the scene, other ninjas began to follow the third Hokage's departure. Kakashi, donning a sleep cap, approached. "Lord Jiraiya, did my team cause you any trouble?" "Oh, Kakashi, would you mind lending me Naruto for a few days?" "Not at all. I have no missions at the moment." Kakashi hesitated before asking, "Lord Jiraiya, will there be a sequel to Paradise of Affection?" Jiraiya patted Kakashi on the shoulder, a mysterious smile crossing his face. "I will only tell you, and you alone." Kakashi nodded eagerly. "I won't say a word. I've already outlined the new book and am currently gathering material. This one will be even more thrilling, hence strictly forbidden for those under 12. I look forward to your masterpiece." Kakashi turned to Naruto, who wore a disdainful expression, saying, "Before the Chunin exams begin, you will stay by Lord Jiraiya's side." Naruto nodded. "Understood, but I must warn you, Kakashi-sensei. If you truly intend to pursue girls using the tactics from Paradise of Affection, you might end up spending your later years with your good buddy." Gai-sensei. Kakashi smacked Naruto on the back of the head. "What does a 12-year-old brat know?" He then bowed to Jiraiya. "I will head home to rest now." After Kakashi left, Jiraiya grasped Naruto's head. "A classic like Paradise of Affection is beyond your comprehension, little boy." Upon hearing this, Naruto's forehead twitched with irritation as he thought, "In my previous life, while studying the White Bone View, I had traversed the Sea of Beauty for over a decade. What haven I experienced? Today, I shall enlighten you." With that, Naruto began forming hand seals. Shadow Clone. Technique of the Red Dust Disaster. With a resounding bang, amidst a haze of smoke, several hundred enchanting figures appeared. From ancient to modern, from budding to blossoming, a myriad of exquisite beauties surrounded Jiraiya. Beholding such a breathtaking sight, Jiraiya found himself lost for words, his nose bleeding profusely as he thought, Am I truly in the legendary paradise of affection? In this life, there are no regrets. With a bang, Naruto dispelled the shadow clone technique. Observing Jiraiya, who stood frozen in place, he scoffed, with your level, you would perish on the first day at the pleasure sect. Disregarding Jiraiya, Naruto made his way home, only to discover someone awaiting him at the door. Shino, you're back. Chapter 36. The Art of Spirit Communication. Naruto. Were all those hundreds of Kato's subordinates slain by you? Shino inquired hesitantly while seated at the table. Naruto slid a bowl of freshly prepared instant noodles, still within its expiration, towards Shino. Indeed, I did kill them. What? Do you find this objectionable, or do you feel sympathy for them? Shino shook his head, asserting, those individuals were beneath even insects. Their demise is inconsequential. Now that I am privy to your secret, and you to mine, our bond has deepened. Naruto was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Shino's fervent desire to cultivate profound connections with others. Enough of this. Has the frosted stag beetle been safely delivered to your esteemed elder in the clan? Shino nodded in affirmation, replying, it reached Elder Chigan before the beetle perished. He was quite pleased and has promised to impart to me the techniques for nurturing tiny insects. As he spoke, he retrieved a book from his robes and handed it to Naruto. This volume, The Microcosmic World of Insects, contains records of various mite species. Naruto, take a look and see which one you wish to cultivate. Very well, but do hasten and finish your noodles. They will lose their texture if left to soak too long. Naruto began to peruse the book, which was adorned with hand-drawn illustrations and textual annotations. After examining hundreds of images, he finally spotted a familiar insect. In his previous life, he had always believed that by gathering the power of faith, he could ascend to immortality. Although he had thoroughly explored the methods to achieve the corpse dissolution immortal status in the five hells, he had never pursued that path. This is the very dust mite, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the illustration with excitement. Shino took a sip of the noodle broth, set down the bowl, and remarked, with only a few days left until the Chunin exams, I will certainly assist you in capturing this mite, and then breeding it. Naruto grasped Shino and Appo's hand earnestly and said, Shino, I implore you. Shino nodded resolutely. I will prove that I am indeed a trustworthy friend. The following morning, as Naruto lay in bed with his eyes still closed, he sensed someone entering his room. Water release. Rise and shine technique. Jiraiya, tiptoeing with a bucket of water, doused Naruto with a splash. Naruto expelled a chakra-infused breath, sending most of the water back towards Jiraiya. Rolling out of bed, Naruto pointed an accusatory finger at Jiraiya. You're half buried in the ground. Yet you still act so childish. Having been thwarted, Jiraiya waved a bag in his hand. I was just trying to wake you up for some dumplings. Naruto snatched the paper bag and declared, I suppose you do have a little conscience. There are towels in the bathroom. Dry yourself off. After finishing his meal, Naruto stealthily followed Jiraiya to a secluded gorge outside the village. Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, nodding. Even if we blow this place up, Sarutobi-sensei won't take care. Alright, little Naruto, you mentioned you could improve Sage Mode. Let us hear your ideas. Naruto crossed his arms and replied, First, teach me the art of summoning. First, improve Sage Mode. Naruto reiterated, Teach me the art of summoning first. The two were locked in a stalemate for several minutes until Jiraiya finally relented. Alright. You're quite shrewd. I wonder who you learned that from. With that, Jiraiya unfastened the scroll from his back, placing it on the ground and unfurling it. The scroll was densely inscribed with fine print and adorned with numerous rune patterns. First, you must sign a contract with the summoning beast. Write my name? Naruto asked. Jiraiya pointed to a blank space within the rune patterns. Press a blood handprint here. Following this instruction, Naruto retrieved a kunai from his waist, sliced his palm, and pressed it onto the central blank space of the rune. Jiraiya inspected Naruto's palm, observing the wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. The regenerative abilities of the Jinchuriki are truly remarkable. If Naruto truly gains the ability to control the Nine Tails, should the key to unsealing the Nine Tails be entrusted to him? Seeing Jiraiya lost in thought, Naruto called out, Hey, perverted sage, what is the next step? Jiraiya snapped back to reality and released Naruto's hand. Next, you'll learn to form hand seals and release seals. Jiraiya began to meticulously demonstrate the sequence of hand seals, occasionally providing explanations. At that moment, Naruto realized just how irresponsible Kakashi had been. He would perform a slow-motion demonstration and simply say, Go practice. Have you comprehended it thoroughly? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto nodded, immediately attempting to form the seals, only to be interrupted as Jiraiya seized his hand and forcefully halted him. This is too simple for you. We must simulate the scenario of using the summoning technique in a critical moment. Naruto questioned, how should we do that? Jiraiya pointed to the top of the gorge, climb up there, then jump down while summoning the beast in midair. Naruto nodded, gathering chakra into his feet as he ascended the sheer cliff. Minutes later, he reached the top of the gorge. Jiraiya called out to him, be bold. It's all right to fail. I'll catch you. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Naruto smiled faintly, then leapt into the air, his body diving downward. His golden hair danced in the wind as he swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a downward thrust of his right palm, a mysterious rune pattern unfurled in the air. Jiraiya shielded his eyes, gazing upward. Suddenly, a massive toad's hindquarters obscured the sunlight, casting the gorge into shadow. This is... Jiraiya squinted to identify the creature, only to be struck with terror. Great Sage Toad. This is going to be the end of me. I've summoned him here. Jiraiya quickly began forming seals. Summoning technique. The enormous form of Fukasaku materialized at the gorge's base. Why did you summon me? Fukasaku grumbled. Jiraiya, in a state of urgency, shouted, look above. Above? Fukasaku, perplexed, glanced upward, only to see a gigantic toad's backside landing directly above him. Ribbit. Fukasaku was immediately flattened, his native tongue escaping him. The exceedingly aged Great Sage Toad, resting atop the cushion formed by Fukasaku, laboriously opened his eyes. Little Jiraiya. It has been ages since you visited Mount Myaboku. This isn't Mount Myaboku. How did I end up here? Jiraiya hastily fell to his knees, bowing his head. Great Sage Toad. It was all the doing of that brat named Naruto Uzumaki. I tried to dissuade him, but he would not listen. He insisted on summoning you. Naruto, standing atop the Great Sage Toad's head, shouted indignantly, you old coot. So this is how you plan to cover for me. Chapter 37. The enhanced Sage Mode. Naruto leapt from the head of the Great Sage Toad onto the ground, gazing upward at the ancient toad adorned with a pendant inscribed with the character for oil. This toad must have lived for over 1,000 years, truly embodying the essence of a sage in the human realm. Swiftly, Naruto paid his respects to the Great Sage Toad. Jiraiya quickly urged Naruto to kneel. The Great Sage Toad, perched upon Fukasaku's back, slightly opened his eyes and inquired, From whence do you hail? A jolt of surprise coursed through Naruto's heart. Could the old toad perceive something? Jiraiya interjected, Great Sage Toad, like myself, he hails from the Hidden Leaf Village. The Great Sage Toad tilted his head. And who might you be? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Fukasaku hastily exclaimed, His Excellency is sometimes lucid and at other times befuddled. Quickly, dispel the summoning technique to return him to Mount Myaboku. Otherwise, Lord Fukasaku and Lady Shima will be quite anxious. Jiraiya promptly slapped Naruto on the head, commanding, hurry. Send him back. Oh. Naruto began forming hand seals. Jiraiya shouted, we shall visit you another day. With a resounding pop, the Great Sage Toad vanished. Fukasaku, who had been squashed, finally took a deep breath. He flipped onto his back, resting against the cliffside, and produced a large smoking pipe. Jiraiya, fire. Jiraiya understood immediately and began forming seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A fireball, the size of a fist, erupted from Jiraiya's mouth and landed within Fukasaku's pipe. After taking several deep puffs, Fukasaku exhaled a thick plume of smoke, relishing the moment. Naruto gazed at the enormous toad clad in a deep blue short coat, a belt around its waist holding a knife, and could not help but admire. I never imagined toads could grow so large and live for such a long time in this world. Fukasaku lowered his head, puffing smoke directly onto Naruto. This little brat is what Lord Fukasaku referred to as the innate sage body. He indeed possesses the demeanor of a sage. Indeed, this is he. Jiraiya nodded. Naruto, this is Fukasaku. Naruto climbed onto Fukasaku's belly, peering inside with his Byakugan, but found nothing resembling a demon core. Fukasaku puffed up his stomach, sending Naruto tumbling off. I must return. Mount Myaboku is surely in disarray. In the next moment, Fukasaku dispelled the summoning technique, and his massive form vanished in an instant. Jiraiya seized Naruto's head. You troublemaker. If anything were to happen to the Great Sage Toad, the toads of Mount Myaboku would surely flatten the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto shrugged helplessly, an innocent expression on his face. It's your poor teaching. You cannot blame me. All right. It is indeed my lack of teaching skill. Jiraiya vigorously rubbed Naruto's face. Now it's time for you, my dear Naruto, to teach me how to enhance Sage Mode. Naruto wriggled free from Jiraiya's grasp and circled around him. I do have a method, but we must test it to see if it works. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quickly, tell me. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully and began. Since you need to continuously absorb natural energy during battle and convert it into what is known as Sage Chakra, if we accomplish these two processes through a formation, we will no longer require the two toads for fusion. A formation? Similar to sealing techniques, summoning techniques, and barrier techniques? Jiraiya asked, bewildered. Naruto nodded. As long as we engrave the Gathering Spirit Formation and the Transformation Spirit Formation onto you, we can continuously generate Sage Chakra. Jiraiya promptly shed his outer garment. Let us proceed. Please do not spare me simply because I am one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto closed his eyes, recalling the details of the formations in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Let us begin. Lie down. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately lay flat on the ground. Naruto's right hand emitted blue chakra, and his fingertips began to inscribe intricate patterns on Jiraiya's back. Jiraiya felt as though his back were being sliced with a knife, yet as a ninja, he could endure such minor pain. As Naruto continued to sketch complex lines and obscure symbols, Jiraiya's back became stained with blood. After a considerable time, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. The Gathering Spirit Formation is complete. Turn over. Jiraiya complied without hesitation, flipping onto his back. Naruto proceeded to inscribe the Transformation Spirit Formation on his chest. After an hour, Naruto finally finished, and Jiraiya appeared like a bloodied figure. How do we utilize this? Jiraiya inquired, looking down at the intricate patterns on his chest. Naruto moved behind Jiraiya, pointing to a specific spot on the Gathering Spirit Formation. Inject chakra from here. Jiraiya immediately channeled his chakra toward the spot Naruto indicated. A miraculous scene unfolded. As chakra flowed in, the formation on Jiraiya's back began to glow. He could distinctly feel natural energy surging through the patterns on his back. Subsequently, that natural energy traveled from the lines on his ribs into the Transformation Spirit Formation nestled in his chest. The Transformation Spirit Formation emitted a mysterious white light. The natural energy continuously transforming into Sage Chakra and converging toward Jiraiya's heart. It truly works. Naruto, you are a genius. Jiraiya's features no longer bore the characteristics of a toad. Instead, an orange hue appeared on his eyelids, signifying the activation of Sage Mode. Sage Art. Supergiant Rasengan. Jiraiya struck the cliff wall with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, Naruto cursed as he sprinted out of the now collapsed gorge. Why do you act like a nouveau riche? Jiraiya quickly followed him out. The two stood at the mouth of the gorge, staring at the debris-laden ravine in astonishment. Naruto, how do I stop Sage Mode? I fear absorbing too much natural energy will turn me into a stone toad. Use chakra to sever the connection between the two formations from under your ribs. After covering his right palm with chakra, Jiraiya clapped it against his side, causing the formations to lose their luminescence. Tears streamed down Jiraiya's face. He never imagined he would experience the perfect state of Sage Mode in his lifetime. Naruto, you must be the prophesied child who can alter the future of the ninja world, as foretold by the great Sage Toad. Jiraiya hoisted Naruto onto his shoulder and sprinted toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Today was indeed a day of great joy. He needed to find a place to celebrate with a drink. Meanwhile, Naruto, being carried, was devising other plans in his mind. If he could utilize the nine tails sealed within him as a summoning beast, it would undoubtedly surpass the toads. Chapter 38. The spirit summoning nine-tailed fox within the sole establishment of its kind in Konoha Village, a quaint tavern. Jiraiya found himself utterly inebriated. The proprietress approached, casting a discreet glance at the two young women who had been keeping him company. The two scantily clad ladies promptly rose to depart. After settling the bill, which totaled an extravagant 369 yen for drinks, snacks, and the company of the girls, the bill was placed upon the table. Jiraiya, reclining against the sofa, lay in a stupor, blissfully unaware of his surroundings. The proprietress turned her gaze toward Naruto, who was seated across from Jiraiya, seeking assistance. Good sir, she implored, your grandfather is completely out of it. As for this bill, unbelievable. Naruto grumbled, striding over to Jiraiya's side and patting him down. No way. A grown man without a wallet? In a fit of frustration, he splashed a drink onto Jiraiya's face. Hey, wake up and stop pretending to be dead. Despite the drink dousing his face, Jiraiya remained unresponsive. The proprietress's expression shifted to one of impatience. How audacious to order 2 girls without the means to pay. Does she believe Konoha has no connections? With a resigned sigh, Naruto pulled out his frog wallet, retrieving several bills and handing them to the proprietress. No need for change. Consider the excess a tip. Such generosity from a young man, she exclaimed, her face beaming as she accepted the notes, before swaying away with a flourish. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had previously been comatose, was now indulging in the remnants of a plate of squid strips. You gave too much for a tip. Young people these days have no sense of frugality. Naruto rolled his eyes, muttering, better than you, you slovenly leech. Jiraiya affectionately tousled Naruto's hair. You're far more considerate than Minato. He never brings me to places like this. He is utterly henpecked. Naruto turned, asking, aren't you afraid of your wife? Jiraiya took another swig of alcohol, sighing, Tsunade has no interest in me. Naruto sighed in response, old, impoverished, and without a spouse. This was the fate of many elder shinobi. Suddenly, he noticed the scroll lying on the sofa beside Jiraiya. Hey, perverted sage. May I borrow the summoning technique from your scroll for reference? Since you've treated me to drinks, feel free to peruse the scroll, Jiraiya generously replied. Naruto seized the scroll and dashed out of the tavern. Jiraiya weighed the frog wallet in his hand. This kid really is wealthy. Madam, bring me 3 more girls. Preferably not the skinny ones. As Naruto entered a shop, he realized his wallet was missing, instantly deducing who the thief was. Fortunately, he still had some coins in his pocket. After purchasing white paper and a pen, he conjured a shadow clone to divert the watchful eyes of the ANBU ninjas lurking nearby. Subsequently, he employed a transformation technique to alter his appearance and attire, slipping out of Konoha using the route Jiraiya had instructed him. Arriving in a secluded forest, Naruto eagerly began to study Jiraiya's scroll. It contained not only the summoning technique's formation but also other intriguing content, the purpose of which eluded him. After several hours of diligent study, he finally grasped the principles behind the summoning technique. He laid a blank sheet of paper atop the unfurled scroll, took up the pen, and commenced drafting the summoning contract. Another hour passed, and Naruto successfully completed the contract. He sat cross-legged, mentally entering the sealed space of the Nine Tails. You again, Kurama. The Nine Tails sensed Naruto's presence immediately, bearing its fangs through the confines of the seal. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Naruto inquired with a smile. Kurama's enormous crimson eyes fixed intently on Naruto. Human, do you think I would fall for your tricks? Not interested? Naruto's smile faded, his tone turning frosty. I've researched the data. Creatures like you can resurrect even after death. However, I know a place where once you enter, you will suffer for eternity, never to see the light of day again. Kurama's fur bristled. It could sense that Naruto was not jesting. This human felt even more ominous than Uchiha Madara. Naruto coldly stated, you have 10 seconds to decide. 8, 6, 2. I agree. I will do whatever it takes. Kurama hastily conceded. Although it had no certainty of actually escaping, the prospect of freedom was worth the risk, and it had no desire to oppose Naruto. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Not a fool after all. Now, give me your chakra. Kurama complied, releasing a surge of red chakra from its cage, enveloping Naruto. In the realm of reality, Naruto's form became encased in chakra, his teeth sharpening and 2 tails of chakra sprouting from behind him. He raised his left hand and pressed it against the blank space reserved on the summoning contract. A burnt scent wafted into his nostrils as he lifted his hand. The contract now bore a paw print branded by Kurama's chakra. Next, Naruto dissipated the chakra cloak, retrieved a kunai from his waist pouch, and sliced his palm. Moments later, his blood formed a handprint upon the contract. The contract is complete. Naruto secured the scroll and contract, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. He pressed his right hand to the ground, and the runic formation of the summoning technique rapidly spread across the earth. Naruto leapt back to create distance. With a resounding boom, he was engulfed in an ominous shadow. This creature was far larger than Gamabunta. After 12 years, the Nine Tails emerged once more into the world. Its 9 colossal tails swirled wildly, snapping countless trees as its fiery red fur danced gently in the breeze. Kurama lowered its gaze, observing Naruto, who appeared as insignificant as an ant, and in a deep voice inquired, "Do you truly dare to unleash me?" Naruto chuckled, replying, "Why not?" Suddenly, Kurama erupted into wild laughter. "Excellent. Human, I grant you a gift." In the next instant, Kurama opened its mouth wide, forming a massive spherical orb of black and purple energy above Naruto's head. With a roar, Kurama bellowed, "Human, receive my tailed beast bomb." Chapter 39. Skirmish. As Kurama's tailed beast ball was being compressed into a minuscule size, Naruto, with hands moving in a blur, swiftly completed the hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Release. With a poof, Kurama's colossal form vanished. Calamity. Back in the seal, Kurama inwardly lamented, but it was too late to restrain the tailed beast ball. Boom. The seal trembled violently under the explosion's impact, but quickly returned to its original state after a few breaths. As the smoke dissipated, Kurama's once magnificent fur was gone, leaving him as a mangy, severely injured cur, languishing in the seal's corner. In reality, Naruto rubbed the 8 trigram sealing style on his stomach, which felt somewhat hot, and murmured, "I still need to train him more, or he'll turn on me if I let him out." He glanced into the distance, then stretched languidly, lay down, and dozed off. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, clad in black robes and veiled by straw hats, observed Naruto from a towering tree. Kisame remarked, his voice laced with lingering trepidation, "What just happened? I distinctly saw the 9-tailed demon fox, but it vanished in an instant. How utterly bizarre." He sensed his greatsword Samahata quivering behind him, unsure whether from excitement or fear. Itachi, leaning against the tree trunk, fixed his Sharingan gaze on Naruto, who was sleeping on the hillside. The organization has reassessed the 9-tails Jinchuriki's threat level, estimating that Naruto Uzumaki has mastered a unique method of merging with his tailed beast. Upon hearing Itachi's words, a grave expression settled on Kisame's shark-like face as he retorted, "If it weren't for Orochimaru's recent machinations, threatening to disrupt the organization's plans, I wouldn't want to be in this forsaken place." Itachi replied impassively, "Besides Orochimaru, I have other matters to attend to." But the organization has not yet issued an order to capture the 9-tails. Suddenly, Itachi detected a cicada and Appo's chirp. That and Appo's not a cicada. It and Appo's the Jinchuriki and Appo's ninjutsu. Retreat. Itachi and Kisame leaped from the tree simultaneously. The next moment, a black line struck the tree, and a black vortex instantaneously formed, uprooting the tree and reducing it to dust in the vortex's center. Naruto, observing this from afar, couldn't help but sigh. This technique is ill-suited for assassination. They evaded it again. He had used a shadow clone to divert the enemy's attention while his real body transformed into a rock and rolled down the hillside, attempting to ambush them. However, they managed to evade him. Shadow clone jutsu. With a poof, dozens of shadow clones appeared around Naruto. They immediately charged into the forest, heading towards the Akatsuki duo. "Since we've been discovered, let's just capture the 9-tails Jinchuriki." Kisame unsheathed his great sword Samahata, removing the bandages wrapped around it, and charged forward. Itachi followed closely behind, eager to test the 9-tails Jinchuriki and Appo's metal. One of Naruto and Appo's shadow clones spotted the enemies and instantly conjured a Rasengan, charging towards them. Kisame swung his Samahata, the hilt instantly elongating, and the sword's mouth clamped down on the shadow clone's shoulder. Such poor taijutsu? Kisame was surprised by how easily he had succeeded. Samahata greedily devoured the shadow clone's chakra, continuously transferring it to Kisame. "So, this thing can steal chakra." The shadow clone's chakra rapidly dwindled, and just as it was about to dissipate, he clenched his right fist. The normal Rasengan instantly shrunk, transforming into a black orb Rasengan. As the cicada's chirp echoed, Kisame realized it was too late to retrieve Samahata. He decisively released his grip. As the shadow clone vanished, a black vortex silently appeared. Samahata, which had been devouring the shadow clone and Appo's chakra, was immediately engulfed by the black vortex and turned into a pool of minced meat. Thus, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was lost forever. Pressure. Misunii the 9-tails Jinchuriki is quite capable. Kisame leaped onto a tree and began weaving hand seals. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. Kisame opened his mouth, and a massive torrent of water gushed forth. Itachi, who was about to engage with one of Naruto's shadow clones, quickly retreated to evade the attack. With a deafening roar, the forest was engulfed by a tsunami, and the trees that had obstructed the view were instantly swept away. Naruto, witnessing this from afar, dispelled his shadow clones. Looks like these two are not easy to deal with. Trading dozens of shadow clones for one of their weapons isn't too bad. Itachi, observing the cleared area, stated, Kisame, your Samahata is gone, so be mindful of your chakra consumption. We haven't even encountered the Jinchuriki's real body yet. Understood. The real body should be in the forest over there. I and Appos, flush him out. Kisame nodded and began weaving hand seals. Earth release, underground travel. Kisame dove into the earth from the tree, moving swiftly like a shark. Searching for Naruto's real body. Naruto, unable to fully grasp the enemy's movements due to the obstructions, thought, they're definitely coming for me. If I don't know their location, then I and Appos, just saturate the area with firepower. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created dozens of shadow clones, ordering them to charge forward while he relocated to a concealed spot. Soon, Itachi and Kisame discovered the shadow clones. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi unleashed a great fireball at the shadow clones and the forest. Kisame emerged from the earth, seized a shadow clone's ankle, and attempted to drag him into the ground. This was exactly what Naruto wanted. These shadow clones were his suicide bombers. The next moment, several voices echoed simultaneously. Super Great Ball Rasengan. Dozens of gigantic, light blue orbs instantly expanded within the forest. Everything in the forest was torn apart, and Kisame, who was still in the ground, was lifted into the air by the Super Great Ball Rasengan. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. As his body was about to be completely annihilated, Kisame mustered the last of his strength and unleashed the water release technique. The Super Great Ball Rasengan's energy was finally exhausted by the massive torrent of water. Suddenly, dozens of crows coalesced into Itachi's form. Retreat. Itachi grabbed the barely alive Kisame, who was lying in the mud. Kisame's limbs were severed, leaving him a human torso. Itachi-san, don't mind me. Itachi ignored Kisame and hastily carried him away. Naruto's third wave of shadow clones was already closing in from behind. In a fleeting glance back, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan without hesitation, a trail of blood trickling from the corner of his right eye. Amaterasu. Chapter 40. Borrowing money. As Itachi unleashed his Amaterasu through his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto's shadow clones fell victim, engulfed in terrifying black flames. The bodies of the shadow clones were charred to a crisp, transforming them into mere human-shaped torches, rendered incapable of pursuit. Consequently, they dispelled the shadow clone technique themselves. Meanwhile, the true Naruto, hiding behind a large boulder, trembled upon receiving the feedback from his clones, along with the pain they experienced. So this is perhaps what it feels like to be burned alive by white phosphorus. He gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts as cold sweat drenched his attire. I must endure this agony. Otherwise, when the human Shao descends into hell to face retribution, the suffering returned to me will be far greater. After a lengthy period, Naruto finally stabilized his breathing. Exhaling deeply, he resolved not to pursue the two members of the Akatsuki any further. The Akatsuki, since their objective is the tailed beast within me, they will inevitably come after me again. I shall settle the score with them then. Returning to the hillside, Naruto retrieved Jiraiya's scroll before making his way back to Konoha. On the eve of the Nin exams, Shino accompanied Naruto to a laboratory within the Konoha hospital. After several days of cultivation, the dust mites had begun to reproduce, though their numbers remained scant. Shino gestured towards a petri dish on the table. Naruto leaned closer to the microscope, peering into the dish. Countless peculiar dust mites scuttled across the transparent cover slip, moving their 6 legs with fervor. Turning to Shino, Naruto inquired, their activity seems rather low. If I were to house them within me, would they not perish? Shino stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying. Perhaps you could first nourish them with your chakra and observe the effects on the mites. Naruto nodded. Shino, prepare 3 samples for me. We shall conduct the experiment at once. Without further ado, Shino commenced his preparations. Minutes later, the 3 cover slips were filled with dust mites. Naruto approached the table, extending his fingers to infuse each of the 3 slips with a small amount of 3 distinct types of chakra. Shino promptly placed one of the slips under the microscope for examination, while Naruto waited anxiously for the results. Surely, one of these chakra types, Sage Chakra, my own chakra, or the Nine Tails Chakra, will sustain the dust mites. After cycling through the 3 slips, Shino's expression grew increasingly solemn. Upon concluding the examination of the third slip, he shook his head in resignation. All 3 samples have perished. I could assist you in breeding them. Why must they reside within you? Naruto, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the outcome, replied, if they cannot thrive within me, then these creatures hold no significance for me. Nevertheless, continue to breed the mites. I shall devise a solution. Also, if you have any needs, do not hesitate to tell me. Shino scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I need to rent the hospital's laboratory and equipment. I'm rather low on funds. Apologies. It was my oversight not to provide you with a budget. Naruto instinctively reached for his pocket, only to suddenly remember something. Curse that lecherous sage. He squandered all my money. Shino quickly interjected, if there and Appo's no other option, I can ask my family for an advance. Naruto waved his hand, wait. I'll secure the funds for you shortly. How much do you need? Shino counted on his fingers. If I were to rent for another half month, it would be about 650 or so. It's quite a bargain for merely occupying the laboratory. Naruto nodded. I'll procure the money. With that, he departed for the laboratory to gather the necessary funds. Half an hour later, Naruto stood before an imposing yet antiquated building. He knocked on the heavy wooden door. After a moment, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a beautiful young girl clad in a gray kimono. Who are you? She asked in a soft voice. Bending down, Naruto peered through the door gap at the girl's pure white eyes. I am Uzumaki Naruto. What is your name, little one? Hinata Hana. The girl, unguarded, readily divulged her name. Naruto smiled warmly. What a lovely name. Hana, could you please fetch Hinata for me? Blushing at the compliment, Hana nodded eagerly and ran off without closing the door behind her. A few minutes later, a breathless Hinata burst through the door. Naruto-kun. It's been a while since their last encounter at the docks. When she had shared a brief kiss with Naruto, Hinata felt at a loss on how to face him. Naruto, observing Hinata dressed in her training attire, replied with a grin, indeed, it has been a while. Hinata stepped outside, closing the door behind her to keep her younger sister from causing mischief. Hana, don't be a nuisance. Big sister. She ran off with a man. Hana shouted from behind the door. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she quickly opened the door to scold her sister. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't buy you any sweets. Terrified, Hana promptly covered her mouth. Okay, I won't say another word. Closing the door, Hinata offered an awkward smile. Naruto-kun, what brings you here? Naruto extended his right hand. Hinata, unsure of his intent, hesitantly placed her hand atop his. I'm in a bit of a bind. Could you lend me 5,000 ryo? Hinata tilted her head, thinking she must have misheard him. But Naruto continued, please. Lend me 5,000 ryo. I promise to return it after my next mission. Seeing Hinata's bewildered expression, Naruto grasped her hand and gently kissed the back of it. This is interest. Hinata's face turned a bright shade of red, and she swiftly withdrew her hand, flustered as she fumbled about. I'll give it to you. All of it. She produced a white wallet adorned with a whirlpool design and thrust it into Naruto's embrace. Naruto opened the wallet and glanced inside, discovering it filled with large bills, certainly more than 5,000 ryo. Hinata, you are truly a lifesaver. Just as he reached out to caress Hinata's cheek, a powerful voice boomed. 8 trigrams, empty palm. A force struck the right side of Naruto's body, sending him sprawling to the ground. Standing atop the family fence was Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, glaring at Naruto with fury. Chapter 41. The mischievous child and the elder. Where did this yellow-haired imp come from? How dare you deceive my pure and kind daughter? Clad in a dark kimono, Hyuga Hisashi leapt down from the wall, storming towards Naruto. Father! Hinata rushed over, embracing Hisashi's waist, exclaiming, Naruto, run. Hisashi looked down at his daughter, whose elbow was awkwardly turned out, and scolded in frustration. Do you understand the expectations our family has for you? Not only do you neglect your training, but you also associate with this hopeless individual. I am truly disappointed in you. Hinata clung tightly to her father, defiantly declaring, Naruto-kun is an exceptional person. I have always viewed him as my role model. A role model? Hisashi scoffed in disbelief. As a ninja, he lacks any sense of defense and was easily struck by my Hokage senator. You consider such a waste to be a role model. It seems your ninja career will not be long. Soon, you will be killed by an enemy. You old man, you just want to take a swing at me. And now you're panting. Naruto climbed to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Hinata is not as bad as you say. during missions. She has been continuously training. She is a very diligent person, and I have always noticed that, Naruto said, his piercing gaze fixed on Hisashi from beneath his sunglasses. Naruto-kun. Hinata was taken aback, realizing Naruto had been quietly observing her. Hisashi's forehead bulged with veins. You dare to defy me? I am the leader of the Hyuga clan. Crossing his arms, Naruto replied slowly. I am the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Hisashi sneered, huh? The Uzumaki clan has been eradicated. What kind of clan leader are you? Naruto cast a meaningful glance at Hinata. Once I expand my family and ensure its prosperity, would I not then be the clan leader? It must be said, Naruto possessed considerable talent in provoking others. The naive Hinata failed to grasp his words, while Hisashi understood all too well. He knocked Hinata unconscious with a single strike and laid her gently on the steps at the entrance. Yellow-haired imp, I care not what kind of demon fox you are. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Hisashi rose slowly, advancing towards Naruto. Naruto pocketed Hinata's wallet and retrieved a strip of bandage, biting it and wrapping his hands. This way I won't kill you, ha ha ha. Demon fox imp, you brought this upon yourself. Hisashi lunged forward, delivering a powerful palm strike towards Naruto. In an instant, Naruto transformed into an afterimage, evading the blow and creating distance between them. Hisashi was taken aback, thinking, how can this imp be so fast? I must not be careless. Blood vessels bulged at the corners of his eyes as he activated his Byakugan, locking onto Naruto's position. Hack! Hisashi unleashed a flurry of palm strikes enveloped in blue chakra, but Naruto deftly evaded them with his agile movements and peculiar body techniques. Your hack is impressive, but what use is it if it does not strike an enemy? Naruto taunted as he dodged. Since handing over his brother, Hyuga Neji, to the hidden cloud village, Hisashi had never been this furious. Hack K-san, Hisashi shouted, striking out at Naruto from several meters away. Suddenly, Naruto puffed up his cheeks and released a chakra sphere, dispelling Hisashi's attack. Hisashi was stunned. My hack K-san was so easily neutralized by this demon fox imp. Unwilling to believe the reality, he unleashed several more strikes. But Naruto's chakra blasts continued to disperse them. The techniques of your Hyuga clan are too singular. Take, for instance, an enemy I encountered not long ago, from a distance. With a mere glare, he could ignite an unshakable flame that would consume you. Against such an enemy, how would the Hyuga and Appos, Byakugan and Gentle Fist fare? Hisashi's inner turmoil intensified. Is this truly the same demon fox imp who causes chaos in the village? I, the leader of the Hyuga clan, am being toyed with by a mere genin. Perhaps he is right. The Hyuga clan truly needs to change. Though Hisashi had begun to respect Naruto, his pride as a clan leader prevented him from conceding. Ultimately, my hack is superior. Otherwise, why would you be dodging? Hisashi provoked. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression turned serious. He tore off the bandage from his hands, realizing, it seems I must unleash my ultimate technique. Otherwise, this old man will never relent. Hisashi, sensing the gravity of the moment, began to sweat nervously, preparing his defenses. Shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, Naruto created hundreds of shadow clones that surrounded Hisashi. This is the ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. To rely on numbers for victory is rather naive. Hisashi's Byakugan confirmed the number of shadow clones, 236 in total. The next moment, Naruto's clones charged forward with fists raised. Hisashi smirked slightly and commanded, hack. Kaiten. With a thunderous crash, Hisashi spun, creating an impenetrable defensive barrier with his palms. Naruto's clones charged in like moths to a flame, some being deflected, others crashing to the ground. Moments later, only Hisashi remained standing amidst the fallen clones. He furrowed his brow, puzzled. Hiss. The shadow clones should vanish upon being struck, yet these ones remain on the ground? Which one is the real body? Suddenly, Hisashi felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly turned. By the time his Byakugan registered Naruto's figure behind him, it was too late to evade. The ultimate ninjutsu of Konohagakure. 1,000 years of pain. Naruto's voice whispered like a demon's in Hisashi's ear. Crouching low, Naruto leaped forward, fingers forming the tiger's seal, and thrust sharply. Poof! Hisashi's feet lifted off the ground as he soared into the air. Hinata Hanabi, peering through the door crack, exclaimed joyfully, Daddy can fly. Daddy is flying. Chapter 42. The eve of the Chunin exams in the Hokage and Appos' office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, addressing the numerous subordinates in the room. Is this Chunin exam too early for the recent graduates? Kakashi, standing before dozens of Chunin, replied, not at all. I became a Chunin at the age of 6. This statement left some of the other ninjas feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet Kakashi was indeed a prodigious child from a young age. He merely spoke the truth. Ichiraku opened his mouth, but chose not to elaborate further. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, expressing his concerns. I worry that if ninjas from other nations discover that Konoha's new generation is too powerful, it could disrupt the balance between the ninja villages. Asuma Sarutobi immediately inquired, what do you mean by and oppos, too powerful and oppos? Are we being overly arrogant? Waihai Kurenai pondered for a moment and remarked, that is merely an isolated phenomenon. The overall strength of Konoha's new generation should be on par with the lower ninjas of other villages. Isolated phenomenon. Asuma was left bewildered. Kakashi raised his hand and said, Hokage-sama, I have a suggestion. The third Hokage nodded. Kakashi hesitated before continuing, perhaps. We should not allow Naruto to participate in this Chunin exam. His strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin. I oppose this. Ichiraku interjected, standing up defiantly. That would be unfair to Naruto. Kakashi responded, if other villages learn of a ninja in Konoha who transcends ordinary understanding, they might react irrationally. The third Hokage lit his pipe and, after taking a puff, asked, Jiraiya, what is your perspective? Jiraiya, sitting cross-legged in the corner of the office, stroked his chin and after a long moment of contemplation, slowly replied, Naruto is indeed a once-in-a-century genius in the ninja world. Sooner or later, other villages will discover his existence. Hiding him is futile, so we might as well let him shine brightly. A glimmer of surprise appeared on the third Hokage's face. A once-in-a-century genius? Jiraiya, are you certain you are not jesting? In the office, apart from Kakashi, the other ninjas wore expressions of disbelief. Asuma respectfully addressed Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, I have heard that Naruto's recent performances have been quite lively, but he is merely a lower ninja who has completed a few basic tasks. Is he truly deserving of the title and oppos, genius and oppos? Ichiraku retorted, Naruto has been working very hard. Hard work? Asuma chuckled. Effort is simply a fundamental quality for a ninja. Without talent, no amount of hard work will yield results. Suddenly, Mike Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit and wearing a ninja vest, boomed, Asuma. In fact, effort itself is a form of talent. Those endowed with such talent often surpass their limits. The other Chunin began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't Naruto that mischievous kid who used to scribble all over the Hokage rock? I saw him 6 months ago, and he hadn't even mastered the shadow clone technique. Just a lower ninja. What genius! Lord Jiraiya must be joking. Among this year's lower ninjas, only Sasuke Uchiha and Neji Hyuga can truly be considered geniuses. Seeing the skepticism in the crowd, Jiraiya slowly stood up. He removed his outer garment, revealing a body covered in intricate symbols. What is this? The third Hokage stood up from his chair, astonished. These patterns and symbols. I have never seen them before. They are neither summoning techniques nor sealing techniques. Jiraiya, what do they do? The other ninjas widened their eyes, observing the mysterious markings on Jiraiya and Appo's body, but none could discern their significance. This is a formation capable of generating sage chakra. Jiraiya articulated with precision. Generating sage chakra. The third Hokage gasped in astonishment. The other ninjas were equally horrified. For most Chunin, this was the first time they had heard the term sage chakra. Asuma questioned, Lord Jiraiya, what is the purpose of showcasing this formation? Jiraiya smiled. I merely wish to demonstrate to you what true talent looks like. As he spoke, the symbols on his body began to glow rhythmically, and his eyelids took on an orange hue as he entered sage mode. This formation was inscribed on me by Naruto. With this formation, I can utilize sage techniques anytime, anywhere, without limitation. The office fell silent. Some of the ninjas present may not have known what sage techniques were, but they could feel the overwhelming aura of powerful chakra emanating from Jiraiya. With a loud thud, the third Hokage's pipe fell to the ground. Jiraiya, your body shows no signs of aberration. This is the perfect state of sage mode. Such a powerful formation was actually created by Naruto. The third Hokage rapidly assessed the value of Naruto Uzumaki to Konoha and concluded with 4 words, beyond measure. As Jiraiya donned his clothing, he subtly disrupted the formation, deactivating sage mode. Only then did the others find relief from the intense pressure. This is truly terrifying. Asuma exhaled. Kakashi recognized Naruto's extraordinary talent. but he had not anticipated its magnitude. Ichiraku's face beamed with pride, for Naruto was his most cherished student. No one in the room dared to oppose Jiraiya's declaration of Naruto as a genius any longer. The third Hokage slowly resumed his seat, and at that moment, he truly felt his age. The will of fire will continue to flow through generations after my departure. Hiruzen Sarutobi placed his Hokage hat on the desk and smiled radiantly. Everyone, the details of the Chunin exam have been finalized. It is time to bring a tremor of excitement from Konoha to the ninja world. Chapter 43. The Master of Cheating. Today marks the commencement of the first round of the Chunin exams, jointly held by Konoha and its allied nations. A total of 153 genin from 6 ninja villages are gathered in an expansive classroom for the written test. Outside the classroom, in the corridor, the 3 members of Team 7 arrive fashionably late. Naruto, don't be the anchor weighing us down. I refuse to remain a mere genin forever. Sasuke's frustration is palpable as he observes Naruto's nonchalant demeanor. Weighing you down? Me. Naruto, bewildered, repeats the question twice. Sakura, trailing behind, interjects. This is just the written exam. If we fail this, we won and oppose, to even get the chance to participate in the subsequent tests. Another written test? Naruto groans. Recalling his previous exam, where he scored a solitary 0, he lets out a long sigh. What's so bad about being a genin? Sure, the pay is low, but the higher the ninja rank, the more perilous the missions, and the quicker one meets their demise. Sasuke scolds him. You're just resigning yourself to mediocrity. Ignoring Sasuke, Naruto pushes the examination room door open, drawing the attention of over 100 pairs of eyes. Wow, an unconventional gathering, Naruto exclaims, taken aback by the bizarre appearances of the ninjas from other villages. At the podium stands the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, a tall figure clad in a black trench coat. His face marked by 2 scars, who casts a cold glance at Naruto. If you dawdle any longer, you might as well head home and sleep. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke hastily find seats. Ibiki's deep voice resonates once more. The content of this examination is plagiarism. The candidates are initially stunned. Then a flurry of whispers fills the room. We can copy freely? That's too easy. Surely there are other restrictions? The simplicity of it seems merely a formality. I didn't expect the Konoha folks to be so lenient. Naruto chuckles, patting Sakura on the shoulder. Just make sure your answers are neat. With a loud clap, Ibiki strikes the podium, silencing the room. He scans the candidates with a frosty glare. Each of you starts with 10 points, with a total of 10 questions. For each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. If caught cheating by our proctors, you'll lose 2 points. If even one member of a team scores 0, the entire team will be disqualified from the exam and will remain genin for life, with no chance for promotion. The room falls into a hushed silence upon hearing these rules. Suddenly, the examination room door swings open, and over 100 Chunin from Konoha enter. Standing at the podium, simultaneously forming hand seals. Transformation technique. They declare in unison. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke envelopes the room. When it dissipates, the candidates are left in astonishment as over 100 Chunin have transformed into replicas of the candidates. Naruto observes a doppelganger that closely resembles him and remarks, looks similar, but the aura is a tad lacking. Ibiki bellows, everyone, shuffle your seats. You have 1 hour for the exam. Let me make it clear. The transformed proctors will mislead you with incorrect answers. Ibiki then tosses a smoke bomb into the audience. Amidst the thick fog, several proctors begin to mingle with the 300-plus candidates and rearrange their positions. The smoke obscures vision and impedes sensory perception. When the fog clears, all candidates are seated. The proctors encircle the classroom, watching the mixed group of candidates with hawk-like vigilance. To Naruto's delight, the real Hinata is seated to his right, securing his position. After all, Hinata is an academic achiever. Due to the proctor standing beside her, Hinata refrains from activating her Byakugan to discern whether Naruto is indeed a fake. The exam papers are swiftly distributed. Ibiki shouts, the exam begins. Naruto glances at the paper, only to find it filled with questions of torturous difficulty. 1. Where does chakra originate? 2. What is the relationship between ninja villages and nations? 3. Who invented hand seals? After flipping through the paper twice, Naruto realizes he can only vaguely address the second question. The rest are entirely beyond his grasp. Sigh. It doesn't matter much whether I become a Chunin. But Sakura and Sasuke care deeply about this exam. If I score a 0, won't I be dragging them down? No, I must cheat. Just as Naruto plans to sneak a glance at Hinata's paper, Ibiki's fearsome visage looms closer. No way. It's that strict? Instantly, Naruto dismisses the idea of blatant peeking. Sasuke and Sakura have already commenced writing. The mirror installed on the ceiling by Tintin has been shattered by a proctor. Gaara's sand technique is dispersed with a swift swipe of Ibiki's eraser. Kankuro's puppet masquerading as a proctor is discovered by Ibiki, who swiftly pins it to the blackboard with a kunai. Thus far, Shino's bugs remain undetected. Inuzuka Kiba had intended to enlist Akamaru's help in discreetly peeking at others' answers. But as the exam commenced, Akamaru was expelled from the classroom by a proctor. Ibiki roams the classroom like a mobile surveillance unit, unsettling the candidates with his presence. Is this all you can do? Do you really think being a ninja is easy? The ninja world lacks not trash, but true talent. Ibiki mercilessly mocks the candidates, playing with their psyche. Unsurprisingly, many fall prey to his taunts, revealing their vulnerabilities. More insidiously, once the proctors identify a cheater, they do not disclose how many points have been deducted. Some candidates, with their points depleted, continue to scribble on their papers. Naruto, wary of making a move, contemplates a strategy. If the situation is so stringent inside, I shall break through from the outside. Feigning nonchalance while studying the questions, Naruto quietly removes his shoes. Grateful for having learned to form hand seals with his feet from Jiraiya. His feet touch together, and suddenly, a shadow clone of Naruto appears in the grass outside the examination room. This shadow clone stealthily moves to a spot where it remains unseen from the classroom windows, and when the coast is clear, begins to form hand seals. Transformation technique. In the next instant, the clone transforms into the third Hokage. Minutes later, the examination room door swings open. All proctors turn their gazes towards the entrance, where the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, enters, pipe in mouth. Ibiki hurries to greet him. Hokage-sama. What brings you here personally? The third Hokage takes a couple of puffs from his pipe, his voice hoarse as he replies, No need to mind me. I'm merely observing the performance of these young ones. Ibiki nods, continuing his patrol around the examination room. The shadow clone, disguised as the third Hokage, saunters about the classroom, inspecting this and that. At that moment, the clone inadvertently catches sight of the real third Hokage approaching the entrance. Oh no. The clone hastily passes by the genuine Hinata, casting a quick glance at her paper. Ibiki senses something amiss. Why does the Hokage seem somewhat restless today? Has he encountered an issue that requires resolution? Just as the clone portraying the third Hokage exits the examination room, it collides with the actual third Hokage. The clone awkwardly greets, What a lovely day it is today. Chapter 44. The examination. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the imposter before him. But he quickly regained his composure and launched a powerful punch. The shadow clone, sensing the imminent danger, immediately dispelled itself, vanishing from the third Hokage's sight. With a loud bang, the third Hokage forcefully opened the door, startling the candidates gathered inside. Ibiki hurried over and inquired, Lord Hokage, what has transpired? Who just impersonated me? The third Hokage cast a cold glance around the room. What? That earlier fire was merely a fade. Who possesses such audacity? Ibiki, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, bowed his head in apology. It was my oversight. Please, Lord Hokage, punish me. Suppressing his anger, the third Hokage patted Ibiki on the shoulder and said in a grave tone, Continue the examination. Sasuke observed the unfolding scene, internally lamenting, impersonating the Hokage? TSK. I wonder which bold individual dared to do such a thing. Sakura paused her writing, murmuring softly, That person must either be a genius or a lunatic. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Naruto Uzumaki, was fervently scribbling away, having already filled in more than half of the previously blank questions. The third Hokage approached Naruto, bending down to scrutinize him. Do not disturb my examination. If I end up with a 0, I won't become a chunin, earn money, or find a wife. And you'll be responsible for it. Naruto muttered under his breath. The third Hokage, raising his hand, lightly tapped Naruto on the head with his pipe. You little rascal. Only you would have the audacity to pull such a stunt. Naruto remained silent, focusing solely on his answers. Noticing Naruto's lack of reaction, the third Hokage took a deep breath to calm himself. At that moment, Ibiki approached again. Lord Hokage, I have been closely monitoring this child. He had no opportunity to form hand signs. The third Hokage's eyebrows raised, contemplating whether Naruto had prepared this plan beforehand. Ibiki scratched his head, pondering that if one could strategize to this extent before knowing the exam rules, they indeed deserved to be a chunin. As the two conversed quietly, Naruto completed all the questions, with only 15 minutes remaining before the exam concluded. Most of the candidates were frantically attempting to copy answers from others, regardless of their correctness, thinking it wise to copy first and worry about the consequences later. Even if they ended up with wrong answers and lost points, they would simply claim, "I copied." No regrets. The final 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ibiki glanced at the clock on the wall and shouted, "Stop writing. Hands away from the desks." All candidates promptly complied, retracting their hands. With a loud thud, the proctors who had been masquerading as candidates revealed their true identities. Many candidates' spirits plummeted. After all that copying, it turns out to be a fake. Fortunately, I only copied 2 questions. Thoughts raced through their minds about whether a ninja could truly support themselves. Should they consider changing careers early? It's over. Everything is over. A dozen proctors began grading the papers on the spot. You caught cheating twice, deducting 4 points. Incorrect on 7 questions, deducting 7 points. Total score, -1. Your entire group is permanently disqualified from the Chunin exam. As a red mark stamped onto the paper, 3 genin from the grass village lost their dreams forever. The proctors hastily continued grading. Total score, 6 points, pass. Total score, 4 points, pass. Total score, 0. Your group is permanently disqualified from the exam. Finally, one proctor reached Naruto's paper. Naruto Uzumaki, caught cheating 0 times, 3 questions wrong, deducting 3 points. Total score, 7 points, pass. Hinata Hyuga, caught cheating 0 times. 1 question wrong, deducting 1 point. Total score, 9 points, pass. Naruto intentionally left some answers uncopied from Hinata's, as that would have been too obvious. Sasuke Uchiha, caught cheating once, deducting 2 points, 2 questions wrong, deducting 2 points. Total score, 6 points, pass. Sakura Haruno, caught cheating 0 times, 2 questions wrong, deducting 2 points. Total score, 8 points, pass. Team 7 all passed. As this examination concluded, only 78 out of the 153 candidates had successfully passed. After the session broke up, Naruto attempted to sneak away, only to be intercepted by the 3rd Hokage. Your impersonation of me is not over yet. What evidence do you have to prove it was me? Naruto replied nonchalantly. Hinata, following closely behind, tugged at his sleeve with a worried expression. Naruto turned with a smile. It and Appo's, fine. Hurry home and say hello to uncle for me. Hinata stammered, "My father can only stand or lie down now." Naruto's expression shifted awkwardly. "I might have been a bit rough, but that's because he spoke ill of you." The 3rd Hokage seized Naruto's head, exclaiming, "You 2 youngsters truly treat me as if I were invisible." Saying this, he dragged Naruto away. Gaara stared ominously at the retreating figures of Naruto and the 3rd Hokage. Muttering to himself, "I will have my chance to deal with you, Naruto Uzumaki." The 3rd Hokage pulled Naruto into an empty corridor before releasing him. "I need you to do me a favor. I will overlook your impersonation." Naruto sighed. "All right, what is it?" The 3rd Hokage rubbed his temples. "Take Konohamaru to train for a few days. That child has been crying at home, demanding to see you, driving me to distraction." Naruto nodded slightly, realizing he was being asked to babysit. "Fine, it's not a difficult task." The following morning, Naruto heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Konohamaru and 2 unfamiliar children standing outside. "I am Konohamaru. I am Udon. I am Moegi. We greet you, Naruto-senpai." Naruto looked at the 3 snot-nosed kids, holding snacks and fruits, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You even brought offerings. How considerate." He eagerly accepted the treats, deeming them perfect for breakfast. Half an hour later, the 4 arrived at an empty lot by the street. "Did you master the chakra sword technique I taught you last time?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, Konohamaru produced a shuriken and placed it on the ground. "Chakra sword technique," Konohamaru shouted, and to everyone's amazement, the shuriken began to wobble and levitate off the ground. "Wow, Konohamaru is incredible. Could you teach me that?" Feeling the envy of his companions, Konohamaru beamed with pride. Naruto nodded. "I suppose you've learned it, but you need more practice." Excitedly, Konohamaru put away the shuriken and exclaimed, "Boss, can you teach us some new powerful ninjutsu?" Just then, a gust of yellow sand swept through the air. The grains gradually coalesced into a humanoid form. Naruto squinted, recognizing it was Gaara from the Sand Village. "Naruto Uzumaki, I can no longer wait to defeat you." Naruto smiled at Konohamaru and the other children, saying, just in time for a moving target. Let me teach you all a formidable ninjutsu. Chapter 45. The troubled child. Naruto extended his hand before the three children. This ninjutsu is divided into 4 steps. The first step is to release chakra. Under the watchful eyes of Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, blue chakra began to emanate from Naruto's palm. The second step involves rotation. The chakra in Naruto's hand began to swirl around his palm. The third step is to maintain the form. Naruto spread his fingers wide. The chakra spun rapidly without dissipating, gradually transforming into a pale blue sphere of light. The three children were instantly captivated. Big brother is so impressive. It's so difficult. I wonder if I can learn it. Konohamaru hurriedly asked, what about the fourth step? Naruto raised his chin towards Gaara, who was not far away and already had veins bulging on his forehead. The three children turned to look. In the next moment, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in front of Gaara. Rasengan. Gaara had no time to react as Naruto struck him in the stomach with the jutsu. The fourth step is to strike the enemy. Gaara's body began to spin, and he flew away like a propeller. With a loud crash, Gaara landed in a pile of debris, stirring up a cloud of dust. Naruto began to form seals again. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He created a shadow clone to protect the three children, preventing Gaara from retaliating against them in desperation. Seeing the power of the Rasengan, Konohamaru and the others were left speechless. Naruto said coldly, next is practical combat training. But this is merely for reference, as in battle. One must strive to kill their enemies. Right now, it's just sparring. Haha, it has been so long since I felt pain. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly haven't disappointed me. Gaara laughed maniacally as he rose from the debris. His face resembled a weathered terracotta statue, marked with cracks and with most parts flaking off. However, beneath his clay-like skin, there was not flesh and blood, but sand. Konohamaru and the others, terrified by Gaara's protruding eyes, hid behind Naruto's shadow clone. Gaara began to form seals. Sand. Before he could even call out the name of the jutsu, Naruto interfered with his chakra circulation using the heavy eye. Rasengan. Naruto executed the jutsu with the speed that caught Gaara off guard, striking him in the back. Despicable. Gaara screamed as he spun around, landing face first on the ground and sliding several meters. He quickly got up, shedding part of the sand armor that covered him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sand funeral. Gaara completed his seals, but once again felt his chakra flowing sluggishly, rendering his jutsu ineffective. In the next moment, Naruto's Rasengan descended from above. With a loud crash, Gaara created a crater in the muddy ground. At that moment, Temari and Kankuro finally arrived, having followed the commotion. To their astonishment, they found Gaara being pummeled by Naruto. Gaara is actually getting beaten. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief. Kankuro was equally stunned into silence, for Gaara was infamous for his brutality in Sunigakure. Although they were not particularly fond of their brother, they could not stand by and watch him be beaten, so they immediately prepared to intervene. Naruto swiftly created 2 shadow clones to block their path. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I want to kill him or leave him maimed. If you try to interfere, I won't hesitate to take you down as well. Naruto turned his head, coldly glancing at Temari and Kankuro. Instantly, the chakra circulation within them became chaotic. What is happening? Why can't my chakra gather properly? Temari felt a moment of panic. Kankuro's puppet fell to the ground with a loud thud as his chakra threads snapped. The siblings exchanged glances, hesitating to act recklessly. As Naruto gathered another Rasengan, he approached the pit where Gaara lay, eager to see just how resilient this foe truly is. At that moment, the gourd on Gaara's back suddenly transformed into yellow sand, surging towards him. In just a few breaths, the sand enveloped Gaara completely, forming a half-body statue. Naruto halted, scrutinizing the sculpture. It appeared as though a woman was cradling something protectively in her arms. Temari and Kankuro, upon seeing the statue, felt tears welling up. Mother. Temari's lips trembled. This statue bore the likeness of their mother. Oh. Naruto realized, just as Kushina and Minato had done before, protecting their children even after death. He dissipated the Rasengan in his hand, as it would be rather disrespectful to strike someone's mother. Suddenly, the sand statue began to wobble. In the next instant, a massive, earth-toned claw burst through the statue, revealing itself to everyone. Oh no, Gaara's timing for the transformation was off. Kankuro watched helplessly as their plan unraveled, unable to stop Gaara's rampage. The statue collapsed, returning to yellow sand. Gaara's right side had already transformed into a monstrous form. Naruto observed with interest the purple markings on the monstrous claw and the cross-shaped pupils in Gaara's golden eyes. So, this is what lies within you. Gaara covered his still human left half of the face with his hand, appearing to be in immense pain. Kill, ha ha ha, kill them all. Gaara let out a chilling laugh, causing Konohamaru and the others to nearly burst into tears. Temari, pale-faced, looked at her brother, now transformed into a monster. Kankuro, let us go. Kankuro nodded, realizing that staying here would only lead to indiscriminate attacks. The two siblings quickly retreated, their figures disappearing in a flash. Naruto glanced at the nearby houses and then at the bloodthirsty Gaara. Without turning back, he commanded, take Konohamaru and the others home. Naruto's shadow clone carried Konohamaru on his back, while his left hand held Moegi and his right hand Udon, swiftly evacuating the area. This place is too cramped. Let us change locations. With a flicker, Naruto appeared before Gaara's monstrous tail. Rasengan. 1,000 years of pain. Naruto formed the seals, and a Rasengan the size of a ping-pong ball materialized at his fingertips, thrusting it sharply at Gaara's most vulnerable spot. Gaara erupted with a piercing scream, and the Rasengan launched him into the air at an angle. Chapter 46. One Tail versus 9 Tails. As Gaara descended, he was once again propelled into the air by a chakra sphere expelled by Naruto. This relentless pursuit led Gaara to the outskirts of Konoha's forest. Frustratingly, he found himself unable to utilize any other ninjutsu. It was time to release that creature. Gaara swiftly formed hand seals. Sleep technique. In the next instant, Naruto sensed the sky darkening above him. What could be larger than the 9 tails? He quickly evaded. With a thunderous crash, Shikaku, the sand beast, landed heavily in the forest, unleashing a piercing roar that echoed throughout Konoha. Little brat, you finally decided to let me out. Perched atop a large tree, Naruto gazed at the center of Shikaku's forehead, where Gaara's upper body emerged. Is he asleep? Shikaku's massive head, reminiscent of a raccoon, turned as its golden eyes narrowed into slits. Where's the enemy? I did not emerge to bask in the sun. In a fit of rage, Shikaku swept its tail, obliterating vast swathes of trees into splinters. Naruto, hiding at a distance, felt the ground tremble beneath him as the wind from the tail's sweep caused the trees to sway precariously. Yikes! If I don't take it down with a single strike, this could become quite troublesome. Should I summon Fukusaku? Wait, I've got it. A spark of inspiration ignited in Naruto's mind as he began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding bang, the 9 tails, Kurama, was summoned. Shikaku immediately spotted the unexpected arrival of Kurama. It paused momentarily before bursting into a shrill, mocking laughter. Hee hee. I thought a bald dog had wandered in. Turns out it's just you, stinky fox. Hee hee. Not only are you bald, but you've shrunk by half. Truly hilarious. Kurama, who had been searching for Naruto, lifted its head upon hearing Shikaku's shrill laughter. Ah, it's you, stupid raccoon. I thought you had perished. With that big belly, have you been gorging on excrement? Some habits are hard to break, I see. From a distance, Naruto realized that the two beasts were actually old acquaintances, as they exchanged insults. Ninjas rushing toward the forest halted in their tracks, memories of the terror unleashed by the 9 tails 12 years prior flooding back. Yet the current situation was undeniably worse, for Konoha was now faced with 2-tailed beasts. Oh no, 2-tailed beasts. Is Konoha doomed? That 9 tails. It killed my parents. We must evacuate the civilians. Hurry. We need to inform the Hokage. Some ninjas remained on standby, while others rushed to relay the message. The Umbu began to withdraw, spreading word of the tailed beast incursion. Konoha was plunged into a state of war. Disguised as a grass ninja, Orochimaru felt a stirring excitement at the chaos unfolding within Konoha. With Jiraiya having left the village that morning, now seemed like the perfect opportunity. Upon seeing Kurama, Shikaku felt a surge of rage. You're as annoying as ever. It charged forward. Kurama, undeterred, retorted, even if I'm half my size, you still cannot defeat me. The 2-tailed beasts engaged in primal combat, utilizing only their sharp fangs and claws. The ancient forest, painstakingly grown over centuries, was crushed underfoot as if it were mere grass. Naruto watched the titanic clash unfold, marveling at the spectacle. What a sight! This kind of battle I've only seen on television in my past life. Despite the seemingly cataclysmic battle, the two beasts were communicating through a psychic connection. Stinky Fox, help me eliminate that little brat on my forehead. I am bound by a seal and cannot kill him. Kill him, and you may very well perish too. Regardless, I will be revived. It's better than being trapped in a human body. But I refuse. Why? Do you really despise me that much? Because I cannot escape. If you gain your freedom, it will unbalance me. I can assist you in killing your human host. We could die together and then be revived. My other half is sealed away. If I die now, it will truly be the end. Stinky Fox, I detest you. Just as Naruto began to feel fatigued from the spectacle, the two beasts suddenly parted. Shikaku let out a fierce roar, its massive belly swelling before it struck its abdomen with a paw. Wind release. Air bullet. A massive, translucent sphere of air erupted from Shikaku's mouth. Kurama, coiling its tail around a multitude of trees, flung them forward. With a thunderous crash, debris rained down like a torrential downpour. After all these years, is there no semblance of fresh technique? Kurama scoffed mercilessly. Shikaku, infuriated, began forming hand seals with its front paws. Naruto gaped in astonishment at Shikaku's elaborate hand seals. Tailed beasts can perform ninjutsu? I thought only the toads of Mount Myaboku could. Countless sand bullets materialized before Shikaku. Wind release. Sand bullet. With a sharp command, the sand bullets transformed into afterimages, hurtling forward. Kurama first ducked low to evade some of the incoming sand bullets before leaping high to avoid the rest of the assault. Haha, still too slow. As expected, the fewer tails you possess, the weaker you become. Upon landing, Kurama taunted before crouching down, opening its maw wide. A multitude of purple-black chakra coalesced into a sphere before Kurama's gaping mouth, swelling in size. Shikaku smirked disdainfully. Heh, is that all you can do? I can do it too. It then assumed the same posture as Kurama, beginning to gather its own tailed beast ball. Just then, the third Hokage and Danzo, who had just brought a contingent of ninjas, looked up to witness a scene of despair. Before them floated two monstrous tailed beasts, each with a dense, expanding chakra sphere before their mouths. The overwhelming energy radiating from these spheres left the surrounding ninjas gasping for breath. If these tailed beast balls were to explode here, Konoha would be reduced to ruins. A profound sense of helplessness washed over the third Hokage. The will of fire. Is it truly destined to extinguish today? Chapter 47. A near village annihilation. Observing the two-tailed beasts simultaneously amassing such formidable power, Naruto was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Summoning technique. Release. Just as Kurama was about to unleash the tailed beast bomb, Naruto abruptly recalled him to the seal within his mind. Shadow clone technique. Naruto and a shadow clone surged towards Shikaku in unison. Witnessing Kurama's disappearance, Shikaku's cunning scheme was thwarted. Damn it, he was withdrawn. The plan to misdirect the tailed beast bomb, thereby ensuring that the vile fox's attack would obliterate both Shikaku and Gaara, had failed. In a fit of pique, Shikaku redirected the tailed beast bomb towards the residential sector of the Hidden Leaf Village. Perish, you wicked humans. In the nick of time, Naruto and his shadow clone reached Shikaku. Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. The shadow clone, wielding a colossal Rasengan only marginally smaller than Shikaku's abdomen, collided with the beast's belly. With a resounding crash, Shikaku was struck, its massive form reeling backward. Simultaneously, the tailed beast bomb, a dark blur, soared over the heads of the third Hokage and the assembled ninja. Orochimaru, en route to locating Sasuke within a street of the Hidden Leaf Village, was abruptly enveloped by an ominous premonition of death. He swiftly pivoted, his gaze ascending to the dusky sky, where a black sphere hurtled towards the village at breakneck speed. No need for my intervention now, though I, too, shall be caught in the blast. Orochimaru calculated the projectile's arrival, poised to deploy a life-saving measure at the opportune moment. Seconds later, the tailed beast bomb descended upon the bustling heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the cataclysmic orb did not strike the most densely populated area. With astonishing velocity, it veered towards the mountain face carved with the visages of the Hokage. A gale swept through the Hidden Leaf Village. In the ensuing instant, the tailed beast bomb collided with the mountainside, unleashing a deafening roar and causing the ground to convulse as if in the throes of an earthquake. After a tense interlude, the tremors subsided. Orochimaru, his garments soaked with perspiration, gazed upward with lingering trepidation. The Hokage rock, formerly adorned with the likenesses of the past leaders, had been utterly obliterated. In its place yawned a gaping, circular chasm that pierced through the entire mountain, from the summit to the waist. The mountain appeared to have been sheared off by a colossal, circular blade. Such is the power of a tailed beast. A spark of fervent excitement ignited within Orochimaru's eyes. Back with Naruto, oblivious to whether Shikaku's fall had sufficiently altered the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb, he could afford no distractions. The previously vanquished Shikaku was now struggling to rise, its abdominal wounds gradually mending with sand. Black Ball Rasengan. Naruto, planted atop Shikaku's regenerating belly, unleashed a Black Ball Rasengan towards its chin. Shikaku heard a fleeting buzz, followed by an unbearable surge of agony in its lower jaw. It attempted to roar in anguish, but found itself voiceless. A touch of its paw revealed that its chin and throat were gone, leaving only half of its face intact. Naruto, witnessing the rapid restoration of the wounds by the sand, inhaled sharply. Hiss, it still lives? Could it be? Is the red-haired brat its Achilles heel? Shikaku slowly regained its feet, its reason consumed by unbridled fury. It now sought only to slaughter every human in sight. Naruto channeled chakra into his feet, running across Shikaku's body towards Gaara. Just then, the third Hokage, clad in battle attire, arrived near Shikaku, shouting, "Naruto, it's the fake sleep technique. Just awaken the Jinchuriki. Don't kill him." Understood. Naruto responded vociferously. Sensing a human presence on its body, Shikaku transformed its outer layer into quicksand, poised to engulf any who trod upon it. Realizing the sand beneath his feet sought to devour him, Naruto deployed the shadow clone technique. Hundreds of shadow clones materialized, serving as stepping stones. Naruto, treading upon them, finally reached Gaara. Die! Shikaku, its chin now restored, lunged with its claw towards its own face. Undaunted, Naruto delivered a forceful punch to the unconscious Gaara. Bang! Lost in a dream, listening to his mother's stories, Gaara abruptly felt as though he had missed a step. Plummeting downward, he snapped his eyes open, only to see Naruto brandishing a fist the size of a cauldron, scolding him fiercely. "If you don't wake up, I'll beat you until your own mother won't recognize you." Shikaku's claw, poised to strike Naruto's back, disintegrated into sand. With Shikaku's body collapsing, Naruto, Gaara, and a maelstrom of sand plummeted downward. Naruto seized Gaara by the collar, commencing a series of resounding slaps to the face. Smack! 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 "If you kill my Jinchuriki, you won't be able to repay me even if I kill you 10 times. Gaara, exhausted and bewildered, stared blankly at the youth who was slapping him, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Could this be the bond of friendship, entwined for 10 lifetimes? Before landing, Naruto released Gaara. Naruto expelled chakra-infused air, cushioning his descent and landing gracefully on the sand. Gaara, however, was impaled headfirst into the sand. Danzo, leading a contingent of Umbu ninja, immediately moved to seal the inverted Gaara, his body ensnared in the sand, with an array of sealing tags. Only his mouth remained unsealed. "My name is Gaara." Naruto, walking behind him, retorted speechlessly, "I must say, your mother had quite the knack for naming." Several Umbu ninja carried Gaara, swiftly making their way to the Umbu's specialized prison. After all, this was a Jinchuriki presented by the Sand Village itself, a gift not to be refused. Naruto followed the Umbu as they traversed the Hidden Leaf Village, ultimately descending into a sewer. Wrinkling his nose at the stench, Naruto couldn't help but mutter, "No wonder I couldn't find the place. It was hidden underground. How very Umbu." After a protracted journey through a dark tunnel, Naruto's surroundings suddenly opened up. A vertical shaft appeared before him. The walls were riddled with interconnected passages and skywalks, as well as hundreds of rooms of indeterminate purpose. Naruto intended to continue following Danzo, but an Umbu ninja led him to a dimly lit chamber. "We meet again," Ibiki Marino said, seated before an array of bizarre torture implements, flashing a genial smile at Naruto by the entrance. Chapter 48. The Resolve of 3 Generations. Ibiki held a black notebook, casting a cold glance at Naruto seated before him. "You are making me feel like a criminal," he remarked icily. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto recounted the events that transpired. "Under the orders of Lord Hokage, I was tasked with instructing those young rascals, including Konohamaru. Then that fellow, Gaara, sought to provoke me. How could I, Naruto Uzumaki, possibly allow an outsider to bully me on the turf of Konoha? So, I gave him a good beating, but little did I know he would retaliate in desperation. He unleashed the tailed beast within him, and I thought, this isn't acceptable. Our village has its own tailed beasts. How could we be outdone by a country bumpkin? Hence, I summoned the nine tails. Upon hearing this, Ibiki's pen left a large ink blot on the notebook. What? You summoned the nine tails? The words sounded utterly foreign to him. Naruto nodded, inquiring, is that so strange? Jiraiya can summon toads. Kakashi can summon dogs. Is it not reasonable for me to summon the nine tails? Ibiki took a deep breath to calm himself. Setting aside how you managed to summon the nine tails. As far as I know, a Jinchuriki would die if the tailed beast is extracted. Naruto shrugged. Yet here I am, alive and conversing with you, am I not? All right. Let us put that aside for now. Please continue, Ibiki urged. Naruto nodded. I first let the two-tailed beasts spar for a few rounds. But then they suddenly began to unleash some immensely powerful techniques. Fearing for the village's safety, I dispelled the summoning. Ultimately, I succeeded in preventing that tailed beast from destroying the village, though there were a few minor discrepancies along the way. Sighing, Ibiki lamented. It is precisely these minor discrepancies that have led to the obliteration of the statues of the Hokages throughout the ages. Naruto smiled. There's a saying in the ninja world, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. We are still alive, aren't we? Stones can be sought anew for carving. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Since when has that saying appeared in the ninja world? I suspect you made that up. Yet, it does hold some truth. Ibiki swiftly jotted down Naruto's statement in his notebook. Moments later, he stood, declaring, I must consult my superiors. Uzumaki Naruto, please remain here for a while. With that, Ibiki exited the room, locking the door behind him. Naruto muttered softly, this truly feels like being a prisoner. In the Hokage office. The third Hokage was embroiled in a heated argument with Danzo and the high-ranking officials Mito Kazan and Naruto. Sending a Jinchuriki to Konoha blatantly signifies the Wind Country's unilateral abrogation of the Alliance Treaty. We should execute those lower ninjas from Sunagakure immediately and declare war on the Wind Country. Danzo's expression was grim. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and replied calmly, War? Are you aware of the current strength of the Fire Country? Would the daimyo consent to war with the Wind Country? Sunagakure seeks to provoke us into making the first move, providing them with justification for a full-scale war against us. Danzo's normally pallid face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at the third Hokage. Did you not witness it? Konoha was nearly destroyed by the One Tail. If it had descended even slightly, how many would have survived in Konoha? You tolerate today, and tomorrow as well. A person with such cowardly tendencies cannot lead Konoha to greater heights. You lack the will of fire. The third Hokage chuckled in disbelief. I lack the will of fire? I am a ninja. I must endure. What sort of ninja would I be otherwise? If we lack the will of fire, then you, Danzo, must possess it in abundance. Here, take the Hokage hat. You sit in this position. The third Hokage removed his hat and slammed it down on the table. Danzo leapt to his feet, furious. Hiruzen, you old fool. You. Just as the two were nearly at each other's throats, Mito Kazan interjected. In light of this grave incident, should we continue with the Chunin exam? The Hokage office fell silent. Observing the other three remaining quiet, Mito Kazan slowly added, I believe we should proceed with the Chunin exam. On one hand, halting it would be perceived as a sign of weakness by other ninja villages. On the other hand, since we hold a trump card, we must utterly demoralize the new generation of Sunagakure, ensuring they dare not harbor any further ambitions. Danzo suddenly inquired, what shall be done with the one-tailed Jinchuriki? After a moment's contemplation, the third Hokage replied, a village possessing two Jinchuriki would upset the balance between nations. Sending him to a ninja village without a Jinchuriki would likewise disrupt that balance. Killing him would provide the Wind Country with a reason to wage war. So we can only return him to Sunagakure. At that moment, Ibiki entered the Hokage office, placing the compiled statements before the third Hokage. That Gaara has confessed everything. The Wind Country's plan is straightforward. They intend for the One Tail to destroy Konoha, thereby inciting war between our two nations. Having said this, Ibiki exited the Hokage office. The third Hokage picked up Naruto's statement, flipping through it. His expression transformed from shock to incredulity, finally settling into a state of numbness. We need not fear the schemes of Sunagakure any longer, he stated calmly. The other three immediately cast sharp looks in his direction. Why do you have such confidence to say this? Mito Kazan inquired. Because, the third Hokage asserted as he slammed Naruto's statement onto the table. Because our very own Naruto Uzumaki can summon the Nine Tails as a spirit beast. Moreover, I witnessed him single-handedly suppress the rampaging Shikaku without even tapping into the Nine Tails chakra. Is this true? The Nine Tails? A spirit beast? Single-handedly suppressing the rampaging One Tail. The other three immediately grabbed several copies of Gaara and Naruto's statements, perusing them intently. After a moment, their expressions varied. Danzo's face darkened further, while the other two high-ranking officials from Konoha could hardly contain their smiles. The third Hokage promptly issued orders. The allied Chunin exam shall proceed as planned. The following morning, a nervous Temari and Kankuro stood at the entrance of the Forest of Death in Konoha, accompanied by the recently released Gaara as they prepared for the second round of the Chunin exam. They had originally planned to evacuate from Konoha, yet were restrained by the Nin of Konoha and informed that they would be allowed to leave safely after completing the exam. What scheme do they have? Temari whispered. Kankuro gritted his teeth, replying, perhaps we should eliminate a few of Konoha's lower ninjas during the exam. If we cannot return, at least we leave empty-handed. Ninjas are meant to sacrifice themselves. Temari felt a twinge of resentment towards their father, the fourth Kazekage, who had thrust them into this predicament. Not far away, Naruto felt an intense gaze upon him. Turning, he discovered it was Gaara watching him intently. He pondered the motives of Konoha's higher-ups in releasing such a dangerous individual. Why does he keep staring at me? Is he seeking revenge? Suddenly, Sakura nudged Naruto with her elbow. Well, Naruto, yesterday I saw the Nine Tails. I heard everyone say, it was you who released it? Naruto nodded. The villagers have known for years that I am the embodiment of the Nine Tails. They have been whispering about me for over a decade. Surely, you didn't just find out? Sakura, unsure of how to respond, could only manage a few awkward laughs. Sasuke observed Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, and jealousy surged within him like a raging wildfire. If Naruto could command such a formidable-tailed beast, could I ever hope to catch up to him in this lifetime? He had witnessed the battle of the two-tailed beasts from a distance yesterday, and it had left him trembling in fear. Nearby, disguised as a grass ninja, Orochimaru watched Sasuke's retreating figure, unable to resist licking his lips. If I cannot defeat Itachi Uchiha, can I not best this inexperienced younger brother? Chapter 49, The Hunter's Game Now. Allow me to announce the examination's content and rules. Mitarashi Anko surveyed the 26 teams gathered at the entrance of the Death Forest and proclaimed loudly, this examination primarily assesses your wilderness survival skills, teamwork, and combat abilities. A total of 78 candidates are divided into 26 teams, with 13 teams obtaining the Book of Heaven and the other 13 acquiring the Book of Earth. The candidates must seize both scrolls within 5 days, or 120 hours, and reach the tower located in the center of the Death Forest. There are 5 rules in total. First, no food or water may be carried. Second, if any team member dies or is heavily injured, the team will be disqualified. Third, abandonment is not permitted, and exiting the boundaries of the Death Forest is forbidden. Fourth, the scrolls cannot be opened until reaching the tower. Upon hearing the proctor's words, Dingji retrieved snacks hidden in his backpack and began to stuff his face. Shikamaru shook his head helplessly, suggesting, eat more. It will help us endure hunger when we enter. Naruto turned to Sakura and Sasuke beside him, stating, once we go in, we should snatch the scrolls from others. After obtaining them, we'll find a hiding spot and wait until the 5th day to head straight to the tower in the forest center. What do you think? Isn't this strategy perfect? Sasuke shook his head, asserting that this approach would not enhance their strength. Instead, they should seek out strong opponents and engage in continuous battles. Sakura, her complexion pale, remarked, I've heard that the Death Forest is filled with insects and poisonous snakes. We will be stuck in there for 5 whole days. I wonder if we will starve. Naruto, seemingly unconcerned, replied, as a formidable upright ape, who would I fear in the forest when hunting? At that moment, the proctors began searching the candidates for prohibited items. When Mitarashi Anko approached a few grass ninjas, she paused. Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, stared intently at his disciple, inquiring, Proctor, is there something you need? Anko felt something was off about this grass ninja, though she couldn't pinpoint why. She shook her head and moved on to other areas. Orochimaru, relieved to avoid detection, knew he would have to resort to drastic measures if recognized. After the inspection concluded, only some food was confiscated, with nothing particularly alarming discovered. After distributing the scrolls, Anko stood next to the entrance of the Death Forest and shouted, Now, candidates, please enter. The 26 teams from the 6 ninja villages rushed into the Death Forest. Naruto, initially planning to ambush and seize the scrolls, dashed forward with his teammates, only to find that the other teams had vanished from sight. Could there be a teleportation array at the entrance? Climbing to the top of a large tree, Naruto scanned the surroundings. Indeed, our location is no longer near the entrance. It seems each team has been teleported to different places. Naruto, come down quickly. Don't expose your position. Sakura shouted anxiously from below. Naruto leaped down from the tree and playfully flicked Sakura's forehead, saying, by shouting like that, aren't you exposing us even more? Sasuke looked at Naruto with questioning eyes, asking, should we search for the other teams? Naruto pondered for a moment, then smirked mischievously. Have you ever gone hunting? Sakura quickly shook her head, wondering if they should first look for food. Naruto grinned, saying soon, food and scrolls will come running to us with that. He turned to Sasuke, instructing, use your fire style, fireball jutsu, to ignite this forest. Sasuke revealed a hint of hesitation, confirming if they should proceed with such an action. Naruto replied confidently, the exam rules didn't state that we can't start a fire, right? These trees aren't valuable. Burning them won't impact the village at all. Sasuke considered it and realized Naruto had a point, so he began to form hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball, instantly igniting a wildfire. Naruto conjured a sharp chakra blade, swiftly chopping down trees. In no time, he created a fire break along the edge of the blaze. This way, the fire could only spread in one direction. Watching the flames grow, Naruto sighed, wishing he could fly to observe the direction in which the prey would flee. What should we do next? Sasuke inquired. Release the hounds. Release the clones. With that, Naruto began forming hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. With a resounding poof, hundreds of shadow clones appeared around them. In the next moment, these clones rapidly dispersed, surrounding the fire's edge, searching ahead. Sasuke was astonished by the sheer number of Naruto's clones, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Just how much chakra does this guy possess? Is he freely tapping into the Nine Tails chakra? Minutes later, one shadow clone returned, carrying a small deer. Upon seeing this, Naruto pulled out a kunai from his waist pocket and swiftly prepared the meat. In a matter of moments, he had cut it into several large pieces. Sakura rushed over to assist. Soon, a feast of roasted deer meat was ready. Regrettably, they had no salt or seasoning. Naruto gazed at the sizzling meat with a hint of disappointment. Sakura, munching on the roasted venison, anxiously asked, is it really all right for us to be so leisurely? Preserving energy is vital during a wilderness mission. Sasuke sat by the campfire, eating heartily. Meanwhile, as Team 7 enjoyed their barbecue, the wildfire raged more fiercely, driven by the wind, causing a massive stampede of animals fleeing the flames to surge through the forest. Most ninja teams were caught in the chaos, forced to escape alongside the stampede. Through the acrid smoke, a team from the Rain Village swiftly leaped from tree to tree, using water-style techniques to dampen their bodies and prevent burns from the scorching air. Who would be so malicious as to set fire to the mountains? They initially sought a hiding spot, but now they would soon encounter enemies. Everyone remained vigilant against potential ambushes, while most teams aimed to flee the wildfire. A grass village team boldly headed straight into the flames. Outside the death forest, the proctors watched anxiously as thick smoke billowed into the sky. What should we do? Should we extinguish the fire? Is this part of the exam? Perhaps we should let it be. Ninja missions often encounter unforeseen circumstances. Chief Proctor Mitarashi Anko detected the acrid scent of burning in the air, and a sense of foreboding arose within her. This has only just begun. Yet how could it have escalated to such chaos already? Chapter 50. Examining the container, the vast forest lay in ruins, reduced to mere charcoal. Class 7 traversed the still smoldering ground, racing forward with urgency. Naruto, this time, you need not intervene. We will acquire the scroll through our own abilities. Sasuke called out earnestly, observing Naruto's retreating figure. Naruto glanced back at Sakura and inquired, do you feel the same way? As they ran, Sakura nodded. If we continually rely solely on your strength, it feels as though Sasuke and I have become burdens. After pondering for a moment, Naruto replied, well, very well, unless you are on the brink of death, I shall refrain from intervening. With that, Naruto slowed his pace, relinquishing the lead to Sasuke. Minutes later, a shadow clone dispelled its jutsu, conveying a message to Naruto. There are foes ahead. Prepare for battle. Naruto warned. Sasuke and Sakura immediately summoned their chakra, entering a combat stance. Once the towering trees that had obstructed their view were reduced to ashes, their sight cleared remarkably, and they spotted another team approximately a kilometer away. Neither side showed any intention of retreating, quickening their pace instead. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the pattern unmistakably belonging to the grass village. As the distance closed to 500 meters, Sasuke shouted, "We are the Heavenly Scroll. What scroll do you possess?" However, the three grass ninjas disregarded his words and charged forward. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Seeing no willingness to parley, Sasuke unleashed a fireball toward them. In the flames, a massive serpent emerged, positioning itself before the three grass ninjas. As the fire dissipated, a large, grayish-blue serpent, flicking its tongue, fixated its gaze on Naruto and the others. Sasuke's fireball seemingly inflicted little damage. The grass ninjas, clad in conical hats and grayish-white robes, with a thick purple rope tied around their waists, were led by a sinister-looking female ninja. "What remarkable eyes you possess," Orochimaru remarked. Perched on the serpent's back, her long, forked tongue licking her lips, eyes filled with avarice as she regarded Sasuke. In the next moment, the two grass ninjas behind Orochimaru lunged towards Sakura and Naruto. Naruto suddenly queried, "The exam rules did not state that killing is prohibited, correct?" At this point, Sasuke was entirely intimidated by Orochimaru's presence, seemingly oblivious to Naruto's question. Orochimaru flashed a wicked smile and turned slightly toward Naruto, stating, "Of course, killing is permissible. To be killed or to kill is the destiny of a ninja." "Oh." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, then addressed the approaching grass ninjas. "Heaven shows mercy. I offer you a chance at life. Surrender the scroll, and I shall spare you." His tone was calm, as if discussing the morning's breakfast. Sakura, trembling, asked, "It's just an exam. Surely, no one will die, right?" Naruto remained silent, shaking his head. Orochimaru, observing the blonde boy, couldn't help but shake her head, recalling Jiraiya. Why is it that every team has one dim-witted loudmouth? The grass ninja opposite Naruto initially froze, then erupted in rage. "A mere genin dares to threaten me? Konoha deserves to perish if it is filled with worthless scum like you." He began to weave hand signs with blinding speed. Naruto, unyielding, acted before the enemy could complete their jutsu. A chakra blade, 10 meters long, materialized at his fingertips. Flash. With a swift flick, the chakra sword sliced through the enemy. With a resounding shoo, the grass ninja was cleaved in two before he could even utter the name of his technique. The other grass ninja, paralyzed by fear, realized that joining Orochimaru for the Chunin exam was not the effortless task he had anticipated. With his comrade dead, he wondered if he would be next. Orochimaru, witnessing her carefully selected subordinate meet such a swift demise, narrowed her elongated pupils, re-evaluating the blonde boy before her. "Hiss, my subordinate may not have been a genius, but he was no ordinary ninja. How could he fall so easily to a mere genin?" Naruto locked eyes with Orochimaru, smiling as he declared, "Continue, do not flee. Rest assured, I shall not intervene." With that, he turned over a large stone at his feet and sat upon it. Seeking death, Orochimaru directed the serpent beneath her to attack Naruto. Yet again, there was a resounding shoo. As the serpent lunged at Naruto, it was reduced to nothing but a head. Naruto, gazing upon the serpent's massive head, marveled, such a large serpent. In its original habitat, it would have surely attained great power. Sasuke and Sakura were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom the brutality of the Chunin exam. The stench of blood engulfed them, and Sasuke felt transported back to the night of his clan's massacre, realizing he remained as powerless as ever. At that moment, Naruto shouted, "Sasuke! Sakura! This world is ruthlessly unforgiving. Those without power will be mercilessly trampled." Orochimaru, intent on assessing Sasuke's worthiness as her next vessel, refrained from immediate action, remaining vigilant against any sudden moves from Naruto. Finally, Sasuke heard Naruto's words. With trembling hands, he withdrew a kunai and plunged it into his palm, attempting to awaken his body's dormant instincts through pain. I will not retreat any longer. This year, whether I live or die, I shall not run." Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly activated, revealing its double tomo. He hurled the kunai at Orochimaru with ferocity. Orochimaru merely sidestepped, evading the attack. Sasuke swiftly formed hand signs. Lightning cutter. He unleashed a torrent of distorted electric arcs toward Orochimaru. Very good. However, insufficient. Orochimaru evaded Sasuke's assault with mere footwork. Sakura, inspired by Sasuke's determination, found the courage within herself. I will no longer be the weak link. Her legs steady, she formed hand signs and shouted, Earth style. Earth flow wall. The grass ninja, who had been awaiting Orochimaru's orders, presumed the female ninja had been rendered cowardly. However, she suddenly launched her counterattack. A circular wall erupted from the ground, trapping him within. With a sudden surge of strength, he attempted to leap free from the wall as confines. At that moment, Sakura's fist, imbued with formidable power, crashed down upon the grass ninja's head. Chapter 51. The Curse Seal. Just as Sakura's fist was about to collide with the forehead of the grass ninja, she suddenly felt a surge of energy within her. With a resounding thud, the grass ninja was sent crashing back into the wall formed by the earth-style wall technique. Yet, for reasons unknown, the force of Sakura's punch had been significantly diminished, resulting in little harm to the grass ninja. This particular grass ninja had not performed any hand seals, and his eyes appeared ordinary, suggesting he could not utilize ocular techniques. So how did he interfere with me? Sakura stood atop the wall, warily observing the grass ninja below. What is the matter? Keep attacking. The grass ninja suddenly shouted. He dared not strike Sakura with lethal intent, fearing the unpredictable Naruto would retaliate. However, he could not afford to flee either, as he was equally wary of Orochimaru's wrath. Thus, he was left to engage Sakura in a non-lethal skirmish, aiming to demonstrate his commitment without provoking the dangerous enemy that was Naruto. Sakura retrieved a kunai affixed with an explosive tag from the box at her waist, leaping backward before hurling it forward with great force. The grass ninja opened his mouth, emitting a series of inaudible sonic waves. Boom! The kunai had not yet reached its target before it detonated midair. The wall formed by the earth-style technique crumbled instantly. Emerging from the smoke of the explosion, the grass ninja engaged Sakura in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Not far away, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, repeatedly unleashing his Chidori, nearly numbing his right hand. Yet, his attacks always fell just short of the elusive Orochimaru, whose movements were like those of a specter. Is this the extent of the Uchiha clan's abilities? Orochimaru's voice echoed around Sasuke, shifting from left to right. Damn it! Sasuke's Sharingan flickered rapidly as he attempted to track Orochimaru's swift movements. Suddenly, a red chakra enveloped Sasuke's body, forming a crimson cloak around him in mere moments. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. What? How can Uchiha Sasuke possess tailed beast chakra? What has the higher-ups of Konoha done to him? If Sasuke has become a Jinchuriki, he is no longer suitable to be my next vessel. The chakra cloak on Sasuke's back formed a tail, and his appearance became more feral, with sharp teeth and claws. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, Sasuke created two clones, positioning them back-to-back in a triangular formation before simultaneously beginning to form hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. 3 fireballs erupted simultaneously in 3 directions, with only one being genuine, as Sasuke aimed to corner Orochimaru. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce gale erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, deflecting one of the fireballs back towards Sasuke. Naruto, observing the scene, noted with clarity the precision with which Orochimaru performed the jutsu with a single hand, reminiscent of white. Sasuke had no time to evade and was struck by the returning fireball. Sasuke. As Sakura rushed to assist, she was intercepted by the grass ninja, who kicked at her. The two resumed their fray, as the fireball quickly extinguished due to the absence of fuel. Sasuke's clones vanished, and he struggled to remain upright. His gaze locked onto Orochimaru with unyielding determination. At that moment, the chakra cloak around Sasuke began to fade, becoming increasingly transparent. Could it be that this chakra was depleting? Sasuke stared in disbelief as the red chakra dissipated entirely. Orochimaru began forming seals once again. Wind style, wind cutter technique. A blade of invisible wind shot toward Sasuke. Naruto, initially prepared to intervene, reconsidered upon realizing the wind blade's low damage potential. A little injury might be acceptable, after all. Without pain, one cannot grow. With a hiss, Sasuke, already weakened from the exhaustion of the Nine-Tails chakra, was struck directly by Orochimaru's wind blade. His clothing was torn to shreds, and numerous cuts appeared across his body. Orochimaru squinted at the injured Sasuke, murmuring, "What a false alarm. It seems merely a trace of tailed beast chakra has been injected into him. I must quickly implant the curse seal." With the interference of the curse seal, the higher-ups of Konoha will no longer be able to seal the tailed beast within him. With a sudden burst of power, Orochimaru lunged toward the faltering Sasuke. Hiss! Sasuke seems to have reached his limit. Naruto concentrated, forming a chakra sword at his fingertip, charging towards Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru was within 5 meters of Sasuke, Naruto's 10-meter-long sword struck Orochimaru's waist. With a swift slice, Orochimaru's lower half stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, rolling due to inertia. Just as it appeared Orochimaru's upper body would also fall, suddenly, his neck elongated several meters, revealing 2 venomous fangs as he lunged towards Sasuke's throat. Curse Seal Technique. Orochimaru's fangs sank into Sasuke's neck, and at that moment, a 3-tomo mark appeared at the site of the bite. Ah, what have you done to me? Sasuke clutched his neck, writhing in agony on the ground. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Endure the trial. Then you will thank me. Naruto's second sword struck, just as Orochimaru's grotesquely elongated neck was severed. With a series of cracks, Orochimaru's upper body and a segment of his neck fell onto the ground, covered in ash and foliage. As Naruto assessed Sasuke's injuries, the severed head on the ground suddenly twitched, and a pair of hands emerged from Orochimaru's mouth. Naruto swiftly lifted Sasuke and retreated, distancing himself from the bizarre Orochimaru. He looked up to see a woman, covered in slime, crawling out from Orochimaru's mouth. Naruto frowned. Ugh. Although her appearance has changed, it's still that same person. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's quite repulsive, akin to a snake shedding its skin. Cutting off the head doesn't kill her. How twisted. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a snake slithered out, which then regurgitated a long sword. Grasping the hilt, Orochimaru withdrew the sword, and the snake retracted back into his mouth. Naruto, witnessing this, wore an expression of disgust and retorted, "Is this ninjutsu called disgusting?" Its mother opened the door. It's beyond disgusting. Ignoring Naruto's mockery, Orochimaru slowly remarked, "I recall the name Uzumaki Naruto. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I never imagined you have grown to this extent." Naruto turned his gaze to the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck, startled by the vitality emanating from it. What chakra is this? It possesses such robust life force. Feeding dust mites with this chakra should work splendidly. Seeing Naruto remain silent, Orochimaru, wielding the Kusanagi sword, charged forward. "I will seal away your tailed beast's power now." Chapter 52. Confrontation. I shall now seal away the power of your tailed beast, Orochimaru declared as he charged towards Naruto. Suddenly, 5 small flames erupted from the tips of his left fingers, within which 5 characters began to faintly appear. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 elements seal. In an instant, Orochimaru appeared before Naruto, his left fingers slightly splayed as he aimed for Naruto's abdomen. Without hesitation, Naruto threw Sasuke aside and faced Orochimaru's assault head-on, performing an action that left everyone astonished. He seized Orochimaru by the throat, exclaiming, "What is that on Sasuke's neck? I want one too. Hurry." Orochimaru's 5-element seal had already struck Naruto's belly. The original 8-trigram seal now bore 5 additional markings. Logically, this should make it increasingly difficult for Naruto to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails. Ha ha ha. Without the chakra of the Nine Tails, how do you intend to fight me? Orochimaru's gaze was filled with derision as he looked at Naruto. With a resounding slap, Naruto struck Orochimaru's face. "Can you not understand human speech? I asked you what that thing on Sasuke's neck is. Hurry up and give me one. Is it meant to bite? Come on, go ahead. Don't make me use force." Naruto pressed his neck closer to Orochimaru's mouth. "You little brat. Are you out of your mind?" Orochimaru, having traversed the ninja world for many years, had encountered numerous individuals, both virtuous and vile, but a reckless fool like Naruto was a first. "Is it biting with your teeth then?" Naruto declared, reaching towards Orochimaru's mouth, attempting to pry it open to inspect his fangs. "You little brat. You're simply courting death." Orochimaru retreated a step, wielding his Kusanagi sword, aiming for Naruto's neck. "It seems I must resort to force." Naruto's fingertips quickly coalesced into a chakra blade to counter the strike of the Kusanagi sword. Oh, Naruto's chakra blade was effortlessly severed by Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Just as the blade was a mere millimeter from Naruto's neck, he slightly lowered his head and, with an explosive burst, unleashed a chakra sphere from his mouth, striking the spine of the Kusanagi sword. With a loud hum, the sword vibrated violently, altering its trajectory just enough that it merely grazed Naruto's collar instead of severing his jugular. Both combatants leaped back, creating a distance of over 10 meters between them. Naruto touched his slightly chilled neck, casting a greedy gaze at the Kusanagi sword. What a fine blade. Orochimaru chuckled in response. Indeed, the Kusanagi is a remarkable sword. Suddenly, the Kusanagi sword elongated and lunged towards Naruto. Astounded, Naruto felt a flicker of surprise within. He darted left and right. But the Kusanagi sword pursued him like a venomous snake, unyielding. Super huge Rasen Shuriken. Naruto countered with a tremendous Rasen Shuriken, colliding with the Kusanagi sword. The already massive shuriken began to expand rapidly. In a flash, Naruto appeared behind Sakura, swiftly embracing her before kicking the grass ninja towards the spiraling shuriken. Isn't it just a sphere formed by chakra? It has no attributes. Watch me dispel it with sound waves. The grass ninja, propelled through the air, completed his hand seals and opened his mouth, unleashing a shrill sonic attack towards the colossal Rasen Shuriken below. Yet, his sound wave technique proved ineffective. Help! The grass ninja, about to call for Orochimaru, plummeted into the rapidly spinning shuriken, reduced to mere dust. As the shuriken gradually dissipated, the turbulent air it generated did not cease, forming a tornado that swept up the ashes of the surrounding flora. Orochimaru, now wielding the Kusanagi sword in its normal form, faced Naruto across the swirling vortex. I have clearly sealed his nine-tails chakra. Why can this little brat still perform such chakra-consuming techniques? This defies logic. Orochimaru's mind was filled with confusion, as Naruto's display surpassed his understanding of the world. I truly wish to dissect this little brat for further study. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with a desire for knowledge. Feeling a chill at Orochimaru's unsettling expression, Naruto thought, this guy looks utterly depraved. He surely harbors ill intentions. I must obtain that mark from Sasuke's neck. Sasuke, what has happened? Sakura, just regaining her senses, finally noticed Sasuke lying on the ground, covered in dirt and blood. Get Sasuke away from here. Naruto forcefully tossed Sakura towards Sasuke. Sasuke, upon landing, Sakura tenderly examined Sasuke's wounds before hoisting the unconscious boy onto her back, retreating from the scene. Naruto and Orochimaru faced each other like two cowboys in a standoff, while the tornado acknowledged their duel, clearing the battlefield. Actually, we need not continue this conflict, Naruto suddenly shouted. Orochimaru, intrigued by Naruto's physique, replied, there was no reason to fight before, but now there is. As Naruto sensed the scrutinizing gaze from Orochimaru, he shivered, thinking, this guy surely isn't lusting after my body, is he? It was no surprise Naruto thought so, given that Orochimaru's current vessel was undeniably a woman, easily leading to such assumptions. Naruto called out again, I want one of those marks you put on Sasuke's neck. Orochimaru's long, forked tongue licked his lips as he said, the tailed beast chakra within you will repel the curse mark. You may very well die. Do you still desire it? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto replied, absolutely. I must possess this curse mark. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. Tell me, how is it that you can wield such vast chakra without utilizing the nine-tails chakra? Answer me this, and I shall grant you the power of the curse mark. Naruto immediately responded, are you aware of Sage Mode? I am using what is known as Sage Chakra. Thus I do not typically require the chakra of the nine tails. With a clatter, Orochimaru dropped the Kusanagi sword, his mind exploding with realization as his snake-like eyes widened in disbelief. What? You actually activated Sage Mode. But why do you show no change in appearance? Chapter 53. Divergent Paths. Once the initial shock within Orochimaru subsided, he began to find Naruto's words rather preposterous. Is this little brat trying to deceive me? When someone undergoes the so-called Sage transformation, their appearance undergoes a significant transformation. Jiraiya's Sage Mode has never been demonstrated before me, and I have no idea what it looks like. Furthermore, the path of immortality I have chosen is not suited for mastering the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru suddenly exclaimed, Naruto Uzumaki, prove to me that the Sage Mode you speak of is indeed real. Naruto nodded and began to gather a sphere of chakra in his mouth, which he subsequently expelled. Orochimaru raised a hand to catch it, only to find Naruto's chakra dissipating upon contact. To think, the Sage Chakra is so extraordinarily pure. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable as he flicked his tongue, recognizing the qualitative difference compared to his own chakra. However, this chakra is a bit too overwhelming. My vessel may not withstand it. Naruto, observing Orochimaru's rapturous expression, said, so, I wasn't lying, was I? Snapping back to reality, Orochimaru released a snake from his sleeve, which swiftly consumed the grass-cutter sword that had fallen to the ground. He then approached Naruto with deliberate steps. Although Naruto was somewhat apprehensive about Orochimaru's sudden aggression, he willingly accepted the risk to acquire the cursed seal, and thus stepped forward to meet Orochimaru. The two halted when they were merely 2 meters apart. Orochimaru remarked, "The risks associated with the cursed seal need not be reiterated." Naruto nodded, affirming, "Life and death rest upon my own shoulders. Place the cursed seal upon my arm." With that, he shed his outer garment and raised his right arm. Orochimaru smirked ominously. So bold at such a young age. Suddenly, her neck elongated, revealing 2 sharp fangs, which she sank into the inner side of Naruto's right arm. Done. Just as Orochimaru prepared to withdraw her fangs, Naruto abruptly grasped her neck, demanding more. This dosage is insufficient. Upon hearing Naruto's words, an uncontainable fury ignited within Orochimaru. Does he think my cursed seal power is a mere jest? Very well. I shall bestow upon you both the heavenly and earthly cursed seals. Orochimaru's biting intensity escalated, releasing a torrent of cursed seal chakra from her fangs. As Naruto felt the cursed chakra coursing through his arm, a rejection reaction ensued, prompting him to release Orochimaru's neck. With a swift motion, her neck retracted. On Naruto's arm, 2 bleeding puncture wounds and the 3-tomo mark appeared. The Sage Chakra, Naruto's own chakra, and the Nine-Tails Chakra. These 3 distinct energies reacted like white blood cells attacking a virus, collectively repelling the foreign cursed chakra. A searing pain coursed through Naruto's body, akin to being pierced by needles and slashed by blades, yet he maintained an unwavering countenance. Orochimaru observed him with keen interest, questioning, why no reaction? Has the influx of cursed chakra destroyed his pain receptors? Suddenly, Azure Chakra erupted from Naruto's left fingertips as he began to inscribe symbols on the inner side of his right arm. What could he possibly be doing? Orochimaru fixated on Naruto's every movement, fearful of missing any detail. Naruto's fingertips traced around the 3-tomo mark, etching intricate and enigmatic blood patterns that formed a miniature magical array. Finally, reciting incantations, he formed hand seals, causing his right arm to emit a brilliant red glow. The cursed chakra that had previously spread throughout his body now converged back into the 3-tomo mark. What is this? An unprecedented sealing technique. Orochimaru exclaimed with excitement. As the glow from the magical array faded, Naruto exhaled in relief. This should suffice. I must quickly test the might's response to the cursed chakra. Such methods and audacity are not typical of ordinary shinobi. What exactly are your intentions, Naruto Uzumaki? Orochimaru scrutinized Naruto's expression, attempting to discern any hidden motives. Intentions? Naruto stroked his chin, pondering that there was no need for concealment. I have conveyed my purpose to many. My sole aim is to attain immortality. Orochimaru, taken aback, queried, immortality? But have you not already activated Sage Mode? Naruto shook his head, responding, I have encountered the great toad sage of Miyaboka Mountain. Though it has lived for thousands of years, it has aged beyond recognition. That is not true immortality. Orochimaru felt a string within him resonate with Naruto's words. His voice tinged with excitement as he inquired, so, you pursue a body that will never age or perish? Naruto nodded, then shook his head, responding, in this world, where there is life, there is also death. Even if the body remains unblemished, the soul will inevitably be ground to dust by the passage of time. After a moment of stunned silence, Orochimaru suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh, exclaiming, you mean to say that true immortality does not exist in this world? Incorrect. You are mistaken. As long as I continuously change vessels, I can live forever. Naruto offered a knowing smile. The heavens will not grant you your wish. What I mean by immortality is transcending this realm, ascending to a place higher than the heavens. There, even without a physical form, I shall exist eternally. At Naruto's declaration, the manic expression on Orochimaru's face faded, replaced by a fit of laughter as she covered her face. The heavens? A realm higher than the heavens? Immortality? Ha! I thought I had encountered a kindred spirit, only to discover that you are an even greater lunatic than I. Without warning, Orochimaru turned to leave. Naruto Uzumaki, I shall remember you. I will continue to live on, watching as you pursue your path to immortality. As Orochimaru's figure receded, Naruto sighed. I too desire to ascend in body, were it not for my inadequate talent. Who would wish to tread the path of a corpse turned immortal? Once Orochimaru departed, Naruto donned his clothing. Sakura approached, supporting the newly awakened Sasuke. Sasuke is gravely injured. Should we not forgo the exam? Sakura hesitated to ask. Naruto was about to agree when Sasuke interjected, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit unwell. A short rest should suffice. Naruto pondered deeply. Shino should still be participating in the exam. Without his assistance, even if the cursed chakra can nourish the mites, I alone cannot sustain them within me. Therefore, we must endure this examination. Patting Sasuke's shoulder, Naruto remarked, that grass shinobi referred to this as a cursed seal. Your survival indicates your body can withstand its power. Sakura inquired, who exactly is that person? How did you reconcile? I saw him attack you. You weren't injured, were you? Naruto gazed toward the scorched, barren hillside, responding, whoever he is, it matters not. What is important now is that we must seize the earth scroll from others. We will pass the exam successfully. Chapter 54. The restless Orochimaru on the third day of the examination, in the examiner's lounge at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Mitarashi Anko was leisurely savoring the dumplings she had specially requested from Konoha. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the lounge burst open. Startled, Anko swallowed her dumpling in haste, choking as she pounded her chest, which was covered by her training attire. Cough, cough. What is it? Has a candidate been injured? The proctor who had just entered averted his gaze, unable to look at the rising and falling of Anko's chest. 3 corpses of grass ninja, disfigured by some means, have been discovered in the village. Consequently, 3 grass ninja candidates who entered the Forest of Death are likely to be spies from an enemy nation. What? Anko sprang to her feet, her beloved dumpling falling to the ground. She immediately donned her outer coat. You must guard all entrances to the Forest of Death. I shall venture inside to locate those 3 grass ninja. The proctor, filled with concern, remarked, Chief Examiner, is it wise to go alone? It could be too perilous. Shouldn't you take more people with you? Reaching the threshold of the lounge, Anko replied with unwavering composure, I am a special jonin of Konoha, the chief examiner for this test. Fear not, I do not draw a salary for idleness. With that, she exited the lounge and dashed toward the entrance of the Forest of Death. Upon entering the transport array, Anko found herself instantly transported into a dense forest. Although Team 7 had set fire to many areas in the preceding days, the expanse of the Forest of Death was vast, and numerous sections remained untouched by flames. Anko consulted her map to ascertain her location when, all of a sudden, she felt a burning pain from the curse mark on her neck. How could he be in the Forest of Death? Anko tucked away the map and began to follow the sensation of the curse mark, moving swiftly through the woods. Half an hour later, Anko abruptly halted, concealing herself behind a large tree. One hand pressed against the increasingly painful curse mark while the other gripped a kunai. Her senses alert to any movement around her. The forest was shrouded in darkness, silent to the point where even the chirping of insects was absent. Long time no see. Anko Orochimaru's voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Instinctively, she thrust the kunai behind her. Orochimaru caught the weapon in his mouth, exhaling a sigh, alas. As the first successful subject of the curse mark, why are you still so weak? A flurry of forgotten memories surged through Anko's mind, and she fought against her discomfort, loosening her grip on the kunai to swiftly form hand seals. Dragon fire technique. Anko's chest swelled as a straight line of fire erupted toward Orochimaru's face. She then leaped back a few paces, creating distance between them. Teacher, Orochimaru, what is your purpose in returning to Konoha as a rogue ninja? The flames on Orochimaru's head gradually extinguished, revealing charred skin that began to peel away, unveiling a sinister visage. Though the person before her bore little resemblance to the Orochimaru she once knew, Anko felt an undeniable recognition. How could I have failed to notice on the first day of the exam? Seeing Orochimaru clad in grass ninja attire flooded Anko with guilt. Purpose? Orochimaru tilted his head towards his former disciple. I have returned to annihilate Konoha. Anko's pupils constricted, and she instinctively prepared to flee to alert the higher-ups in Konoha. Orochimaru's lips curled into an ominous smile as he began forming hand seals. In the next moment, the chakra from the curse mark on Anko's shoulder surged violently, plunging her into excruciating pain, and she collapsed to the ground. Anko, how could someone like you, devoid of ambition or ideals, possibly comprehend me? Despite his intentions, Orochimaru still held some affection for Anko. Otherwise, he would have killed her long ago. Without a shred of doubt, Anko recognized Orochimaru's capability to destroy Konoha, and through gritted teeth, she questioned you. You also grew up in Konoha? Why? Why do you wish to destroy it? Orochimaru fell silent. Flashes of memories coursing through his mind. The rain that felt colder than ice at his parents' graves, the sighs of countless comrades as they perished, and the fury of being exiled from the village with nowhere to turn. I desire chaos in this world. Orochimaru's voice was low and somber. Only in a time of turmoil can I conduct my experiments more effectively. Destroying Konoha will shatter the balance among the great nations, plunging the world into disarray. Thus, I shall draw closer to the end of immortality. Madman. Anko could not fathom Orochimaru's twisted reasoning. She crawled forward, desperate to escape and inform the third Hokage. Orochimaru approached Anko, crouching beside her as he yanked off her outer coat. I have never understood. You withstood the power of the curse mark, yet it offers you no enhancements. He observed the seals surrounding the curse mark on Anko's shoulder, shaking his head in disbelief. Then, he grasped Anko's chin and began forming hand seals with one hand. My foolish disciple, forget these unpleasant memories. Anko's eyes lost their luster as Orochimaru released her, allowing her to fall helplessly to the ground. Well then, it is time to exit and revise my plans. Lying on the ground, Anko stared vacantly at Orochimaru's retreating figure as he vanished into the dense forest. Elsewhere in the Forest of Death, Gaara's team was in pursuit of Team 7. As Naruto leaped between the trees, he exclaimed in exasperation, "Nonconformist, are you out of your mind? We possess the Heaven Scroll. What do you hope to accomplish by chasing us?" Beside him, Sasuke, also leaping among the branches, retorted fiercely, "Let us confront these sand ninja. We can take them on." Sakura quickly interjected, "But they also have the Heaven Scroll. Even if we defeat them, it would yield no benefit." Shino and Kankuro, trailing behind Gaara, wore expressions of confusion. They were perplexed by Gaara's sudden obsession with seeking out Naruto's whereabouts upon entering the Forest of Death. For half the day, they had been chasing Team 7 without respite. Enough already. Naruto abruptly halted on a tree branch. Sasuke and Sakura followed suit. Are we fighting or not? Sasuke's excitement was palpable. He craved a formidable opponent to test the power of his curse mark. Fight, Naruto retorted. What do you intend to fight with? He is a Jinchuriki. You do know that the stone statue of the Hokage was destroyed by him, right? The memory of the terrifying chasm on the Hokage mountain drained Sasuke's enthusiasm. At that moment, Gaara leaped onto a nearby tree, silently observing Naruto. Behind him, Shino and Kankuro readied themselves for battle. Naruto scanned the three with impatience, asking, "What do you want?" Gaara crossed his arms, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I want